Chair remains undefeated. Yeah, I'm getting into it. Okay, it's calling. Sorry, guys. One sec. Trying to get over to TikTok now. Did you get it? Wait a minute. What the fuck? Hold on. What's going on with... What's going on with TikTok? Let's try that one more time. Nick, what happened to the Israel flag in the background? Yeah, it's, See, you just exposed yourself as somebody who doesn't watch my full live. I take it down during the time we go on Umingle because I don't want people to immediately just crash out. I'm trying to have, like, conversations, but sometimes I forget to put it back up. I really should just have a green screen, honestly. Probably be easier. But whatever. There it is. The Muslim Brotherhood got to him. Yeah. They're paying me now to trash Israel. Loading scene. All right. Not yet. In about 5 seconds, though. All right, I'm live. On TikTok. Nick, did Palestinian News Network ever show up in the Hamptons? I don't know. He says he did. That's when I told him, hey, dumb. I'm not over there. I'm nowhere near there. I really hope I wasted a lot of his gas.
It seems like he was joking about that and he knows where you're located, but I don't really care.
No, I think he meant it at first, and then maybe, like, between my reaction or someone, like, telling him, and I'm sure the comments too, then he realized. But I don't think his original was he realized, because that's just a weird, that's not even like a joke, that's just a weird thing to say. Legend has it that he's still traveling. That's hilarious. You're not live on YouTube yet? I'm definitely live on YouTube, because I can see the YouTube comments. Wait, can you guys see me on YouTube? Thanks for the super chat, Rich. What a twat Dean was. Wasted energy.
Oh, thank you, Canella.
It was mostly wasted, but I wouldn't say it was fully wasted because, well, we'll get into it when more people get in here. Yeah, no, I'm definitely live on YouTube. You guys really can't see me live on YouTube?
I love you, Canella. I love you. Okay, bye.
I don't know why you guys can't see it yet. There are definitely people that are commenting on YouTube saying they can see me. You definitely got a clip out of it? I don't think I did. I mean, I could clip some things, but
you guys, I was napping, like, dead in my illness. But yeah, sorry, go on.
Good. But no, for real, Nick, please be careful. I honestly worry about your safety sometimes. Well, don't say it like that. Jeez. I'm just kidding. No, I know you guys do. I appreciate you. Yeah, we'll get into the whole Dean Withers thing. I don't want to get too much into it. I made it the title of my live, but really, it's in the end, nothing really happened, to be honest. It's kind of boring. But I think there was one thing exposed. Anyways, whatever. Who cares? Khalid, what's up, man?
Dean Wider destroy you.
Dean Weathers didn't even debate me, bro. How did he destroy me?
You ran away.
What are you talking about? His live got suspended.
That was you.
You're right. I called him Assad.
You were scared to debate always.
Really, it was me, but whatever.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Anyways, Khalid, why don't you debate me right now? Khalid, you there? Hey, Khalid, you there? Hey, Khalid, are you there?
No, wait. Hello?
You want to debate right
Hello?
now? Come on, let's do it. Let's debate. Come on, I'm a debate
Hello?
bro. I get so hyped up for debates. Why was it suspended? You know what? I didn't know. Some people were texting me after, like, oh, he ended the live on you. I was like, nah, I don't think he would do that, to be honest. I don't like Dean's positions, but he doesn't seem like someone to do that. And then Moderate texted me that Dean ended up saying that he got suspended for age restriction, which I gotta be real. Not to defend Dean, but if it means shitting on TikTok, I'll defend Dean.
He wouldn't have done that. Yeah.
Well, no, not that. I'm saying TikTok really just fucks with everyone, huh? Because Dean is like that's like their poster boy. The guy gets 15 to 20,000 viewers, I think. I don't really know how many because I've never actually been on his panel. I've never really seen it, but obviously I know who he is. I've met him in person. I tried to debate him Israel-Palestine in person. Didn't want to, which is fine. Doesn't have to. He's an adult. But regardless, that's like TikTok's poster boy. So the fact that he gets banned for an age restriction, I find to be insane. It just shows you how bad TikTok is. Like they're really just gonna shoot themselves in the foot, to be honest. Like because
they're gonna shoot themselves in the head. This is just stupid stuff, really.
Because if you think about it, even if let's say TikTok doesn't have Dean Withers in their algorithm, I'm making a little bit of a joke. The fact that the guy has 15 to 20,000 viewers and he has 100 requests, literally, I know because he told me like, hey, you got to keep spamming the request because when you click it, it says like max number. And he made a good point. He said TikTok's not really designed for anyone above like honestly 1,000 viewers. And I think he's right. And so it's like for TikTok to not like have that kind of in the algorithm, like, hey, this guy's live is popping, even if he for some weird reason it doesn't know who he is. Right? It's just insane. And he got banned for 5 years. Now, obviously, he'll win the appeal. I'm sure he has to probably just like upload an ID. Like, look, you guys, I'm not underage. But like, dude, that's insane. So, you know, whatever. Anyways, long story short, he ran from the debate, which I don't blame him, honestly. Who the fuck? Why would he? He knows who I am. I know he knows who I am. I think he pretends like he doesn't, but he let it slip today that he knew who I was. And of course he knows. I would destroy him in Israel-Palestine.
Sorry, my bad. She wants to know if you spoke to Yosef about what happened today.
Yes, I did. I actually found out before all of you guys did, because Sean texted me about it, and I immediately talked to Yosef. We're gonna get into all of that. We're gonna get into all of it. Trust me, guys. We're gonna get into all of it. For those who don't know, Yosef Haddad was attacked today on the Sean Kelly podcast, and we're gonna get into all of it. We have actually a lot to talk about today. I'm not gonna lie.
He held his fucking own though. Like it's not like he's a victim, you know? But still.
We have a lot to talk about today, but we're gonna wait to talk about it until there's more people. I just started the live. There's only 550 on multi-stream and 173 on TikTok. So let's just wait a little bit. We'll get to it.
Let's like the live, share it, repost.
Let's get into some debates.
Do whatever you can. Join the Heart Me team. You know,
get in some yelling. Get people in here. Blah blah blah. Magda, the floor is yours.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not the ops. I just want to say I support you.
I'm just kidding.
I'm sorry. I support you, and I'll stay with Israel. Always stay with Israel.
God bless you. God bless you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna show Dean Withers and his fan base how to run a live, because man, I get it. Totally understand why people like it when they're left wing. Okay. Nick debated Dean on TikTok today. I missed everything. No, we didn't actually. I thought I was going up there to debate him. He ran from that, brought up 2 people who then also kind of ran from that, and then he ran from it overall, and then he got banned. It was actually kind of insane. But again, we'll get into it. Point is I do find it interesting how much he like wants to talk about Israel-Palestine, because there's multiple times people have told me, again, I've never watched his lives, but people have told me, oh, he talks about it here and there. But he refuses to debate it with anyone that's not, like, he will debate it, But when it
That's
comes to
because he
like,
knows it brings viewers.
well, no, he knows he has to because he understands that he has to talk about it as a left-wing person. He has to hate Israel, but he knows he doesn't know anything, right? So he always refuses to debate it. I've seen clips of him, ironically from like far-right people sharing his clips on X, where he debates Israel-Palestine. And then all of a sudden, like when Maddie goes up to debate him on it, or I do, he runs away. He doesn't want it. He's like, I'm going to bring up some of my friends who are actually really smart. By the way, they weren't smart. We didn't really get into the debate at all. But when we finally started to, before Dean railroaded the whole thing, we finally started to move forward. And Dean's like, I'm going to step in. And then he went backwards. It was so frustrating. I was like, we finally are moving forward. Anyways, the guy said like there was only 5 wars. And it's like, these are your smart people? Like, this is basic freaking knowledge. Anyways, he won't debate it. And honestly, I'm actually very respectful to Dean. I've only debated him technically twice. Well, not even, because today wasn't a debate with him. It was with his friends, and it wasn't even really with them. But he was on Maddie's panel, and I was respectful to him. I'm not going to pretend he wasn't. He was respectful. Sure, we interrupted each other once in a while. I do it, he does it. But overall, I think it was respectful. So it's like, I have no problem having an honest like debate with him, Israel-Palestine. I have no problem being continuously respectful as I always have, but he will not do it. Which is so ironic because he has a strong opinion about Israel. He despises Israel. It's the worst country ever. I don't know if he's ever said worst country, but he does say he despises Israel, but won't debate it. It's just, I don't know, it's a little weird. Not gonna lie, a little weird. Just straight up say, just admit it. Like, you know what? I don't know much about this. This is just how I feel. Then we can all make fun of you about you just feeling, but at least you're honest. You know what I mean? All right, let's get into how to actually run a live, right? Because he was just letting deflection after deflection happen. He was letting an enormous amount of side comments and ad homs, and I was like the only one up there like, and Maddie, like, can we get to the debate now?
Well, it's
And
actually good advice you're about to give, because these people, if you want to be successful, you have to know how to moderate as well as speak on your own thing.
Nick, did you reach out to Andrew Wilson? He might have needed help with the debate prep against Candace Owens. Me and Andrew are speaking. Andrew will do more than okay. He doesn't need help, but me and Andrew have been speaking every day for the past day or two, couple days. Yeah. He'll do great. Anyways, we'll get into that too. Again, we have a lot to talk about. Honestly, I kind of misled you guys on the YouTube because I just put about Dean Withers. We have Dean Withers to talk about. We got Yosef Haddad to talk. 1 second, please.
TikTok for it,
baby.
though?
Yes, will do. We have Dean Withers to talk about. We got Yosef Haddad to talk about. We got Andrew Wilson, Candace Owens to talk about. It's going to be crazy. Okay, let's move on. Oldavia.
Yes, sir.
What's up? What's on your mind?
Hey, man, I came up because I watch your content. I'm a fan for sure. And I'm pretty torn on Israel, man. And I was hoping we could have a conversation about it.
Okay, sounds great.
So let me give you a quick little overview as to where I stand currently. So I was a huge supporter of Israel. And as people's minds began to kind of change and we saw this shift in the right and left, I continued to support Israel all the way up until the Lebanon incident, when we as Americans, we said, hey, don't attack Lebanon. We're trying to obtain this peace deal right now.
It's a weird spot to... Sorry, can I just say something real quick? It's not about you. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I have to point this out to the YouTube comment that says, damn, she just loves to talk over Nick and say pointless stuff. That she you're talking about is my wife, and she is more than welcome to speak over me and say very pointful things, pointless stuff, whatever. Okay? Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of a break because maybe you just think you don't know who she is, but that's my wife. And she's on the panel. Yes, I get it. TikTok can sometimes be frustrating because part of it can be a little bit of interruptions. There's a slight delay in everyone. Whatever. Regardless, it doesn't matter. Okay? You guys will survive. Not a big deal. Sometimes I even can give a little bit of a frustrated face, not with her specifically, just in general, the general interruption. Sometimes I do it. Not a big deal. You guys will survive. It's all good. Okay? Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of a break, though, because I'm just going to assume you think that this maybe she was just some random girl or something. I don't know. But regardless, that's my wife. She's allowed to do that. Got it? Cool? Awesome. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Nope, you're totally good. Yeah, so my concern is is so the Lebanon incident happened. Then it kind of started making me think like, well, hold on, is Israel acting ultimately? I'm America first. So it made me think: is Israel acting in a way that is going to keep us, at the forefront of this? Is it America first, or are they kind of doing their own thing? And it really started to make me question some things. And now
Okay.
I'm at the point where I don't know if I'm pro or anti Israel support.
Okay, a couple
But
things.
I'm afraid of being on the
get
wrong side.
I get your point. So a couple things. One, before I answer why that's not even correct about them, quote unquote, just attacking Lebanon, before we get into
Mhm.
like the actual facts of the matter, to answer your kind of second point about like, well, are they America first? Or are they doing their own thing? Well, I hope you understand, and I hope you even agree that they're not America first, they're Israel first, and America
Right.
shouldn't be Israel first, it should be America first. That doesn't mean we don't have coinciding values. In fact, a lot of the times we do, but Israel should always do what's in the best interest of Israel, and America should always do what's in the best interest of America. If they line up, great. If they don't, hey, that happens sometimes. So you agree, you're okay with that they're not always going to do something that is America first. You shouldn't judge them for that. Is that fair?
Yeah, no, totally fair.
Okay.
You're correct. Yeah, I'll
Okay.
concede that. You're right. Yes,
Okay,
they should be doing them first.
So to get to the first part, are you under the assumption, it seems like you are, maybe I'm wrong, that they just attacked Lebanon for no reason and they weren't actually responding to Lebanon attacking them?
No, it's my understanding that they were responding. From what I've put together is that we knew they were going to respond. We went out of our way, said, "Hey, we know you want to respond to this attack that had happened. We need you to just chill for a second and wait. Don't do it."
But they
did it
did.
anyways.
No, they did chill, actually. They were attacked multiple times before Israel responded in Beirut finally. So it wasn't even like it was one small thing and they attacked. I know Trump kind of came out, I think, and sort of implied that. And listen, I voted for Trump, but he was wrong. Okay. There was one small attack in the last one, but it was also before multiple attacks. In fact, they killed a UN member because they were trying to launch mortars at Israel, and they ended up launching it on a UN site and killed, I want to say it was a French, I don't remember exactly which country, but it was a UN member from a separate country. They killed him. And so my next question for you, because I get what you're saying. Well, America said, it doesn't matter if you're getting attacked, you just better take those attacks, and you're not going to do shit about it. All right. I think that's insane, but let's pretend that's the argument here a little bit. My next question is, do you agree Hezbollah is a proxy of the IRGC?
100%.
Okay, so when you read the headlines, Hezbollah attacks northern Israel, or Hezbollah kills a UN member, or Hezbollah blah, 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 do you agree that is effectively the same thing as Iran attacks northern Israel and Iran?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, 100%. I know their proxies are they're a subset of them, right?
Okay.
So yeah, I'm with you 100%.
Okay, so the ceasefire was with Iran, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so if you do agree that Hezbollah attacking is Iran attacking, which we're on the same page, wouldn't that be Iran violating the ceasefire? And then my second question, that's kind of attached to the first, is how did America respond when Iran actually violated the ceasefire and Iran itself, not a proxy, attacked America? How did America respond?
That's a very solid point. You're right. It would be, even if it's through their proxy, it would be an Iranian attack, right? Ultimately is what we're both kind of agreeing on here.
Yeah, 100%. My point is that even though I'm America first and I love my country and I'm always going to support my country overall, that doesn't mean I have to automatically agree. And I got to say the Trump administration or whoever was saying it, whether it's Trump himself, the administration as a whole, if it was media manipulation, doesn't matter. They were wrong. Israel should have absolutely responded back, because it's no different than the IRGC saying, yeah, we're going to stop firing so we can move on with deals, and then continue to fire just because you say it's a proxy firing.
Yeah, I guess so. My thought process on this was maybe Israel should have given pause to this for a moment to allow us to try and kind of reach this agreement. But when I hear you kind of lay it out like that and you kind of break it down where, hey, a proxy attack is still an attack, it does kind of ease my mind as far as me wanting to support Israel. So I appreciate you for that very much, because that's where my struggle is, right? And then I look out, I see, it's what 67% of Americans are viewing Israel unfavorably. I think it's less than 32% of people under 30 view it favorably. So
that is just an FYI, just for context.
My brain that, like, what if I'm on the wrong side of this?
Well, just for context, are you right wing or left wing? Or you're conservative? Okay, there you go. So
I'm a conservative. I'm a Christian conservative.
Just for context, if you were to take away the left wing from that poll, it still would drop. I'm not going to pretend it's the same. There is a drop in support for Israel, but that polling of that average Americans, whether it's under 30 or just overall, that drop is
Mhm.
almost heavily skewed, or not almost, it is heavily skewed in the left wing position. If you look at just Republicans, um, again, there is a drop, especially with the younger. I'm not going to pretend like it's exactly the same it was 10 years ago, but it's
How
not
dramatic of a
nearly.
drop?
It's so it depends. So there's one poll that actually shows it's exactly the same as it was in 2014. I brought that up to
Okay.
my friend Heber Hammer. He sent me some other polls where there was a decent drop. It wasn't like, 40% or whatever, but it was, I don't want to give you the wrong number, but I want to say it was still like maybe 10% or less, which is, it's still concerning. I'm not
Okay.
saying we should
Still a
ignore
drop,
it,
but not
but
nearly as
yes,
significant as.
yes.
Okay. What's the less favorable drop then? Because you said there were two.
So the one that I was referencing, I want to say was a Gallup poll. I'm almost
Okay.
99% sure. The one he sent me, I believe, was Pew Research. If I'm wrong, it's because those
Okay.
two are switched.
Yeah. I mean, either way, I don't have it in front of me, so I'm willing to accept it. I trust you. So, what do you know what the number was on that? If I did want to say, well, what is this doing to the right? Because
Let me just look
ultimately,
it up real quick.
the reason I asked, I do a lot of debates. I debate a lot of people. Obviously not to your level, but me as a Christian conservative, my whole point is to retain and grow the conservative movement, and Israel is the um my whole purpose, the whole reason I do all this is my goal is to retain what we currently have in the conservative movement and grow it. And more often than not, I run into the Israel issue, and I struggle deeply with how to debate Israel. It's very, very hard.
It is hard because it requires an ungodly amount of effort, and you have to stay on top of contemporary news, and you also have to, know the history. I mean, I've been doing this, I mean, like daily in terms of research and live debates for over 5 years straight, like daily, like not
Right.
like 5 years where it's like on and off. And even I feel like I don't know that much. Now, I already know, everyone, before you comment, what are you talking about, Nick? You know more than everyone. I get it. I know more than 99%, but you got to understand that the more you learn, the more you realize you don't know. And there's an ungodly amount I don't know. There's an insane amount I don't know. And it's the Dunning-Kruger effect. When you start to learn more, you realize, oh my God, there's actually so much I don't know.
Well,
So yeah.
a big question I have is I see a lot of this I'm going to say not actual fracturing, so I'm going to say like social fracturing, where all the podcast people, all the different people in the conservative podcast space, right, where we're seeing all these fracturings, the Tucker Carlsons and all of those guys, right? Is that causing more of a optical illusion of this fracturing, or is it real? Is this fracturing we're seeing, is that a real thing? Is that something we need to be concerned
It's
about?
not as real as you think it is.
I didn't think
It's a
so.
lot of it is definitely online nonsense. I mean, this is just evident by the fact that so many of them during these recent kind of mid elections that we had, were trying to like put all their effort
Oh, thank you, Guns and
into
Spices. Thank you so much.
into
Appreciate
getting
it.
people not to vote for Trump's picks, and they all
Okay.
ended up winning, except I think maybe one. Like literally hundreds of them, including all of the Indiana legislative side, they all won. And so, is it concerning? Of course it is. I don't want to be the guy that's like, oh, don't worry about it, guys, because that's a
Yeah.
definition. I mean, that's an algorithm for failure. However, hold on, I got the poll up. Let me just put it up on YouTube.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you for having receipts.
Yeah, so here's the Gallup poll. It was done, this was just back in February, so, relatively recently. And so as you can tell, American sympathy, this is overall, hold on, let me make this bigger so you can see it better. Anyways,
Okay.
American sympathy in the Middle East, right? You can tell Israelis kind of are over here at like 64 to 59%, and then it just drops to 36, and Palestinians rise up to 41. But when you look at Republicans, so here's independents, there's Democrats. But let me show you the Democrat one first. So Democrats, as you can see,
insane.
yeah, it's over here like 58%, a little over 10 years ago, and it drops all the way to 17. When you look at
What
Republicans,
is this? What is this with Democrats? Maybe you can expand on this a little bit. Why are we seeing this huge, like, support Palestine, support the jihadists, support Hamas, support, all these different
Yeah.
extremist caliphates? What is that? Why is that
Yeah,
happening?
I will say I'm gonna finish this real quick, but I will just to give you a quick answer. It's definitely the Red Green Alliance, which I'll expand on in a second. So when you look at
Yes, please, thank
Republicans,
you.
as you can tell, I mean it was 59% in 2001. I'm sure 9/11 probably caused it to go up to 77% because they were like, oh man, this is what these Islamists are like. I totally understand where Israel's coming from.
Yeah.
And it kind of goes up and down. It peaks out at like 87% in 2018. What was happening in 2018? I don't really know what would cause that spike. It looks like it was just a general rise. And then it kind of goes down, goes up, goes down. And then it comes out to today at 70%, which is exactly the same it was in 2004, 69%. So, this is Republicans. It's almost a straight line, if you will. And same thing with the Palestinians.
And the source on that is who?
This is Gallup.
Oh,
so I was right
I'll
originally
take
about
Gallup.
what I said.
Yeah, I'll accept Gallup.
Anyways, to answer about the Red Green Alliance, the Red Green Alliance, this whole Marxist alliance with Islamists, not because they agree so much. It's not like liberals and Muslims have like so much to agree about, but they both absolutely, when it comes to Islamists and when it comes to leftists specifically, not just left wing, but leftists, Marxists, communists, DSA, socialists, they hate America, they hate the West, and so they want to destroy it. And build it back up. So they're creating this alliance known as the Red Green Alliance to implement the Muslim Brotherhood's 100-year plan. You should look into that. We're about halfway through that right now.
I watched the Senate Judiciary Committee on it, the entire thing. It's insane.
Yeah.
And nobody's talking about it. Nobody's discussing it. I don't understand how this isn't all over the news, how this isn't like front page information right now. We're talking about this stupid debate between Candace Owen and Andrew Wilson, who would destroy her. She's not going to show up anyways, but we're not, this should be a huge focus as to what these guys are doing. They're doing it in real time right in front of us.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. Dude, CARE just came out. Somebody came out, not that this is a big shock, but at least there's some admitting to it now, that they're the ones that were front-loading the funding of Zohran Mamdani getting into office. And by the way, I don't know if you guys saw, I'll actually show it right now. I know TikTok doesn't like when I show videos, but it's quick enough that I think we can get away with it. Let's go over to X real quick. Zohar Mamdani just had a video get leaked from back in the day where he's pretty much admitting, here's Yosef Haddad's fight. Anyways,
I think I know what video you're talking about, actually.
Yeah. He admitted that he wanted to trick white voters to get third worlders like him into office. Here it is right here. Let's watch it.
I think that with the interesting...
real quick, you're not going to be able to hear it when you're on the panel, so I'll turn on the captions. But yeah, there's already captions. So just know that if you're on the panel, you're not going to hear it.
Have you ever tried to fix that?
I think it's just TikTok.
I think that with the interesting thing about our communities here is I think that minority communities, because we have never had representation, we are tied much more to identity. White communities...
I just want to point out, for those that can't hear, which is everyone but the panel, notice how he's putting on this fake accent that he doesn't have. For the ones on the panel, he's literally doing like this third worlder accent. It's so hilarious. Anyways.
They've had representation forever. And so for them, their tie is a little less identity and a little more ideology. And so what I mean by that is we have a lot of voters here who think of themselves
real quick, for y'all to DMing me, I can't see it right now.
And so we reach out to them speaking about our platform, our progressive platform. And you're very right that you need someone in the middle to be a validator, someone to tell them to trust us, believe in us. We've had that with Tiffany Caban and Cynthia Nixon. I think that with the interesting thing about our communities here is I think that minority communities, because we have never had...
Yeah, that's pretty much it. So yeah, he's trying to say like, oh yeah, we're going to have, we need to have somebody, he means a white person really, but he says, we need to have somebody vouch for us so we can get in as a middleman. Like, what does that even mean?
Well, and Hamas just basically said the same thing on Piers Morgan the other day. Piers Morgan had the spokesperson for Hamas on, and he was like, oh, you had all these Palestinians die. How do you justify that? Like, are you okay with that? And he's like, no, it doesn't matter how many die, because look at how much the world hates Israel now. We won, He that's what I was talking about with that Judiciary Committee.
I'm just upset that my name is in his name, because every time somebody says Mamdani, I think they're saying Donnie, and it's really annoying. Like, it's all right. Anyway, sorry.
So I got one more final question for you. It has nothing to do
Yeah.
with the debate before you drop me and bring somebody else on. Is I'm very interested in getting into this commentating, right, on certain things. What would be your advice to somebody who wants to break into this industry, this sphere?
What, Israel-Palestine or just debate?
Not debate, not just commentary, just political commentary. Yeah.
A little tip I'd give you, a lot of people that start off, including myself, when you first start, everyone does the thing where you watch your video back, you really focus on what you say, and you're like, wait, I need to add that in because somebody might say, oh, you were too vague here, and then they're gonna debunk me and they're gonna comment. Who cares? Just say what you have to say, right?
Okay.
Be direct. Do not. I mean, don't get me wrong, go back if you totally miss something that should be in the video, but I'm saying don't worry, don't make the video based off of you being worried about what someone might counter it with. I mean, to an extent, of course, but I'm saying, like, if you focus too much on that, there's always going to be people. You could have the receipts of a lifetime, and there will be somebody who thinks you're wrong and you're an idiot and you're the worst person ever. Don't focus too much on that. Do you. Be factual, of course. Do your homework, do your research, but like just be you. Don't worry too much about, because then you end up just getting into a complete ramble, and then the videos get no view, and you're like, what? It was a perfect video. I clearly laid everything out, but it's like in reality, you just kind of rambled.
Someone said in the comments real quick, Millie is an amazing commentator. Absolutely. I'd like to give her a shout out because she's amazing. Not only that, she has consistent support. And you can tell how much people love her. She's doing amazing.
Yeah, Millie is absolutely incredible. Cam Higbee is a great commentator as well. Of course, find your own style too. Everyone has kind of their own style. But yeah.
For sure.
Okay, man.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. I feel a lot better about my support for Israel, so I appreciate the conversation.
Mashallah. Good luck, man.
Yeah, you as well.
Bye. Sammy, what's up?
What up, man? Yo, I just want to say, like, I'm gonna try not to curse because it actually made me so mad. But Dean is such a squirmer. He squirmed his way out of confronting you.
Yeah, I don't know enough about him, so that was a little bit of a shock to me. But everyone has kind of told me after that, like, yeah, that's just what he does. Okay, I mean, listen, he's young. I think he'll grow into, or maybe he won't. Maybe unfortunately, it's ironic. Maybe he got too famous too young, and now he'll never actually grow up, and this will be a shtick, which it works really well. He'll make a lot of money because debate is a lost art form, unfortunately, and people like, especially left-wing commentators, but not just Dean, even the people he brought up, I don't know their names, they're like the epitome of what everything is that is wrong with debate today. It's 100% true. I try my best to not be like it has to be exactly like the classical way. I get it. We're in a modern era. We have things where we can bring people up on panels and it's a TikTok, but there needs to be a balance still. And unfortunately, there is no balance, and people like Dean will always get way more money and views, and people like Candace Owens will get way more money and views because nobody actually wants to. Dude, in that debate, they literally said, well, Nick, you just want to discuss the meat and potatoes of the conversation. And Maddie perfectly said it. Maddie's like, isn't that what you should do in a debate? Like, the fact that they thought, and Dean was laughing at that, the fact that they thought that was a good point. It's like, yeah, I do want to discuss the meat and potatoes. That's kind of what you should do in a debate.
Dude, I know.
How dare you want to speak about the specifics, you clown?
They gave themselves away so hard with that one. And I think you're the latter. I think that's why he's been on here for a while. Like, he actually had a relationship with Charlie Kirk back in a couple years ago. Charlie used to speak on him, and he had some faith. If you actually hear Charlie's speeches about him, he was like, "Oh yeah, like I think he's going to turn around. Like he's intellectually honest and blah blah blah." And I was just like, "What are you?"
I think
about?
I remember that. I want to say I did see Charlie Kirk debate the Surrounded on Jubilee, and I know Dean and his friend Parker, they were both on there. And Dean did seem a lot like Parker was the one that was was speaking really fast, cutting him off, deflecting, not answering questions. And Dean was a little bit more collected, at least from what I saw, or at least I can remember, because that was a while ago. It was, I think, about 2 years ago, maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago. And now I don't know, maybe it's been hanging out with Parker too much. Maybe he just decided to change his topic. That being said, listen, I'm going to be fair, okay? I don't watch Dean, never watched his lives. I debated him once on Maddie's panel on his alt account, and then I guess kind of today, though it wasn't a debate at all. I don't know if he's always like that, but if he is, he's definitely a different person and definitely in the negative. It's going to work out for him if his whole goal is just to make money, because people really like that. But if he's actually trying to be taken seriously as like a debater, not just someone on TikTok, this isn't going to work out for him. But I'm sure if I told him that, he'd probably just laugh and not care. But you know, I hope he takes that seriously. If anyone has told him that.
I think he's gotten it many times, especially with like I've seen a couple clips of him confronting Islam. So fun fact, I used to be friends with Parker. I used to be on the left, and I think what really scared me was just the you know, as you said, like the Red Green Alliance, and I'm like, I cannot be associated with someone that people have platform. It's so funny, they call everybody, I can't say the word, but you know, Yahtzees.
Yeah.
And yet they ally themselves with actual like I don't know how many words I can say, but you know, people of that ideology, like you know, like fascists.
Yeah, I think just like real quick, I think like overall, I think Dean is a victim, if not a how do I say, a hostage to his audience. Like me. And my audience agree on 99% of things, maybe 90%, whatever. I'm being a little facetious here. And that's okay. I like it that way. But I've never once changed my beliefs just because I think my audience might not agree with me. There's things that my audience, at least 50% of the comments, are like, I don't agree with that, Nick. And I say, hey, okay, fair enough. Now, of course, I'll change my mind if someone gives me a case that makes me look at the values again and be like, oh, you know what? Actually, that's a good point. But I would never just change it just because I'm noticing most of the comments are being like, Nick, I don't like Ben-Gvir, right? There's a lot of people in my comments that hate when I don't, you know, suck his schmeckle off, you know? Like, I think Ben-Gvir is a total jackass, and I wish he did a lot more of the things I do like about him. He does some things I do like, guns, how he treats the prisoners, love it, the Temple Mount, but I wish he would just shut his mouth sometimes and just get it done. Every time I say that, about 50% of my comments are like, nah, Nick, you're wrong. Ben-Gvir, go. He's the best. Fuck you, Nick. Like, and that's cool. I love it. That's great. I want that, you know, that back and forth. But imagine if I saw those comments and I go the next day, actually, I was totally wrong. I actually really, really love Ben-Gvir. Like, that's what Dean feels like to me. I feel like he only talks about certain things like Israel. He doesn't know anything about Israel. He doesn't know anything.
No, of course not. Of course not. No, he has to perform for his audience. And this is so much of the left, because I think that's just how left ecosystem, intellectual spheres work, is that you have to play to whatever is the non-cancelable opinion. Hassan Piker, same thing. I watched all of their rises. Especially Dean and Parker, because Parker used to let me up on his panel. We used to debate together. And so they were people who were like learning from their audience. Okay, this is the talking point. Okay, this is the argument, and this is the argument. And you can tell that they're reciting what they were trained to do by the audience that they gained. They have the right opinions and maybe entertaining enough. Their audience trained them to say the right things, and so and that's just how left ecosystems have worked. Hassan did the exact same thing.
Dean didn't know who Yasser Arafat was, apparently. Like, that's like, you understand, that's like basic knowledge. That's not even like medium, definitely not hardcore knowledge about Israel-Palestine. Like, that's bare minimum. That's like saying I want to debate about American history and not knowing who George Washington is. Shouldn't probably talk about this topic, you know?
That's pathetic. Like, what is he doing with this platform if he doesn't know basic, like, American civic history? Like, not American history, but, like, just world knowledge.
Right.
You can ask, like, 5 high schoolers from any world history class. They'll understand they'll know Yasser Arafat.
Yeah. Okay, anyways, I'm going to try to get some opposition up here. Sammy, I appreciate it.
Do your thing, bro. I love you, bro.
Love you, too. Peace. All right, I don't know who's opposition. See some Zionist stars in here. Oh, I mean, Stars of David. I mean, Magen Davids. I mean, Zionists. Let's see about this guy. Let's see if he's in opposition.
Hello.
Are you an opposition, or do you just agree with me? You think I'm just awesome and made it you?
I have some disagreements with you, but I am a Zionist, though.
Fucking Zios. I'm just kidding. What's up?
I just will say this. Do you actually believe that, let's say that Gadi Eisenkot actually wins the election, manages to defeat Bibi Netanyahu? We all know that no one in the West we're going to find out whether they were just talking about Bibi or not, right? Wouldn't you say? That would be the ultimate test of all the people saying in the West, oh, we're just against Bibi. We're not really against Israel and the Democratic Party.
I think that's a good point.
I mean, and the other point is, I think Gadi Eisenkot, he is not an Ashkenazi. I mean, I'm not here campaigning for him, but literally, I hope that Gadi Eisenkot can actually win. The biggest problem that Gadi Eisenkot's going to have is that his English is not great. And so, I mean, what are your thoughts about the Israeli election coming up? Do you have
I
any
will
thoughts?
answer that for sure, but somebody in the comments on YouTube is totally right. They said you have 2 lives right now. One is scheduled and one is just running. I don't know why it didn't automatically go to the scheduled one. You're totally right. I see that. Let me try to fix that real quick. I'm not really sure if I can actually. Never had that happen before. One second. I wonder if I can edit it while I'm live. I think I can actually, which is pretty cool. Why? Super weird. I've never seen that before. Let's see, upload thumbnail and save. Did it work? Well, while I try to figure out if that worked or not. Yeah, listen, my thoughts are I want the Israeli people to totally work. Anyways, I want the Israeli people to do what they find to be the best for them, for sure. Now I know that sounds like a little bit of a cop-out answer. It's just it comes from a place of one, I'm not Israeli, so it's not really up to me. Now, of course, that doesn't mean I can't have an opinion. I'm a fan of Bibi Netanyahu. I know. Now I'm about to get 100 comments from Israelis who are like, no, I don't like Bibi. You shouldn't like him either. But I'm a fan. Okay. Does that mean I don't acknowledge at least that there's some opinion about his domestic policies that I'm never gonna know as much about as an Israeli? Of course. Of course, there's a lot that if you're an Israeli, you're always going to have more information on me than that because there's some things in debate and research that you can find out just as much as anyone else by doing research. But there are some things that being in the land, if you will, in this case, is always going to be beneficial, right? I'm never going to understand the domestic issues that Israelis have to face day to day as much as any Israeli for that matter. And I acknowledge that. My liking of Bibi comes from how he looks on the world stage, how he conducts himself. I think he knows how to play the game very well. I think he's an incredible politician. Does that mean he's a good guy? Not necessarily. You could be a good politician. It doesn't mean you're a good guy. Does that mean I know anything about the domestic policies? Not at all. What I want is the security, the indefinite security of Israel. And my focus is on Israelis, and I have no focus on the Palestinians whatsoever. If indefinite security means dragging the Palestinians along and they're peaceful, hey, that sounds great. But my position is I have no interest in waiting for them. And even if it means to their continued suffering by their own hand, then so be it. Okay. And so I see that with Bibi, but there could be others that have that position. I have looked into some of the policies of Annette Wilf, who is a friend of mine. I saw her recently when I was in Israel. There's some things that I think she needs to tweak a little bit. I think she's a little cozied up to some more elite type people. But other than that, I really like her positions. Like just the general 3 positions that she really harps. I really like them. And I think it's incredible. But I also acknowledge that Israelis are kind of sick of more and new and more parties. And so she's not going to go anywhere, in my opinion.
Well, did you read Michael Oren's take on Bibi in his book that basically Bibi doesn't really understand the America of today. He understands America of the 1970s.
That's actually probably a fair statement.
And he goes really in depth. I mean, Bibi is a very hard worker. I will give him that. But I think that his whole focus has been completely on the IRGC, and I understand they were the biggest threat. But I think now, after this war and everything that comes out of it, I think that Israel has to start focusing in other places. It needs to rebuild its PR. It absolutely has to do it. It actually has to have better spokespeople.
That's true. That's true.
I think,
right.
and and it needs to begin for fighting asymmetrical war. And I think the biggest thing that's ripping Israeli society apart is the Haredi issue, more so than anything else.
You're not going to get me to disagree with that. Trust me, I have my
the-
opinions on that.
The kindergarten class coming into Israel is 25% Haredi children.
Yeah.
That is, without them, there is no IDF. They cannot field a force that can fight on two fronts without 25% of their populace in the future.
Right.
And honestly, Bibi Netanyahu has sold out to all those special interests continuously and given them everything they wanted in order to form coalition. So yeah, I mean, on one hand, Bibi has an interesting understanding of history. He works very, very hard. He has a lot of impressive things, but I think he has a very myopic view of the future, and he's just trying to survive politically right now. And I don't think that's a good thing. I think Israel needs a new vision.
I think everything you're saying, to get to the end of this, because I want to get some opposition up here, but I think everything you're saying is legitimately, I think it's fair. I can't necessarily disagree with at least the way you put it.
I mean, I'm trying to push back about your points, but much more subtly. I'm not trying to, start a fight rather than a conversation.
No. I appreciate it. I'm literally agreeing with you. It's honestly, it's a fair take. Do I know all the ins and outs? Again, I'm never going to understand the internal domestic policies of Israel. I'll understand it a little bit because people tell me, but never as much as an Israeli. And on top of that, there's so many people, Nick, you should support this one, you should support this one, but I don't know everything about them. So it's like people will come to me, hey, Nick, you should support, what's his name, Feiglin, right? And people will say, like, he agrees with this, and that. I'm like, yeah, that sounds great. And then somebody else is like, but he also agrees with this. And I'm like, oh, I don't really know. I'm never going to know, right? And net wealth, I think when I read her general ideas, especially post October 7th, sounds great. She also used to be pretty freaking left. So it's like, do you trust it? Is this impulsive? Like, it's very tough for somebody like me who's an outsider. I'm not Jewish. I'm not Israeli. But overall, what you just said, that last rant you went on, it sounds completely fair. I can't disagree with it. I think there needs to be something that needs to be answered with that. What's it called? PR battle? Absolutely. I'm with you 100%.
Yeah, I mean, those are all internal conversations. Bibi was hyper fixated on foreign threats, and I think Israel has to, first and foremost, it has to secure its borders. It has to finish the security barrier and do those basic things to avoid having a future October 7th, God forbid, chas v'chalila, as they say in Israel.
Chas v'chalila.
Those are the things I think that really need to happen, no matter who the prime minister or Rosh Hashanah is.
Right.
Those have to be the priorities.
Right. Okay, well, I appreciate the insight, man. I'm going to move on. We got 9 people waiting.
You. Take care. Good night.
Peace. Okay, is there anyone who's like definitely opposite? Okay, this guy says Free Palestine 1967. So either it's a troll or this is actually opposition.
Well, the other people have been waiting a while. It's possible that they're also...
Yo, Subgi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I know, but... Okay, whatever. Anyways, yeah, what's up? Are you pro-Palestinian and are you over 18? Oh, well, he's gone anyways. Okay, I'm just gonna start doing rants super like fast. Like I'm just gonna get through you guys. Big appetite. Are you pro-Palestinian?
No, I'm not. Can I please talk with you about the abortion stance you have?
No.
I think that
come back after. Just come back after.
No, not right now. Thank you.
Yeah, we got other people waiting to come up, and it's just not the topic right now. Blue, what's up? Are you pro-Palestinian? Blue, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, moving on. Raid, are you pro-Palestinian?
Yes, of course.
Perfect. All right, go ahead.
All right, so a lot of people don't know this.
Of course.
I grew up around a lot of Jews in Claremont.
When you say a lot
Atlanta.
of people don't know this, are you someone who's like known? I don't.
Bro, could I just like answer the question and just get going with this, please, for the sake of God? Listen to me.
Question. But all right, go ahead. You didn't grow up around a lot of Jews. Got it.
I did grow up around a lot of Jews. In Emory University, bro, there's nothing but Jews there, okay? There's rabbis there, and I interviewed a lot of them, spoke to them, looked in the Talmud, noticed how, like, weird it is with kids and stuff like that.
Let's get to the conversation. Let's get to the conversation.
So the conversation is this. Jews in America, right, are very confused. You can be a Jew and be a Muslim, right? I have Jewish ancestry, but I'm Muslim. Now you can be a Jew.
You're not a Jew.
By
Everybody and their
ethnicity.
mother have Jewish ancestry now.
Lady, I'm talking to the host. Please, for God's sakes, like control yourself.
That's not.
This is
That's
why you're
not. That's
married.
not going to
This is
work.
why
You're
you're
not going to
married.
speak to the
Lady,
to
shut
the
up.
okay,
Shut
babe.
up,
You're
lady.
gonna.
Let her
You're,
talk
Alright.
to the man.
All right. So, Raid, I know you're a Muslim. I know you're a Muslim, but that's my wife, so she is married, for one. And second, anyone on the panel is allowed to speak, okay? But if there's one that's definitely allowed to speak, it's definitely my wife. So I understand that you guys hate women in your religion. Also, you're not a Jew, okay? No. Shut up. You're gonna that's at this point you're just going to listen. I'm gonna get this out, okay? And how you decide to listen and go from this point will determine if you stay, okay? Now, I'm going to ask you if you can apologize to her just for this like deflection of just like how you said, "Hey lady, shut up. This is why you're not married." You don't know anything about her, okay? And she is literally married to me. So, if you can do me a favor, can you apologize and show a little bit of composure, especially for the fair sex? Is that okay? Or you can just drop now. I promise you, you're not going to it's one of two options. You can apologize and then go to some composure, or you can just drop. It's up to you. Ray, you got to unmute to be able to answer that question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do you not know how to unmute? Do you need help? Are you illiterate?
quiet.
Are you illiterate like your prophet? You don't know how to read the unmute button? Here, I'll send you an invite. Maybe that'll help you.
Oh, he's got nothing to say.
There you are.
So can I speak?
Can you apologize and then get to some composure?
I will never apologize.
Okay, bye. Go to your fucking goat. Next. Be inspired. Are you pro-Israel or pro-Palestinian?
I have disagreement with you, but not like pro-Pali and pro-Israel at all.
What's your disagreement?
When it comes to the Haredi draft.
Okay.
But I don't want. The thing is that I want to tell you a suggestion and
I don't need any suggestions.
Point.
Just tell me what it is about that you disagree with.
I don't want to debate, but I want to ask you something. But,
okay, weird to come up on a debate channel and not want to debate, but okay, what's your question?
I already tried once in the past, and you told me to come up at a different time, so I try now.
Okay, you're here, so do you want to debate about it or not?
I just want to make a point and tell me what you say about it. First, I want to tell you, I appreciate your work. I watch you a lot, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
The problem is that I see that you barely speak. No, the problem is that on social media and on the internet, there's very few Haredi representation. You're barely gonna see them. You're barely gonna hear their view. And
I'm sorry.
The problem that I
okay, go ahead.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, no, I can hear you. I'm just wondering what is the point.
The problem that I see is that I assume that you don't really hear the view and you don't hear the side of the Haredi people.
I mean, I do sometimes. Obviously, there's not as much. First off, there's not that many Jews in the world. There's only 0.2% of the population are Jews, and then only a small percentage of them, relatively, is going to be Hasidic. So yeah, I do hear them a lot, but yeah, I agree with you. There's not going to be as much of them as maybe some other people.
Right. So the vast majority of them, of Haredi, which is not always Hasidim, which is all Orthodox, like all ultra-Orthodox people call them.
Okay,
and
so what's
they
your
are not
claim?
On the internet. My problem is that you barely hear their view, and I feel that you don't have.
I got it. You said that already. What's your claim? I'm not trying to be rude, but there's 6 other people waiting to come up. What is your claim?
I want to just ask you if you would consider speaking to someone who is knowledgeable about it, who is part of the community.
Are you one of those people?
I'm one of those people, but
Great.
I'm not that
so can you give me what you're... Oh, so you're not one of those people?
Not that knowledgeable, no.
Okay, I will bring up anyone who wants to come up. If you're up here to tell me, hey, will you do this, but not with me, you're kind of, no offense, I'm not trying to sound rude, but you're kind of wasting my time right now. If somebody wants to come up, I will literally let anyone up, and I'll treat them exactly the same. If they get right into the debate, and they have at least most composure, I'm not even asking for 100%, just most. That would be great, okay? They're more than welcome up.
I would try to make it work, but most of them not gonna want to come up on TikTok. They're not. They don't even have TikTok. Is there another way that I can try to do it?
Yeah, okay, there's other ways. Is there something that they like? What do they like YouTube better, not TikTok? What's the point?
Many Orthodox are on internet, like they use the internet, but TikTok is social media, which most of them don't have.
I got it. What do they have?
Zoom. They have like.
So you want me to do like a one-on-one debate on Zoom?
No, it's not a debate. It could be a debate, but it's more discussion or whatever you want to do.
Okay, who do you have in mind, and what is their position? Are they Satsar? Are they Netori Karta? Are they?
No. I'm more a part of Satmar. I don't agree with Netori Karta. Most of Satmar don't agree with Netori Karta. And I was thinking about
no offense. Again, I'm not trying to interrupt you, but I didn't ask about you. I asked about the person you had in mind.
Yeah, the person I have in mind, he's a lawyer in Israel for people. I'm
gonna ask the question one more time. Is he Satmar?
I think he's not part of Satmar, no. But he's a lawyer who represents a lot of people who cannot go to who don't want to go to the IDF.
Is he pro-Palestinian? Is he pro-Israel?
No.
Is he anti-Israel but not pro-Palestinian?
He's a fully Haredi. He's probably anti-Israel from a religious standpoint. He's definitely not pro-Palestinian. No.
Okay. Look, I can have that conversation, but that requires a bit of a special setup. So for me to do a special setup 1v1, it'd have to be really worth my time. And I'm not trying to sound rude here, but it's just it would require me to shift my entire life for that night for him. Now, if he's really worth it and we can have a really, really, really good conversation, maybe the audience will like that. But I got to be honest, most likely I'm going to mute you real quick because you got this loud noise in the background. What's most likely going to happen is he's going to say, hey, Nick, this one guy that you don't really follow because you're not a Jew actually said in this one time, and you have to believe me because you never actually studied it, that he said that Israel can go fuck off, right? I'm being a little facetious. I know that's not what he's going to say, but he's going to say something. And then I'm going to have 1,000 text messages from other Hasidic Jews that are my friends or Orthodox Jews that are my friends saying, actually, that's not true. Here's the source. And they always end up correct. Right? Rabbi Litvin has sent me stuff and he's like, he's not right. Here's the source. Here's what it actually says. I'm like, yeah, you're right. It does actually say that. I'm not trying to call these people who are Hasidic and are anti-Israel liars. I'm just simply saying, based off of the research that is sent to me, almost always they're not correct. Or they're correct, but there's more information that always gets sent to me. I'm not in a position that I can argue the Talmud because I'm a goy. Okay, I know the Talmud probably more than most goys, just because I've had to defend the Jews so much that I've had to look into it. But compared to not even just Hasidic Jews, compared to even just Orthodox Jews, I don't know damn shit about it. Like, they are gonna walk circles around me, and I totally am willing to agree to that. But I get it. You're saying it's more of a conversation. Listen, I can have the conversation, but I don't know if it really matters because I'm still going to be pro-Israel. By far, because most of my pro-Israel ideas don't even come from this idea of what the Talmud says. No offense, but I'm a Gentile.
So
I don't really care.
I only want to discuss one topic, which is the draft in the army, which I know you are very against. So I only want to discuss one topic because I think that you don't have a lot of information that would maybe have an impact on your opinion.
You think people should send their kids out to die while a large amount of the percentage of the population is not doing anything in terms of actually direct fighting?
I don't have an opinion of that question. I have an opinion of the Haredi people shouldn't go to the army. That's
what I'm asking you. Do you think that a large percentage of people should send their kids out to die or at minimum be in Gaza for almost 2 years straight without seeing their families while they don't get any relief because there's a large percentage of the population that is not joining the military?
The problem is that I'm not so knowledgeable to debate it.
If you're not knowledgeable in it, then how can you have such a strong opinion on it?
Because I follow my rabbi. My rabbi tells me what I should do and what I should not do.
No matter what?
He tell me, my rabbi...
No matter what?
No matter what, I follow my rabbi, of course.
Don't you find that to be a little problematic?
A rabbi, you should follow a rabbi always. That's what the Torah says.
No matter what they say. Really? The Torah says to follow the Rebbe no matter what?
Yes.
Please, tell me where it says that in the Torah. I'd love to see that.
There is a verse in the last book. What's the name of the last book in English? Deuteronomy?
The Torah specifically, yeah, it'd be Deuteronomy.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Deuteronomy, it says you should not...
You have to give me that chapter and verse, bud.
I can give you in a minute if I can look it up, but I
All
can
right.
tell you in general.
Just tell me what it says. Yeah, go ahead.
It says basically, if you have a question in what the law is, you should go to your leader of their generation.
That's
To your leader.
not at all the same thing what you just said. You said that the Torah says to follow the Rebbe no matter what, not
Yes.
if you have
I'm
a
continuing.
question.
No, this is one verse. The next verse is, you should not move from them right to left.
I assume if they follow the laws of God, right?
You should not move away
Deuteronomy
from what they say.
Deuteronomy chapter 17 specifically talks about the laws from God. It says, you shall not sacrifice to the Lord your God an ox or a sheep that has any defect of any serious kind, for that is abhorrent to the Lord your God, not to your Rebbe. It says, if there is found among you in one of the settlements that the Lord your God is giving you, not your Rebbe, a man or woman has affronted the Lord your God and transgressed his covenant, not your Rebbe's covenant, turning to the worship of, I mean, I can keep going, but the entire chapter is about following God and his rules.
Right, but
so
there is a verse.
If the Rebbe were to tell you to do something that wasn't in line with God's rules, not that your Rebbe would do that. Of course he wouldn't. I'm just saying hypothetically, if he were to, would you follow your Rebbe or would you follow God?
If I know 100% for sure, it's probably a different situation. But the question is, when I don't know what the Torah says.
Can't just go read it.
No, you miss one verse. I'm not sure if you read this verse.
Yeah,
if you don't know,
17:6. Nope, that's not it. He must not be put to death. Let the hands of the witnesses be the first against him to put him. No, that's about death. Never mind. Okay, listen.
No. Let me just.
Yeah,
finish.
Go ahead.
There's one verse that says that if you ask your rabbi, you have to follow. You have to follow what it says. You should not move right or left, which means even if he is wrong in his opinion, you should still follow him. This is what the Torah says.
Okay, well, I think that's insane. I got to be honest.
But this is what the Torah says.
I don't believe the Torah says that. I don't believe if the Torah says even if he's wrong, he should do it anyways. I'm going to go ahead and assume that's just not correct. But if it does say that, then yes, I disagree.
What would you mind look it up? I have it actually here.
Yeah, you have to give me the chapter and verse.
I will give you.
Right,
Deuteronomy 17, verse 11. Deuteronomy 17.
Okay, I'm going to read a little bit before and after, okay?
Sure.
17. Let's go ahead and start at 6. I don't know. A person shall be put to death only on the testimony of 2 or more witnesses. He must not be put to death on the testimony of a single witness. Let the hands of the witnesses be the first against him to put him to death, and the hands of the rest of the people thereafter. Thus you will sweep out evil from your midst. Verse 8. If a case is too baffling for you to decide, be it a controversy over homicide, civil law, or assault, matters of dispute in your courts, you shall promptly repair to the place that the, next page, Lord your God will have chosen. 9. And appear before the Levitical priests or the magistrate in charge at the time and present your problem. When they have announced to you the verdict in the case, you shall carry out the verdict that is announced to you from that place that the Lord chose. This isn't going so well for you, but I'm going to keep reading. Observing all their instructions to you. 11. This is what you asked me to read. You shall act in accordance with the instructions given you. Okay, so you're already wrong. Did you read the verse right before it?
Which part?
Sure, I'm going to read the verse right before it. I need you to lock in and listen, okay? Because you're right. And 11 does say, you shall act in accordance with the instructions given you and the ruling handed down to you. You must not deviate from the verdict that they announced to you, either to the right or to the left. That you almost nailed that. But here's what it says before. First off, who's they? Okay, in chapter 17, where was it? Verse 1. Nope. Verse 9. Okay. And appear before the Levitical priests. Now, I'm going to ask you a question real quick because you're going to know this and I won't. Is your Rebbe known as a Levitical priest?
My answer is every commentary today believe that this is applicable to the rabbis of every generation.
Okay, I'm not asking what somebody thinks. I'm asking you, is your rabbi a Levitical priest? And I'm asking you in good faith because no. Because the answer might be yes, I don't know. Okay, so he's not. Is he the magistrate?
I'm not sure what it means, a magistrate.
Maybe there's like another Hebrew word I can get for this.
But let me tell you,
nope. Not doing it. We'll
Nick,
get there.
Stop. I'm not ready to debate.
No. Stop it.
I'm not a scholar to debate that.
I don't care, dude. I'm asking you questions, but we will not Now, if you want to leave, you're an adult. Feel free to leave, but we are not doing this where you're answering some questions and then all of a sudden you're like,
But please understand. But please understand that if I don't know, it doesn't mean that there's no answer.
I didn't say that. I'm asking you. You're correct. There might be an answer that you don't know. I'm just asking you, okay? So a magistrate, I'm just going to read, is the civil officer or local judge who handles minor crimes, issues search or arrest warrants, and runs early court hearings. Would your Rebbe, would he be in charge of handling court hearings?
Definitely, yes.
Okay, so we're going to go in and be fair to your argument. We're going to go in and assume that this verse is talking about your Rebbe. I don't know if that's true, but let's just assume you're right. Okay, second point. Here's the verse right before what you said in 11 that says you shall not go right or left. You shall carry out the verdict that is announced to you from that place that the Lord chose, observing all their instructions to you. So now maybe you disagree, but I would argue that it's saying it still has to come from the Lord's instructions. It still has to be in bounds with that. Do you agree with that or no?
It's possible. I have to read more of the commentaries. It's possible.
Okay. Well, that's
my
argument.
last point. Okay, my point is that I don't know. I can't tell you exactly what every word means, but I know according to every accepted commentary today, the Rambam with everyone, this is applicable today to every rabbi in your community. You have to follow the rabbi that you are under.
At the risk of offending some more religious Jews, I'm going to ask anyways, is the Rambam infallible?
What does it mean, infallible?
Can he never be wrong?
There is a few instances that, let's say, some communities would not accept the Rambam, but in most cases, most of the scholars accept him as the final psak, the final ruling. In most cases.
Okay, so my question to you is, why would I somehow take the Rambam's opinion then over what I do find to be infallible, which is the Torah?
Because the oral law is what actually tells you what the written law meant. This is the reason why we have the oral law.
Listen, I agree with that to an extent. Okay. Listen, I don't know if we're going to get much further in the conversation. And listen, I'd be more than glad to speak with somebody. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it like via Zoom call. Maybe, I'm not sure. It would require
I ask you with love because I really respect you.
Oh, no. Dude, there's no hate whatsoever. I respect you too. Trust me, I don't think you're in bad faith. I don't think you're a bad person. But I'm just saying it would require me to change literally the entire life structure for one guy. And maybe it would be worth it, but maybe it wouldn't.
And I wouldn't mind if it's even on the phone, so you hear another point of view.
Well, if we're going to do it on the phone, then I'm bringing Rabbi Litvin with me.
That's fine. That's fine.
They'll just argue and I'll just be eating popcorn in the background.
But I'm not sure Rabbi Litvin has the same ideology, but okay.
No, he doesn't. He's Chabad.
Yalla, babe. Oh.
I get it. Okay, thank you. At least thank you for listening to me, and hopefully you can make it work. I appreciate it.
God bless.
Bye.
All right. Next. Actually, let me catch up with these super chats because I definitely missed quite a few. I read that one. Chaim says, who do you think will win, 100 men versus a gorilla, and why?
100 men.
I assume it's just like in an open ring, no weapons, no anything. It's literally just like let's say like a big circle on a dirt field.
Men.
I would say, depending on the men, I would say 100 men. Like if they really all bum rushed the gorilla, and obviously many of them would die, but I think they actually could take the gorilla. But if they were scared, then the gorilla's definitely going to win. Because even if, like, let's say only 5 at a time go up because the rest are just shitting their pants. Well, hold on. What's going to happen is the gorilla is going to take one guy and he's going to rip him into 2. Okay? And the rest of them are really going to start shitting their pants. And from there, he would just go one by one.
Yeah, but even if one remains of 100, then the bear didn't win.
No, true. Yeah, for sure.
No,
bear,
it's more
gorilla.
of a chance to win against the bear. Also, the bear's not as smart as
it's a gorilla, babe.
Or, sorry, a gorilla. Same shit.
No. I think 100 men definitely could take a bear for sure. I wouldn't even question that one. A gorilla?
Well, whatever. I just misspoke. I was talking about yeah. No, I think that they would definitely. Men will always outsmart like an animal, in my opinion.
Can we have a
Even if they don't
Palestinian? Can we have a Palestinian?
Even if they don't have weapons.
Can we have a Palestinian as 100 men? One of the 100, and he has a suicide vest? Because that's.
Oh my god, babe.
That's pretty awesome, bro. He Allahu Akbar is that gorilla?
Babe, come on, dude.
Yaled, how old are you? Yaled. All right. Moving on. Oh, actually, shit. I didn't even read the rest of the super chats. My bad. Hold on. Sorry. Added me. One second. McFly, here's a few shekels to take the family to the beach. Keep diving. I appreciate that. Lejma, Danny is an Eshet Khayil. Is that a good thing, babe?
What? I don't even know what you just said.
Somebody sent a super chat. It says Danny is an Eshet Khayil. Those nudniks can be silent. I feel like he's complimenting you. I just don't know what that means.
I feel like I don't know what you're saying in the beginning, but...
Oh, it means woman of valor. Got it. Legend called you a woman of valor. Yeah. Oh, I know that prayer. That's what you guys do on Shabbat, right? Woman of valor. Anyways, thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate that, Legema. She is...
Khayal? That's what... Yeah, okay. Thanks.
I'm sorry, I didn't say it with the perfect accent.
Thank you guys. Love you all. I love you guys, seriously. Thanks.
Giannis says, this guy should support John Doyle. Ali and Alex, thanks for the super chat. McFly, it's ironic that Americans whine about Israel and blame it, yet they think siding with Palestine would be a benefit to America, so out of touch. Yeah, I think some do actually believe that, and you're right, that is out of touch. Abstract, Dean cried when Kirk died. They flamed him after. Seriously? That's crazy.
All right, Chaim. Okay, sorry, I mispronounced. Leave me alone. I'm sick, you guys. Sorry.
Sadaku says, you heard about the idea of a soldier who got shot and tiny book of Psalms saved him. I think I did hear about that, unless that was recent. Then no, I didn't hear about that. But that's pretty awesome. That Canadian Zionist, the broccoli-haired kid filming Yosef Haddad, also seen harassing his wife, is Adam, a.k.a. Yazin, who's been on your live a few times. The kid is a moron. I don't know who that is. Is that the guy
You've spoken to him a lot, many times.
No.
I think.
That's a different guy, I think. I think one's named Adam and one, or unless they're both named Adam. I don't fucking know. Is that the guy that said that when he was a kid, he used to throw dates at trees to make them fall, which was like the dumbest fucking thing ever? Or was that a different person?
Me?
No, not you. Well, maybe you. Are you Adam?
No, I'm not.
Okay, definitely not you then. Hold on one sec. Anyways, I don't know who that is, but yeah, he was an idiot, and dude needs to get a fucking haircut. That was a stupid.
You do know him, but I hear you.
Okay, I don't remember him at all. I definitely don't remember his face. I can see why, if I've never seen his face, why he doesn't turn his camera on then. Legema says, Shofet Dayan, and Legema says, you have to follow the rabbi that you are under, quote unquote. Sounds like a perfect rationalization for the sort of cult-like devotion of members of certain Hasidic sects to literal dynasties, the actual term used, of rabbis. I agree. That sounds insane to me. Big super chat from Legema. Everyone W super chat, $50. Why waste time talking to arrogant Satmar who make a big deal about how holy they are for not talking to women over the phone, and who live in a magical unicorn rainbow gumdrop in fairyland where they don't work or fight, just multiply and get money? Listen, I can't comment on that because I don't know enough about that, but I'm just gonna go ahead. I read it because I read every super chat. So sorry if you're Satmar in the chat. I'm not trying to offend anyone. Unless he's right, in which case I probably will try to offend. Okay, Adamy, sorry for the wait. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just a little curious about how you think Islam is a threat to the West.
Yeah, how old are you real quick?
I'm 18.
Okay. I think it's a threat to the West because of the antithetical views that are so strong and so apparent in contemporary Muslims today that it actually goes against some of the values that I hold near and dear.
Sorry, what does antithetical mean? Like anti-theist?
Let me just rephrase it. Okay. I think it's so as close as you can get to opposite of Western values.
Oh, well, is it because of what's in the verses of the Quran or what?
Yeah, that's part of it. Also Sunnah, and also how it's acted in contemporary times by Muslims specifically.
Mm-hmm. Like what? I mean, because I feel like if you're talking about
lack of
like
humanism
the terroristic people.
Sure. Lack of humanism and individualism. No, it's not just terrorists, but yes, definitely them. Their treatment of women, and non-Muslims, Jews and Christians included, but also just, polytheists, atheists, Hindus, whatever.
I mean, I would say that's purely like anecdotal on your side, because I mean,
it's not anecdotal. Anecdotal.
Hey, but in this video,
in the
they're
West,
saying
I mean,
that
I don't think that's the thing
Yazoo.
here.
I guess.
In your video.
I don't know. I guess so. That's what somebody in the super chat said. Anyways, Adamy, do you know what the word anecdotal means?
Yeah, like what you think.
No. Anecdotal would be based off of my own
or your
personal
experiences. Yes, yeah,
correct. I'm not going. No, don't get me wrong. I'm sure I do have some experiences for sure, but I'm not going off of my experiences. I'm going off of statistics, Sunnah, the Quran itself, the words, and how it's acted around the world, not in my personal experiences.
Well, I mean, I don't know. You said you're not Jewish, right? Like
that's correct, but
right?
irrelevant.
So yeah, I mean, but I was just gonna say, you do agree that there was some questionable and violent verses.
Does this matter to the conversation?
Yeah, because you brought up the Quran, you brought up what's said in it.
Right, because we're talking about why Islam... Nope. We're talking about why Islam is a threat to the West. I think you're a little confused at what debate you're at right now.
I get that.
So can you just let me finish, please? Can you just let me finish, please? If you can just let me finish. I think you're confused at what debate you're at. I'm sure there are other ideologies that can be wrong, although I disagree about your position on Judaism. However, I find it irrelevant. Why does this group being wrong, even if you were correct, how does that debunk my idea about Islam being a threat to the West?
Because my point is that if they're all Abrahamic religions and they also share the same core beliefs, right?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think sure, let me ask you a question. Do you think the Triple K is a group that you're against?
Yeah.
And if you told me, if I went up to you and I said, hey, why are you so against them? And you said, well, because of this, this, and that belief, blah, blah, blah. And instead of answering your list of examples, I said, well, Nazism is also wrong. Would you find that to be a credible answer?
No.
Right. Why not?
Because you're just completely like, what's the word? Like dodging the topic at hand.
Thank you. So can we get back to the conversation now?
Yeah.
Cool.
Sorry, where were we at?
Yeah, so I'm explaining on why Islam is antithetical to the West, or sorry, opposite of Western values.
Oh yeah, okay. So, yeah, you said what the average Muslim thinks. I just want to know what statistics. I'm just curious.
So not the average Muslim thinks. I said Sunnah, the Quran, and also how it's acted in contemporary times by Muslims.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. How about this? Let's start with pedophilia. Do you agree Islam allows for pedophilia?
No, not necessarily.
What do you mean, not necessarily? It's kind of a yes or no thing.
I mean, yeah, they talk about how you have to be mature to
Okay, what does mature mean?
Like you hit puberty and stuff.
Okay, first off, that's not particularly correct. In Surah 65 ayat 4, it specifically talks about prepubescent girls getting a divorce, which means she was married first, and she's had sex, because in Surah 33 ayat 49, it specifically says there's no iddah, which is the waiting period for divorce. There is no waiting period for someone who has not been sexually touched, if you will. But my question for you is, let's say even if you were correct, would you find a little girl that, let's say a day after she hit puberty, would you find that okay to have sexual relations with her?
Yeah, of course not. I'm not not particularly religious, but I just wanted my main point at hand. I know you're gonna like say something, but if you want to apply these same things, right, about how questionable what the religious texts of Islam are, you can
not the religious text. So once again, you're incorrect. Okay, first off, that's incorrect. Once again, you are trying to deflect, but I'm going to go ahead and go down this deflection with you, because I don't think you're capable of having the conversation unless I allow you to deflect a little bit. So a couple things. One, I very clearly said how it's acted upon contemporary times today, right? Do you know what contemporary means?
Yeah, in modern times.
Right. And so if Islam just kind of said that in the text, but they never did it. Like, for example, very recently, Iraq just lowered the age of marriage to 9 years old to match the age of Aisha when Muhammad raped her. Then I wouldn't be saying anything, but they do actually do that. There's child marriage all over Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iraq, all over the Muslim world. Okay, so if they weren't doing that and that was about as prevalent as you see anywhere else in the world, I wouldn't mention it, but it does happen. Now, my question for you said in the Abrahamic faiths, they all allow for this pedophilia, if you will. Can you tell me
pedophilia, but they all have like, you know, violent verses in them.
But we're not on violence, we're on pedophilia right now. Can you tell me where in the Torah it allows for that or even condones it? Just so you know, when you pause, we can't hear you. So I don't know if you're speaking right now.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to pull up a verse from the Torah, but you know the one about the 50 shekels, right?
What?
I'm sorry. I was like I was trying to pull up the verse on my phone, but it paused. But do you know the verse about the 50 shekels?
Are you talking about if someone like rapes somebody?
Yeah, the Deuteronomy one.
Yeah, that doesn't condone for pedophilia.
Oh no, I'm not talking about just pedophilia,
But that's like, what we're talking about right now. We'll get to it, and we'll get to other topics in a second. You said very clearly, well, Nick, even if you were right about pedophilia in Islam, it's allowed in all Abrahamic faiths. I assume you're referring to Judaism and Christianity. So where in the Torah or the New Testament is there some kind of allowance for pedophilia in terms of like condoning or whatever?
I'm not too well versed on them. I mean, I could.
So then why did you make the claim?
I said that in general, they all have some questionable verses in them, whether it be about, you know, in sexual stuff or in violence, you know, anti-polytheistic stuff.
Okay, what's violent then, I guess? There's stories of violence in the Torah. That's true. But that's not the same as commands for Jews. But sure, go ahead, tell me, what violence are you talking about?
Hold on, I'm trying to find some of the verses.
Let me ask you, before you just read your script that you very clearly admitted that you have you actually read the Torah, or did you just kind of Google or pull verses from what people said on Reddit, and you're just like cherry picking specific verses? Because I took the time to read the entire Quran twice.
Yeah, I mean, I'll admit that, like, yeah, I kind of cherry pick. I guess you could say that, but like, I still looked at these things in detail.
Okay, go ahead. Sure, tell me. Just tell me what it says. You don't have to give me the exact verse.
All right, can I quickly look? Like, I didn't say I had a script. I just said there was verses that I've seen.
Okay, I mean, the most violent verse you could possibly give is 1 Samuel 15. Well, that's the chapter. I think it's 3 and on. That talks about the slaughtering of the Amalekites. Is that what you're referring to? I don't see how it'd get much more violent than that. Also, I don't see how it gets much more base than that.
Wait, hold on.
I mean, like, W God in the chat, you know what I'm saying? Fuck those Amalekites. Fuck Amalek.
Also for you guys who, by the end, if he does you mingle, I am going live today to stream and talk, so.
Mashallah.
So while people are here, I'm just telling you. Thanks.
Could you hear me?
Yeah, sure can. Oh, now I can, because you just paused yourself again. Oh, now I can.
Oh, Deuteronomy 12:2-3.
12:2-3 or 12:3?
I typed it like in the chat. That's how it says.
Oh, got it. 12:2-3. Got it. Sorry, I misunderstood how you said that, but that's on me. That's on me. Okay, 12:2-3. Let's go ahead and read it. Go to chapter 12. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and read 1-5 just because. These are the laws and rules that you must carefully observe in the land that the Lord God of your fathers has given you to possess as long as you live on the earth. You must destroy all the sites at which the nations you are to dispossess worship their gods, whether on lofty mountains and on hills. I can go ahead and finish, but this is already kind of proving my point, but I'll finish. Or under any luxuriant tree, tear down their altars, smash their pillars, put their sacred posts to the fire, and cut down the images of their gods, obliterating their name from that site. Do not worship the Lord your God in like manner, but look only to the site that the Lord your God will choose amidst all your tribes as his habitation to establish his name there. There you are to go. So yeah, once again, this is a story that happened for that specific people, that specific time, which is super base. These were pagans. You should absolutely destroy the images of their gods. You should absolutely get rid of that, 100%. But once again, that's not a command for Jews. It's not saying to Jews like, hey, Jews, you should start slaughtering anyone who's not a Jew. You know what I mean?
Yeah, true. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was open to this. I just wasn't too sure because I'm atheist, so I just wanted to know about that topic.
Okay, well, if
But
you're an
yeah,
atheist, then why does it even matter what any scripture says, including the Quran? You should just go off of
because
how
I
it's
often
acted
see.
today, how it's acted upon today, which affects you as an atheist, right? Like, for example, you're not going to care about idolatry because you're an atheist. LU, by the way, but nonetheless, you're not going to care about that. But what you will care about is there are 72,000 Islamic terrorist attacks in just the past 25 years alone. 72,000. Can you tell me how many Jewish or Christian terrorist attacks there have been in the past 25 years? In the name of Judaism or Christianity?
I'm not sure. I mean, there was that one thing in New Zealand where they shut up the whole mosque. That guy was supposed to be like some goiper.
Okay, that's one, and that's awful. That's disgusting. Definitely shouldn't happen. I'll give you another one. Baruch
Yeah, the
Goldstein.
one where
He
the one
shot up
in
a mosque in Hebron. I think that's awful, and he was killed for it. And Israel took action and condemned that guy. So that's two. Let's keep going.
yeah, the one in California where there was like those teenagers who were Christian and they. You remember the one where they killed the bodyguard in the inside the Islamic? I think it was a school.
I don't
and
think
a
they were
mosque.
Christian at all.
Really?
No, I don't think anything said that they were Christian. Did something new come out? I know what you're talking about. Also, the one in New Zealand, were they even Christian? Let me see.
Yeah,
New
they were.
Zealand mosque attack. What year was the New Zealand one again? Was this?
I think it was like 2018.
I think so. Yeah, right. Let's see. This one was. There you go. Mosque gunman pleads guilty. I think this was the one. Dang, he's facing 89 charges. I mean, good. That's awful what he did. Yeah, it was 2019. So let's go ahead and see what his name was. Murder charge, Brenton Harrison Tarrant. Okay, let's see if he was a Christian. Might have been. I don't know.
The person in the chat said he was a white Christian nationalist. So
okay. Says he doesn't identify as a Christian. It says in his manifesto, when asked the direct question, "Were or are you a Christian?" he wrote, "That is complicated. When I know, I will tell you." He viewed Christianity primarily through a historical and cultural lens relating to European identity rather than a religious faith. Okay, it seems like not really, but let's go ahead and just say he is, just to give you a break here, because it seems like there was something there with Christianity, although he admitted he's not really a Christian, but whatever, let's just say he was. I don't know about the teens. Can somebody in the comments just quickly tell me, were the teens actually Christians, the one that shot that bodyguard at that Islamic center? I didn't know. They might be.
There was something in the manifesto, but I could be wrong too, so I don't know.
In his manifesto, he listed Candace Owens as an inspiration. Oh, that's crazy. Looks like most people are saying no. Anyways, my point overall is there's about 2.5 billion Christians in the world and only 2 billion, well, I shouldn't say only, but 2 billion Muslims. The point is that there's a lot more Christians than there are Muslims. And I hope you can agree that there is a significantly less, like, let me ask you something. You're at a train station or a subway or whatever. You're in an enclosed place with a lot of people. How would you feel if somebody screamed Allahu Akbar?
Yeah, I mean, that's stereotypical. So, I mean, yeah, if they're not joking, then yeah, obviously
stereotypes sometimes exist for a reason. Anyways, what if somebody said Jesus was king, or Jesus is king, excuse me, or Christ is king? I don't know.
Be like, I mean,
would you get scared?
I'm gonna text you something real quick. Just check it before.
Sure. Would you get scared?
No, because I mean that's completely different. Because one is associated with terrorist attacks, and the other one is just like being all preachy and nudging in your face.
Why would one be associated with terrorist attacks and one be associated with being preachful?
Because one of them is radical, yeah.
Which one?
Islam, yeah. I mean,
why is it radical?
Why is it radical? I mean, there's radicals in every group.
But what makes that radical? What does radical mean?
Like on the like far spectrum of a belief. I don't really know how to put into words, but like
normal would be outside the mainstream.
Yeah.
Okay, so what makes that radical?
I don't think most Muslims are going and bombing places. Obviously, it's a small minority.
They don't have to bomb them to support it. The radical is the ideology, not the action. The action is a symptom of the ideology. The ideology comes first, then the action. So what prompts the action?
When there was a transatlantic slave trade.
After 9/11, do you know what percentage of the Muslim world supported it?
Don't know.
Over 70%. All across every country. Some countries were as high as 90. Pew did a poll back then. I believe it was Pew. And they gauged support. So if it's radical,
I'm not defending them, but
but if it's radical, wouldn't there be less support? Because if 70% of somebody supports anything, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to do with religion. If 70% of people say vanilla is better than chocolate, then saying you like vanilla isn't radical. It's the norm.
Yeah.
Chocolate, if you say if only 30% like chocolate and 70% don't, then you could say maybe that's the radical position. So if 70% support terrorism, how is that radical?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know the statistics, so yeah.
89% of people supported, 80%, 9% of Gazans supported Hamas right after 10/7. Like, is that radical?
I mean,
if 89% of a population,
do you not disagree with that?
No, I don't think your environment determines your ideology.
Definitely would say it does.
Well, I don't think so, because there's a lot of people that grow up in terrible circumstances that become great moral people, and there's a lot of people that grow up in the best of circumstances.
Would you agree that Israel is a lot more Islamophobic than other parts of the West?
Not at all. I would say it's less Islamophobic.
So Islamophobic is stupid. Like, there's nothing wrong with being scared of an ideology that goes out to eradicate your people. I'm not sure, like, with all the examples we've been seeing, like, look around. Can you stop fucking saying Islamophobic? It's not an irrational fear. So it's a stupid word. And the rest of us are a little scared by it for a good reason.
But where's the Islamophobia in Israel? There's 400 mosques. Muslims serve in every facet of the government, of every facet of society. There is not a segment of society.
Iran has thousands of mosques and hundreds of synagogues. That doesn't mean anything.
There's what?
There's thousands of mosques there's thousands of churches in Iran.
No, say synagogues again. Say synagogues again. Say synagogues again.
There's a lot of synagogues in Iran. Yeah.
There's thousands of synagogues in Iran?
I wouldn't say thousand, I said hundreds. Or like
you said thousands.
At least tens.
And that's Iran. That's one country. What about the rest of the Islamic world? How many synagogues are there?
Iraq had a lot before you guys
before they got rid of the Jews. Right, the Jews were there before the Muslims. You understand that, right?
Yeah, and most of them are also from the Ottoman era and stuff. Or like
No. The Jews of Persia were there long before Islam was even a thing.
Yeah, none of them are standing.
What about Saudi Arabia? How many synagogues are in Saudi Arabia?
Don't know. There wasn't many there to begin with, I'm pretty sure.
Well, Medina was a Jewish city. What happened?
Well, it's been thousands of years. You're once again, you were telling me I was cherry picking. Now you're cherry picking.
What happened
Morocco
to Medina?
has hundreds.
I'm not cherry picking.
Yes,
what
you
happened
are.
to Medina, the Jewish city? What happened to it?
The population assimilated.
No, try again.
I have no clue. I'm not Muslim. I was never brought up as such. So
it was conquered by the Muslims, and the Jews were either exiled or killed.
Yeah, I mean,
part of history.
Yeah, I mean that's
it's not a secret. It's not a secret Talmudic story. This is just a generally accepted part of history. Medina was a Jewish city. There were 3 Jewish tribes that were controlling Medina and made it into a prosperous city. Then the Muslims came in, turned it into a shithole. Even if there was Islamophobia,
Jane, if you can hear me, check your DMs.
Even if there was Islamophobia in Israel, even if there was, which, you know what, I'm sure there are people in Israel that don't like Muslims. I wonder, they're surrounded by 350 million Muslims, and most of them want them dead. Wouldn't that lead you to have a skeptical view of a group of people?
Yeah, and of course, and the same thing applies with the Muslim world at that time. Why do you think that
the Jews wanted the Muslim
world to Twin Towers for no reason? I mean, obviously, it's not justified at all, but there is a reason why they wanted to, even if corrupt.
You think the reason they did it was because of Israel and not because of the bases that the Americans had in Saudi Arabia, which is what OBL said?
Yeah, I'm not talking about Israel. I'm talking about the West in general, right? That's why a lot of them supported 9/11 and things like that at that time because
they like killing infidels. Because that's what Islam tells them to do: kill infidels, kuffars. If you're not a Muslim and you don't know about Islam, Listen, don't take my word for it. Just read what they write, dude. It's not secretive. Like, it's not, I don't know, maybe you're too young to remember Invisible Ink. I'm sure Donnie and Nick remember, where you write in a pen and you can't see it, and then you draw over it, and then the ink appears, right? It's not an invisible ink. It's right there in their text. And then you can go to any mosque around the world on Friday night and they will tell you this is what they want. Like, why don't you believe them? Do you think they're lying? Do you think they're acting? They're pretending? Well, like, when you see thousands of clips of imams in mosques all over the world, you can go to memory.org if you want to watch it yourself. It's all tracked there. And they get up there and they say, we want to conquer the West. We want to kill all the infidels. Do you think they're kidding?
I mean, there's also a lot of Jews that say that stuff too.
There's no Jews that say we want to conquer the world and kill all non-Jews, because that's not something our Torah tells us. Our Torah tells us it's okay if you're not Jewish. We don't care. Their Quran tells them it's not okay to be a non-Muslim. We will kill you. You see the difference?
Yeah, fair.
Okay, so when one book tells you kill everyone that's not like you, and another book tells you we don't give a shit how you are, just be a good person, it's not a comparable moral equivalency there.
Yeah, fair.
Okay.
All right, I think we've reached the end of this conversation. Adami, thank you for being cordial and coming up. Appreciate you.
Of course. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Yosef Haddad just texted me. I guess I'm in a I-24 article about the fight that Hammer. Did you see the fight that Yosef Haddad was in?
I did not.
Oh yeah, somebody attacked. He was on the Sean Kelly podcast that we were at a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
and he was also doing a 1v10, and this one
Can
guy.
you show it or
not on TikTok? I'll show it on YouTube. Anyways, the guy tried to attack Yosef, and Yosef like outmuscled him and pulled him down onto the table, and then they followed him outside, and he tried to attack Yosef from behind, which is like the universal, like all languages know that's like the biggest bitch move you can do as a man, is try to attack someone.
What was the
from
issue?
behind.
Like, what topic raised his ire?
Emily finally just showed kind of like what happened a little bit before, but
he was
the
screaming
way
at the end, you're defending a genocide.
yeah, he's just like, you genocidal freak, and he like grabbed Yosef's hand, and then Yosef's like, really? And then Yosef pulled him down and slammed him on the table a little bit, and he was about to punch him, but then Yosef's like, no, I'm not gonna do it. And then he goes outside, and this guy, you I don't know if you know the guy, but did you watch my 4v4 on Jubilee?
Bits of it, yeah.
You know that kind of taller guy with the slicked back hair?
Oh yeah.
It was him. Anyways, so pulls him down. They follow him outside, and then he attacks Yosef from behind, because Yosef's just like on his phone trying to document, and he attacks him from behind, and then the security grabs, his name's like Def Noodles, I think his real name's Dennis, pulls him down to the ground, and Yosef at that point, he's been attacked multiple times by this guy. He goes and he just punches him straight in the stomach, and then he gets up again, and that's pretty much the end of it, but it is insane.
Well, in my state, you have the right to defend yourself, so he should have beat his ass.
I wish he did, honestly. And then that guy with the, that guy I debated that said it's not Hebrew, it's Ivrit or Ivrit.
Yeah.
Yeah, he tried to step in after. I made a whole video being like you guys made all the bitch moves. First off, you go to a debate and you try to attack a person. That's just a bitch move, okay? You should never attack people physically at a debate, okay? Second, you attack someone from behind. Second bitch move. That's just, every man in the world knows that if you do that, you're just a bitch, okay? And the third thing is you have this guy stepping in after his boy gets rocked, and he tries to step in. Every man in the world knows that's also a bitch move. Like, I can understand if he was still wailing on him and he just stepped in to pull him off, but he doesn't. The fight's like done, and he tries to step in because his buddy didn't do a good job. It's like, dude, that's not what men do. It's just a total.
You guys, for you all asking, like, just go on X. It's everywhere. He just doesn't want to show it up here because, TikTok.
Yeah, listen, when we go to YouTube, I'll show the whole thing. I feel like if I show that on TikTok, that TikTok will get all sad.
Don't risk it.
Yeah, and then they act like total Palestine, like literally the epitome. I was on the phone with Yosef earlier and Emily, and we were talking, and Yosef's like, they're total Palestinians. They attack first and then cry victim after. They were literally in the video being like, oh, Israelis attacking Americans, and it's like, we can see the video, right? Like, we can see what happened. Yeah, that's funny, Sam. All right, let's let up one or two more people, and then we'll go head over to you two because we do have a lot to talk about, and I still want to have time for you mingle. But let's let up. I'll just let
Homeboy's lucky. Homeboy's lucky he didn't get shot.
Tell me when there's like
Very
5 more
lucky.
minutes, you
Hello.
think, and I'll start up
And
first.
you know what's crazy is Yosef Haddad, he actually carries in Israel at least. So
Well, he can't carry here, but
yeah, I know.
I could have.
Okay.
Yeah, got injured in Lebanon.
Yes, Blue Slime. What's up?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. I wanted to talk about what's your opinion about American immigration?
American immigration or like immigration into
Yeah,
America?
immigration to the United States.
Can you be more? I'm against illegal immigration and I'm against mass migration from undesirable countries.
Okay, what would you say about what would you say, for example, immigrants from Israel?
Israeli founded companies make up more jobs in America than any other foreign group. So sounds great. They benefit our economy significantly.
So you are fine with like H-1B or green card Israelis?
To a limit, I think H-1B can be utilized smartly, but I'm not particularly a fan of H-1B visas for the most part. But again, I said undesirable countries. Israel and Israelis are not undesirable. They help our economy. They're very intelligent. They're very good with innovation. They're very good with R&D. I just told you, 255,000 American jobs. And that's not overseas. That's in America are under Israeli-founded companies. That's 255,000. That's per capita is more than any other foreign country in the world.
Oh, no, do not misunderstand. I'm not like against like Israeli immigrants or something like that. I'm Israeli immigrant myself. I'm a green card holder. I'm
Awesome.
not against that. I'm just
I kind of
asking
figured,
your
but my
opinion.
point is that it's just like I don't mind answering your questions to get more specific, but refer to my first answer. It's undesirable countries that I'm against.
What's your opinion about colleges? Because I know,
Again,
like,
can you please be more specific? Like, what is my opinion on college?
yeah, like I know about like a Turning USA point was like with Charlie Kirk was very open about college being a scam and all of that. That's you're paying a lot of money to get a good job in your life, and then but most of the people who get out of college don't really get a good
Yeah,
job.
I think college is mostly a scam for sure. I mean, I want some people to go to college, and even then, I think it's a scam in the sense of the general education system and trying to, milk people out of things instead of putting them right into their desired major. But overall, I think I want my doctors to be further educated than beyond high school. I would like lawyers too, engineers. But in terms of certain majors, like I don't know, feminist art, I don't know, whatever the fuck it's called, liberal arts, feminism, I don't know. You get the point. Yeah, I think it's a total scam. I think it's insane.
I mean, you said you did like a major in Middle Eastern history. So like, is that like, for example, something that you would say you're like, I don't know, making money of it? I mean, you're doing YouTube about it, so I'm thinking you're
No,
making
my
money of it,
YouTube
right?
probably wouldn't change regardless if I did that. Honestly, I didn't really learn anything that I didn't already know anyways. So that wouldn't have changed, but I would say that wasn't a scam because I already went to school the first time for engineering. This is me just because I like to learn, so I went to do extra. But if I were to have started that way, yeah, it probably would have been a scam, unless maybe I got my doctorate and became like a professor or something, but I didn't get my doctorate.
I mean, mostly I think that for example, FAFSA like covers mostly of like the education costs for students, like with the PAL grant and SEOG. And for example, in California specifically, where you're from, there's also the CAL grant that also covers a lot. Also, they
Well,
give
listen, I'm a
refunds.
veteran, so they covered it, but yeah, I agree with you.
Yes, so they like cover all the college
FAFSA
costs.
is pretty restrictive on how much you can get and what your income qualifications are to
No, I
qualify.
agree. I know that they are limiting it like by income, but like a lot of people, let's say, for example, in California, there are a lot of people who, let's say, are under income, so they are if they are low income, so they are using it, right?
There should be no aid to people to go to college. If you want to go to college, pay for it yourself or take a loan. The government has no business should have no business giving out money. State governments can, like my state does, to keep people in house. if they, you know, if you
You mean
stay
like
in
Section
state,
8?
huh?
You mean like Section 8?
No, not like Section 8. Like if you go to high school in my state and you go to college in my state, they'll give you a special degree scholarship because they want to keep the
Can I ask what
talent in
state
state.
specifically,
Section
or
8,
no? You're not
Section
talking
8
about that?
is subsidized ghetto housing.
Can I ask what states you're talking about, or like specifically?
The Silver State, the great state of Nevada.
Oh, like
I don't know about
Nevada.
this.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. I know that for example, I'm Israeli, so I'm gonna open about Israel. I know that, for example, in Israel, they have like their system about, so basically they discount college for everybody already, and they also have like scholarship for
They
like.
have discount college here too. It's called community college, junior college.
Nick, can you check your WhatsApp?
Sorry,
okay, where's
what?
this conversation going exactly?
I have no idea.
I mean, we started about colleges. I think we a little bit gone off, but yeah.
Yeah, but like I don't understand. You're up here to talk about like I'm looking for opposition here.
Okay, so okay, college is a scam. Let's say I'm not taking liberal arts or like that. Let's say I want to take biology, medical, maybe computer science. Maybe I want to take data science, like all the AI, for example, going
Why do
around
you
the
have to
world right
take
now.
2 years? So why do you have to take 2 years of bullshit classes that have nothing to do with that?
I can agree with you that there's bullshit classes, but
Well, there's a
that
scam.
may
There's
be
your
a
scam. There's your scam.
So there's a little bit of scam in that, but maybe there's a little bit not scam in that as well.
Yeah, I feel like I already answered this. I feel like I said, yeah, certain degrees I definitely want more education, and I literally said I find the general education, what Hammer's talking about, to not be necessary. But like, where are we going? Like, are you just asking questions because you're curious about our opinion, or do you have like a point you're trying to get to? Like, is there a claim you're trying to get to?
I'm mainly asking for opinions, but yeah. I can also ask about the opinion that I have. For example, the idea, for example, is now after me for like 70 military. I mean, I'm on a green card, so if I go back, I will lose my green card status. So I have my problem with that, but I understand why they like need, for example, people like me.
Once again, is there a claim you're trying to get to,
Yeah,
or?
I'm trying to like get your, let's say, for example, your opinion about how the IDF recruits people, because it's like,
okay, how about this? I'm gonna be very, very direct with you. I want the next words out of your mouth to be your claim. Like, I think the IDF sucks. I think college is the best thing ever. Give me your claim.
Okay, I think the IDF is not fair in how they recruit.
It's not what?
Fair in how they recruit, and then he stopped speaking.
Yeah, it's not fair in how they recruit. Like, they don't recruit the Arabs or the Hasidic.
They don't recruit the Israelis either. It's compulsory.
What?
It's compulsory.
I think that's what he meant, to be fair, Hammer. I think that's just a bit of an English barrier.
Okay.
I think he means to say, yeah. Yeah, listen, yeah, life's not fair. All right, next.
Well, that was actually going to be my next point. I just wanted to understand what he meant. But that was actually going to be the exact next thing I was going to say was.
I know it was. I know it was. You say it all the time. Jacob, what's up? Are you pro-Israel or pro-Palestine? Wait, are you the Jacob that I interviewed back in the day?
No.
Oh, you just look very familiar, but to be fair, I'm looking at a tiny little circle.
No, I have not. I've not been interviewed by you. I don't think we've debated before, but yeah, so I am kind of trying to address the two bottom topics. Is Islam a threat to the West, and Democrat or Republican? Now I'm a Democrat. I mean, yeah, well, either, I guess we can go to whichever one you want to talk about.
Yeah, sure. Let's talk about Islam.
Sure. So my yeah, no surprise there. Yeah, so for me, I think all religious fundamentalism is a risk to the West. I don't think we should be taking religious fundamentalism as a stance on what religions actually believe. So I think a lot of times when I see you guys argue this,
how about how they behave?
How religious fundamentalists behave?
Yeah.
Yeah, evil. It's an evil ideology.
Are you worried about the Westboro Baptist Church flying airplanes and buildings?
The Westboro Baptist Church is not
They're
a
religious fundamentalists. They're pieces of shit. They're scumbags.
Do they have governments? Are they right now engaged in the U.S. government? I'm assuming it's a U.S. based company, right?
It's not a
So
company.
they're a church.
Oh, church. Sure, yeah. So I have a concern about that. However, those individuals.
Wait,
right,
you have a concern?
Just do me a favor and get back. I just wanted to answer
Yeah.
the original question before you start rambling on about a bunch of nonsense. Do
I
you
have a
worry
concern
about
about
them flying planes into buildings?
No, I do not.
Okay. Is there any religious group other than Muslims who you fear may hijack airplanes and fly them into buildings?
No.
Okay. All right.
My point isn't.
But can we agree that not all religious fundamentalists are created equal?
So I'm not here to argue that like Christianity is or Judaism or Islam, right, is essentially like that there isn't a risk to both. My point is simple here, right? From a standpoint of Christian nationalism, Jewish nationalism, and Islamic nationalism, they're all evil.
What the hell
right?
is Jewish nationalism?
And I dislike all of them.
What the hell is Jewish nationalism?
Zionism.
That's Jewish nationalism?
Yeah, it's the Jewish people's right to self-determination.
Doesn't every person have a right to self-determination?
Sure. I don't know what I'm not talking about Zionism here. I mean it's definitionally
okay, fine.
Jewish
You worry about Jewish nationalists flying airplanes into buildings.
Not right now.
You notice what his prompt is. What is his prompt?
Sure.
Not what do I
dislike. Is Islam
dislike?
a threat to the West? And I would assume that means that Islam as a religion is a risk to the West. I think what's a risk to the West is religious fundamentalism. So if we go ahead
going back to my original question.
Yeah.
Do any other religions fly planes into buildings? Do any other religions take cars and drive them through Christmas markets in Europe and New Orleans?
They actually do that.
Who are the Christians that are doing that?
Christians
Who are the
drive
Christians that are
into
doing that?
Christmas markets?
In the name of Christianity? In the name
not
or just
Christmas
they happen
markets,
to
but
be
they
Christian?
do drive cars through people. I mean, there are two examples. I
No,
can
but
think
there's
off
a
the top of my head.
distinction to be made.
Who did that?
Again, I think you're missing my point here. My point isn't that. So I think you're missing my point. So my point isn't that Islamic people don't do terrorism, right? My point is that the reason why they do terrorism isn't because they're Islamic; it's because they're fundamentalist, right?
Well,
so
wait a second. Are they not fundamentalist Muslims?
In Islam,
yes.
It's not. They're not they're not fundamentalist generic religion. They're fundamentalist to something specific. I mean,
yes, right. So that fundamentalist Christianity is also a risk.
Where in Christianity does it tell you to kill non-Christians?
And who's done this in the name of Christianity? They might have happened to be Christians.
I'm not the expert on this one. I defer to Nick.
For almost 800 years, Christians
do me a favor and tell me
Jewish
where in the
people.
New Testament does it tell you?
Yeah,
to
so
kill
Christian nations, the Pope, for example, for over 800 years.
Jacob, real quick, I'm going to step in here real quick. I don't know if you
Yeah.
heard Hammer's question, but he's asked it 3 times, I think now. Where in the New Testament does it say to kill non-Christians because they're non-Christian?
Where in the New Testament
stuck on
does it
this
say,
guy because people were actually excited.
Yeah, I mean the
the
New Testament to kill. I don't think I could point out a specific Bible verse.
Right, because the problem you're having is you're conflating people. You're conflating people. You're conflating. Just let me finish my statement.
The Spanish Inquisition.
Let me finish my statement.
Crusades,
let me finish my statement.
Colonization.
Let me finish my
Jacob,
statement.
you're not gonna. Jacob.
Yeah, you're
this
not
is
letting
not
It will
how
refute
we...
your point. It will refute your point. It's very simple. You are conflating Christians with Christianity. If your point is that certain people bastardize or misuse their religion in the name of evil, then everybody here will agree with that. But they are doing so. But they are doing so in direct opposition to the scripture. So in other words, when a Christian commits an act of violence, like let's say the Inquisition, they are not doing so with permission or support from their scripture. They are going outside.
Yeah, they're just getting it from the word of God.
Jacob.
Yeah, where did God say to do the Inquisition? Where did God say that? Just tell me where he said it.
Yeah, isn't the Pope's job to be the messenger of God?
Yeah, here's the problem.
That's his biblically given job.
Stop, dude. Holy shit. Stop. This is a debate channel. This isn't who can scream over the other one louder. Okay, so a couple things. One,
You're the one that's muting me.
correct, because you're the one that's screaming over other people. That's absolutely correct. Yes, that's true. Were
Is
you
this
confused?
what you guys do?
Yes, if you scream over people and you're not here to actually have the debate or conversation, listen, I allow for it a little bit. But after a while, if I say stop, that means stop. Yes, of course, that's what every proper debate
Yeah.
channel would do. 100%.
Yeah, Nick, you're the only one yelling.
Stop. Stop it. Okay, anyways. No, that is not actually the job of the Pope, to answer your question that I've been trying to answer for, like, you've asked it 5 times, but you've never actually stopped talking to allow for the answer. So no, that's actually not the job of the Pope. Not at all, actually. In fact, by the way, we're only speaking of Catholics. You're not even speaking of Christians in general. You're just speaking of specifically Catholics. And even then, actually, there's a difference of opinion, but I'm not even going to get into those specifics. The Pope, right, in terms of his infallible speaking, actually only happens during very, very, very specific times, like Vatican I, Vatican II. Now, this is where I'm going to step in, that I've been trying to for a while now. Even if somehow you did know that answer, which you clearly didn't, the Pope doesn't just get to say whatever and it's automatically from God. That's not even close to true. Catholics wouldn't even tell you that. But that being said, even if you were correct, which I really want to make sure you understand you're not, who cares? Because I don't have a time machine and this TikTok live is not in 1492. Okay? If it was, I'd absolutely be right next to you and be like, you know what? Jacob's right. We need to talk about this and this. But we're not there. So yes, have Christians done things that have been absolutely evil even in history? 100%. I'm not sure what that has to do with my prompt. I didn't say was Islam a threat to the West in 1492. I said is. I'm speaking of contemporary times. So if Christians start doing that again, or they start acting how a lot of Islamists act today, I'd be more than glad to be right next to you, Jacob, saying the exact same things you're saying. But for the sake of the argument and for the sake of reading in basic English, I am speaking of, and I'm sure you understand, contemporary times. So if you want me to concede that Christians have in the past done some evil things, I concede 100%. But that's irrelevant to the conversation.
But they did those evil things in direct opposition to the scripture and to God's word, which is important.
Got it.
True.
So let me a few
And
things. Okay, so can I make a point, please, without being muted or interrupted? Thank you.
In relation to what I said.
So the reason I think it's rich and I think it's disingenuous to go ahead and make the claim that we only can focus on contemporary times, because we're talking about religions that have both existed for over 2,000 years, right? So that I think
and one of them hasn't done any reformation.
Yeah,
and hasn't tried to change
Islam
since the century they came about.
Neither Christianity.
What are you talking about?
See, this is the thing. I get interrupted when
You're just gonna keep steamrolling everybody, bro.
Yeah. So
you guys interrupted me.
1 second. All right, everyone. Let's bring the tone down a little bit. Okay, so a couple things. One, I also, and I'm going to be fair to you, I didn't say this at the beginning. Well, I did at the beginning of the live, but maybe you weren't here for it, obviously. I also like to go 1 point at a time because this is how we end up steamrolling each other when people start saying a lot of different points. So I'm not trying to steamroll you, but you made a couple points there, and I just want to answer them real quick. So a couple things. One, Hammer's correct. Islam definitely has not existed for 2,000 years. Even Christianity arguably hasn't existed for 2,000 years. Yes, Jesus was 2,000 years ago. Kind of. It was 33 AD, I believe, but still. But that being said, Christianity arguably hardly started with Jesus, literally.
300 years later.
Right. And so neither of them actually... 1 second. Yeah, 1400 for Islam. But that being said, that's kind of the more minor claim that you made. The bigger one is that you said it's disingenuous to focus on contemporary times. That's the most insane claim you've made this entire time. It is absolutely not disingenuous to only focus on... 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
No, it doesn't matter. Unless your next statement was going to be, I was just kidding about my prior one. You said that. So don't give me this, oh, well, you didn't let me finish.
Yes,
you still said it.
Understand
you still said it. I understand what you're saying. You are saying it's disingenuous.
So why did I say it, Nick?
You're saying it was disingenuous because these... Can you shut up? Can you shut up?
Yeah, go ahead.
If you keep saying why and then you don't let me answer the why, then how do I get to answer? Yeah, so you very clearly said it's disingenuous to only focus on contemporary times because these religions, incorrectly you said, have existed for over 2,000 years. That is irrelevant to my topic, and it's not disingenuous to focus on contemporary times. For example, if Islam were to come out as mainstream and the Muslims around the world said, you know what, these fundamentalists are really harming our image, this is not what Islam represents, not only are we going to actively talk about how it doesn't represent Islam, we're going to actively act against it. And let's say they actually help and stamp out mainstream Islamist ideology. Obviously, there might still be here and there, but no 72,000 Islamist attacks in the past 25 years. Would it be fair of me, let's say add 10 years to that, they stamp it out today, let's say 10 years from now, would it be fair to me to still talk about this? No, it wouldn't. That would be disingenuous. So no, I reject your opinion that it's disingenuous to say we should care more about contemporary times than things that happen in history. Just like I think it'd be disingenuous to focus on Germans and how they used to be Nazis and somehow hold that against them today.
Yeah. Okay. So I would like you to be able to actually explain my point, right, before I get interrupted while I'm making it.
If you bitch one more time like really a girl, I'm going to just drop you. Okay.
So yeah. So let me few things. You made one claim, which is that essentially, I assume your claim is that you believe that Muslims, at least in America, for example, support the 9/11 attacks or support terrorism and support these ideologies.
Never said that once.
You don't think that? Okay.
I just didn't say it. I just didn't say it. It's just a straw man. Yeah. It's just a straw man. I didn't say it. Do I think what? It's such a vague statement. It's impossible to answer.
That Muslims in Western countries support
it's
Islamic
impossible
terrorism.
to answer. It's too vague of a question. Are you saying 100%? Are you saying most? Are you saying 50%? Are you saying 20%? What are you saying?
A majority.
A majority? Okay, then my next question is, what do you mean by support? Direct support or just silence?
Like, for example, terrorism being justified. Or, for example,
that's not what I asked you. That wasn't my question. Did you hear my question to you?
Yeah, you asked me to specifically clarify what I mean.
I said, do you mean direct? Let me tell you why I'm asking the question of direct or indirect / silence. The reason I'm asking is, did the Nazis have a majority support when they were pushed into power?
Yes.
No, that's incorrect. It was anywhere between 28 to 32%. There may have been some,
which is a majority.
Are you?
That's a majority. That's a majority in the German parliament.
Did you just? No, I'm talking about the population. No, stop. I'm talking about the population. I'm not talking about the parliament. I'm saying the population, the German population.
Yes. So they didn't
have a majority.
One second.
They did. That's how German. That's
stop.
How
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Stop. It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter because you're comparing apples to fucking microwaves right now. Apples to apples. You said Muslims. You didn't say Muslim parliament. You didn't say a government. You said Muslim. So the apples to apples would be German population. Do you agree with that? Yes. Do you agree with that? Yes.
I don't think they're analogous.
Stop. Do you agree with that? Yes. Do you think the apples to apples argument, if you say all Muslims or at least American Muslims, would that not be equivalent to the German population, not parliament?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Okay, great. Perfect. Awesome. That's awesome. So great. So next question is the prior question that you incorrectly answered. Did they have a majority support by the German people?
Majority, no.
No, not even close.
In voting, they had a majority. Awesome. But that's not how German parliament works.
So this is irrelevant. It doesn't actually matter. Shut up. It doesn't matter. This is called a deflection. This is a deflection because you're realizing, I think, if you're smart enough, where I'm going with this. And so you're trying to deflect to something that's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. So if they didn't have a majority, right, I would argue that the silence of what even many historians declare today, that a lot of people even had suspicion of some of the things that the Nazis were doing, if not straight out knew, or at least had a majority understanding, they were silent to it, whether it be because they just didn't want to deal with it, whether it be because whatever, it doesn't really matter. So my point is, when you say support, to go back to your original question, when you say support by Muslims, do you mean directly saying, yes, I loved it? Or do you mean support in what support actually happens with evil ideologies? And most of it actually just comes from silence because they have a general acceptance of that action.
Yeah, support as an outward support.
Outward support? Then no, I do not believe 51% of Muslims would answer a poll saying, yes, I loved 9/11.
Okay, so let me ask you, do you believe that they have a responsibility to outwardly call out governments that they might have no participation in?
Governments? I don't know what this has to do with 9/11.
Well, if essentially, if you're at your request, I assume the reason why you made that point is because you're like, oh, well, because American Muslims don't necessarily
real quick,
call out.
Can you just stop assuming? Maybe that'll help your be a better debater.
Yeah, that's why I'm clarifying here. That I said I was assuming. That's why I'm making a clarification. So my let me just clarify, as this is your point here. You believe that Muslims, if they are neutral, right? They don't have an opinion on what's going on in Iraq, right? What the Iraqi government is doing, or what the Iranian government is doing,
Holy
or what the
deflection.
Afghani government is doing,
Babe,
right?
should I start? Is this like almost over or what?
That actively like translates to supporting, or is something that should be condemned?
Yeah, I think this is like the craziest deflection ever. I think there's a big difference between supporting a government and talking about actions as an American, because you said American Muslims, to be fair, that happen on American soil. So trying to even compare either you're comparing the two, which is like insane, or you're just completely deflecting to a brand new question and you're not trying to compare the two. Either way, I find this to be absolutely an insane line of questioning.
Yeah, I'm just talking about overall like Islamic fundamentalism, right? That's what the conversation is about.
Yeah, what does this have to do with Iraq?
Well, Iraq was a Islamic fundamentalist country for many years.
When?
Under Saddam Hussein.
Saddam
for
Hussein
example?
was actually relatively secular, relatively keyword here. So I'm not sure what you mean by that, actually.
I mean,
Hammer, you're muted, bud.
It was completely secular, and he was the head of the Ba'ath Party, and the Ba'ath Party actually got its ideology directly from the Nazis.
Yeah, so I just think you're
another anti-religious group.
Yeah, I don't think you know exactly what
you're wrong about Iraq. You're not fundamentalist.
I don't think that this is going to be over because now.
Okay, so then what about?
Just let me know when you're.
I mean, we don't. I guess if you don't think this is on maintained as religiously fundamentalist,
nobody
would you say
does.
that like
nobody does.
Afghanistan right now under the Taliban is religiously fundamentalist.
Just real quick, I hope you understand that nobody does. It's not a Hammer Nick thing. Nobody does.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Whatever.
Yes, I do believe the Taliban are. Well, when you say fundamentalist, I think they follow Islam very closely.
No, fundamentalism is like, as in Christian nationalism is a fundamentalist ideology.
I know what fundamentalist means. I'm telling you.
I didn't get that from like what you said.
I'm telling you, I know, because you're not particularly being intelligent right now. I'm telling you that the Taliban follows Islam and you call that fundamentalism. If Christians do like what happened in the Inquisition, for example, it's because they're not following Christianity. That's the key difference that you keep leaving out.
What is fundamentalism?
So then why is it
Jacob,
that...
let me ask you a question.
Let me ask you a question. Can I respond to that? Can I respond to that, please?
Yeah, no. What is fundamentalism? Before we continue, what is it?
Sure. So from when I talk about religious fundamentalism, I'm referring to an ideology in which religions base their laws and their politics off of said religion. So like an example would be...
That's not what fundamentalism is.
It's not. It's not at all. Yeah.
That's not what fundamentalism is. Now you can come up with another word.
What do you think fundamentalism is?
You can come
up with another word. It's not what we think. It's just the word. Fundamentalism is a strict following,
a strict, literal interpretation of the scriptural text. It has nothing to do with governments. It has nothing to do with governments. It has nothing to do with nationalism or politics. It means if the text says X, Y, and Z, then it is X, Y, and Z.
Right. That is 100% what fundamentalism means.
Okay. So my point still stands here. I think both are still evil. Yeah, I mean, I would say it's
because
evil.
The Spanish Inquisition would not be fundamentalism because they're not following what the New Testament says, whereas the Taliban is following what Sunnah says. That's why you're wrong, and that's what we've been trying to say to you for the past 20 minutes, and you've been embarrassing yourself. And so I finally figured out. One second. I finally figured out why. Thank you, Hammer. It's because you actually just didn't know what the word fundamentalist means. I wish I saved 20 minutes and just asked you what you think that meant from the beginning.
So. Got it. So I'll engage with the point here.
Why don't you say Christian nationalism? Why don't you say Christian nationalism? It's probably a better definition, not accurate.
Well,
but better.
Sure. I mean, I think Christian nationalism and Islamic fundamentalism, right? Both risks to Western society, both evil. But I want to talk about something here. You mentioned the Inquisition. Do you think that the people that were doing the Sure. So, but you brought it up again, right? So do you think that the people doing the Inquisition thought that what they were doing was in scripture?
Irrelevant. It's not fundamentalism.
How do we know?
Can you just answer my question?
How can we know what they were thinking?
Yeah, it's impossible. It's impossible for me to know.
How do we know what they were thinking?
You had the scholars and people like the Pope, for example, that started it.
Just out of curiosity, before we get into the Inquisition,
Spanish scholars that said that we need to expel all the Muslims and Jews.
Inquisition? What about the lead up to the Inquisition?
I don't know why is it so. Why? Yeah, I don't know why.
I don't know. How did the Inquisition?
You think it's justified expelling hundreds of thousands of Jewish people?
It doesn't matter.
This guy really messed up the flow.
How did the Inquisition come about? Did it just spring out of nowhere, or did something lead up to it?
I don't think there's anything that could justify murdering hundreds of thousands of
What
Jews.
led up to it?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. That is no relevance
What
here.
led up to it? If you don't know, say I don't know.
I would say what led up to it was an increase in Islam's power in
How about they
northern
conquered
Africa.
it? How about they conquered Spain?
Sure, that doesn't. What did the Jews have to do with it? What did Jewish people have to do with the Inquisition?
Nothing to do with it. The point
So then why
was,
the fuck were hundreds of thousands of them massacred?
Okay, just FYI, hundreds of thousands of Jews were not massacred in the Spanish Inquisition. Yes, they did
Not at all.
atrocities, but it wasn't even anywhere near that, dude. There was a total of 3,000 to 5,000 executions. Yes, primarily they were Jews, but even all of that wasn't Jews. I don't know where the fuck your bio says you study history. Dude, you have less historical knowledge than almost anyone I've ever spoken with.
dude,
That you can think
the
that,
Muslims,
but the
if the
number I'm
Muslims
getting here
hadn't
is from the
conquered,
so
if
the
the Muslims
expulsions.
hadn't conquered,
Yeah, so
if the
when I
Muslims
say
hadn't
killed,
conquered,
oh my god,
Wait,
if
let
the
him. Wait, hold on,
Muslims
Hammer.
hadn't
Let him finish
conquered-
that because he's about to
Dude,
embarrass
my
himself
God.
again. Just let him finish that. What were you about to say when you say
Yes,
murders? What
right,
did you
so-
mean? What did you mean?
I said killed.
Well, there would be murder,
Not
but
murder.
go on. No, it would be murder, but go
Well,
on. Whatever. Who
murder
cares?
is an
Okay, whatever.
is an
No.
intentional
Okay,
killing
whatever.
of
Doesn't
another
matter.
person, so-
Yeah, it's
right,
murder.
so
No, it is murder, but nonetheless, go.
What the Inquisition led to was the expulsion of millions of Jewish people that then led to hundreds of thousands of Jewish people dying.
How they
It
died?
wasn't millions.
It
Starvation,
wasn't.
Millions.
No, this
forced
is all wrong.
forced expulsion.
Okay, now that I got you, what you said, you're still wrong. I got it. Hammer, go ahead and finish what you're about to say. And I know you're
not.
still here, Rambam. You just got up here, but I do want to get over to you too.
Okay, but he isn't wrong in the numbers there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Nearly 250,000 Jews died as a result of the expulsions of the Spanish Inquisition.
Wow, isn't
Great.
that right? The history student
just
once
wrong.
again.
Yeah, he's wrong. Anyways, it doesn't matter. He's just deflecting
Said
and he's changing,
millions.
Bro,
he's changing his
Doesn't even
answer of
matter.
what he actually said. Okay, but nonetheless, let's continue with what Hammer had to say.
All I was going to say was you are doing what most people in your position is doing, which is you are starting history at a point where it helps your argument. Ignoring
that's exactly what you're doing.
Excuse me, did I finish? Ignoring the points that led to it beforehand. Islam and Christians were fighting. There were crusades, multiple. Do you know why? Because the Muslims conquered Christians and slaughtered them. If the Muslims had stayed in the Arabian Peninsula, we wouldn't have had the crusades because the Christians wouldn't have had to crusade against the Muslim conquerors. You're starting the Inquisition in 1492 as if that's when history started. You're leaving out the 700 years
Listen,
of Muslims
Not-
living
but I'm-
in Spain,
okay,
conquered
Dude.
Spain, and treating Jews and Christians like
So-
shit.
okay.
Let's
Listen,
talk. We can talk about the
again,
Crusades too, dude.
dude.
Tens of thousands of Jews were literally massacred in Jerusalem.
Okay,
by
stop,
this shit.
stop.
Okay. Listen, you're doing the thing, and listen, I agree with you, Hammer. But once again, Jacob is doing the thing that I said he's been doing this entire time. He did it again. Got to be honest. I agree with you again that Christians have done evil things in history. I don't see why this matters. You keep deflecting to this because you don't have a point for the actual prompt. Do you have a
So,
point with the
yes.
actual prompt?
Yes. So Muslims that live in developed Western countries have consistently shown that they are able to participate in secular free democracy.
Is the
And some
UAE
great examples?
right? Is the
So,
UAE?
no, I'm not talking about the UAE.
The UAE
so
is
Indonesia,
not. Wait, hold on.
Indonesia, for example.
So Indonesia.
I think Indonesia. Indonesia is made up of as the largest amount of Muslims in the
So
world.
Indonesia has one district that actually follows Islamic law. Do you know what they do in that district?
Which district?
I mean, I can get the name, but I think it's irrelevant because it doesn't really matter what the name is. The question is what they do in that district where they actually follow Islamic law.
Well, I'm talking about the entire country of Indonesia.
Yeah,
So
so
if I
I
were to,
didn't
like, go-
say stop.
Okay.
I
So
never
what
said
district?
that Muslims do this, okay? I said how it's acted in contemporary times when Islam is followed. So I'm using a mixture of what Islam says in terms of the Quran and Sunnah and how it's acted in contemporary times when said Muslims follow said Sunnah, Hadith, Quran, etc. We only can pull from one district in Indonesia where just a couple weeks ago they publicly lashed a girl and a boy simply because they kissed. And they lashed her in front of the hundreds of people, right? Multiple times. And so when you say, oh yeah, they can totally do this. Yeah, listen, I didn't say Muslims are incapable. I'm sure there's a lot of Muslims that can totally live in secular societies and be just fine. But that's not the
hundreds of
argument here.
millions.
Yeah, great.
That
That's
is my
awesome.
argument.
But that's not
So
the argument. I said, is Islam a threat to the West? Not are Muslims as a whole a threat?
What's the difference?
You don't know what
One's
the
a
difference
person and one's an ideology.
Muslims are people that follow Islam.
No, actually, that's not particularly true. Muslims should follow Islam if they're faithful to their faith. But no, that's actually not true. A Muslim can be a very loving person who goes out. One of my good friends is a Muslim. I'm actually going to see him here in a couple weeks. And guess what we're going to do? We're going to go to the bar and have some drinks together. Is that being a good Muslim? Definitely not. So no, the fact that you don't understand the difference between Islam.
Okay.
One second. The fact that you don't understand the difference between Islam and a Muslim is absolutely insane.
I see your point. Actually, it makes a lot of sense. By the way, I found the district you were talking about. It's Aceh.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Anyways,
yeah.
What do you mean the point I'm trying to make? That's what I said from the very beginning.
Well, it's interesting. The reason why it's actually not technically a part of Indonesia. It's an autonomous zone, and the reason why it is an autonomous zone because it had a peace agreement following a major civil war. So you're using Aceh, which has an extremely small part of the entire.
That's the only one we can pull from because they're the only ones that actually follow it.
Okay, so my point is that fine, you believe that these people do not follow the book properly.
They don't.
But when you go ahead and say Islam is a issue, right? I think most people are going to assume that you're talking about the 2.1 billion Muslims in the world.
So again, okay, hold on, let me answer that. Let me answer that. So the problem is, once again, you keep assuming instead of just asking. A couple things. One, if they follow Islam,
it's inferring from your claim.
If they follow Islam, absolutely, they would be a threat to the world and the West, 100%. But most Muslims, I would argue, don't. But when they become a majority inside of specific areas, not all the time, they can, absolutely. And they start to get pressured into those beliefs and ideology. But you said, the ideology of Islam. Have you ever read the Quran?
No, not much.
Okay, so like, for example, when it says, let me ask you something. You know who the Prophet Muhammad is, at least, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is something the Prophet Muhammad did or what is something that Daesh, aka ISIS, Taliban, etc., do today that the Prophet Muhammad didn't do? Other than, like, I get there's an advancement in technology and they can, like, create suicide vests. I'm not talking about that specifically. I'm just talking about the ideology. What is something that you see from them that the Prophet Muhammad didn't do?
I mean, I don't know much about either, so I can't speak on that.
Okay, so like when the Quran says to kill the polytheists in Surah 9, Ayah 5, when it says to kill the polytheists wherever you find them and to lay in wait to ambush them unless you force them into to convert to Islam, then you can let them go. But if they don't, you kill them. Or how about Surah 9, Ayah 29-30, when it says Jews believe Ezra is the son of God and Christians believe Christ is the son of God, thereby mimicking the words of the same polytheists, the unbelievers, and God will strike them down and how a terrible punishment awaits them. Or in the Hadith, when it says that the final hour will not come until every Muslim kills the Jews who will hide behind stones and trees, and it'll say, "Oh, slave of Allah, there's a Jew behind me, come kill him."
I think all of those are very likely in the book. However, I would say it's self-contradictory to certain things, right? Like Dimi, for example, right? I think it's self-contradictory to that. Dimi?
Dimi. Yeah, Dimi.
Dimi.
That has
do you know
nothing
what
to do with Dimi. This has
that has nothing to do with Dimi.
So I never really pronounced it.
So yeah, that just has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with Dimi status. Dimi status has to do with the people of the book, and it has to do with subverting them. Let me ask you something. If the people of the book do not accept dhimmi status, aka having to be extorted, what happens to them according to Islam?
Expelled or killed.
Okay, so it doesn't debunk anything I said. That's better?
Well, hold on.
What is that better then? Please tell me what's that better.
That's significantly better, right, than Christians just going randomly and killing hundreds of thousands
Once
of Jews.
again, I don't believe...
Where's that happening?
I don't believe that I ever said... You're doing it again. You're doing it again. Every time you lose an argument, you keep deflecting to something that I keep saying you're going to do. I am talking about contemporary times. If you want me to concede that Christians have done evil things in the past for the 1000th time, no problem, dude. You keep conceding to that. You keep deflecting to that because shut up. The problem, it's not fundamental. Dude, you're so dumb, dude. That's not fundamentalism. Fundamentalism is defined by following, in this case, your holy book to the T. Christians that did that, unless you can point to me in the New Testament where it said that, or where Jesus preached that on the Mount of Olives, if you can point to me, feel free to do it. You're not going to be able to. So it is literally the opposite of fundamentalism. Not only, you're not just wrong, you are literally saying the exact opposite because you don't know basic terminology. It is not fundamentalism. When Muslims do it, it is literally fundamentalism, as I proved to you with surah, ayat, and hadith.
Yeah, so the reason why I think Christians used, why the Spanish Inquisition and the Crusades.
Irrelevant.
Okay, so
it's not.
I'm responding to your point.
Fundamentalism.
So I'm literally
you're not.
about to make the point. Why
you're
is
not.
fundamentalism?
You're not.
Yes,
you're
I
gonna.
am.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're gonna say. You're going to say because they think that they were following their book, but that's not what fundamentalism is.
No, that's not what I was gonna say.
God, so you said that earlier. So you're saying you're retracting that? Okay, go ahead. Tell me.
Yes. So under the closest religious authority in Christianity and St. Augustine, right, the just war theory was consistently used. And this was made only about 100 years after the Bible was actually written, right?
Yeah.
The just war theory was consistently used to justify
and why did
the
they
Crusades,
why did they have the just war theory? Why did they implement that? What was the purpose? Did they believe they were following their book?
Yes.
Oh, good. So you were going to say exactly that. Fuck off. Anyways, so back to what I was going to say. Now that you've proven you were going to say exactly what I said you were going to say. Thank you for that. So
it's not that they believed, it's that the book...
Stop. You literally just said yes. You literally just said yes. You
yeah, I mean,
literally
Bible,
just said yes. You literally just said yes. You literally just said yes.
Multiple different.
You literally just said yes. Yes, we will. I just I'm going to put this to end right now. So, anyways, fundamentalism is not you believe you're following it, right? It is actually following very strictly, a strict following to the T of, in this case, your holy book.
Yes. I can cite multiple different instances in which the holy book, the Bible and the Torah, right?
Let's start with Christianity. So tell me in the New Testament.
So that you guys have a place to go when he's done.
Yeah, just tell me where in the New Testament. Let's start with Christianity since that's the one you keep harping on.
I'm
where
not
in the New Testament?
In the New Testament.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna go over to YouTube like I said I was going to like 20 minutes ago. Sorry for the dumbass. Actually, I'm not sorry. It was actually kind of funny. Okay, I'm gonna go over to YouTube, you guys. Danielle's going live right now, so you guys can go head over there. Because we have quite a few things to talk about. We need to get over to Yumingle. I'm Israel Chai. God bless America. See you guys over at YouTube. Peace. All right, you guys. Let's get on over to some of the things. I'm just going to show my Instagram video because it pretty much sums up exactly what happened with Yosef Haddad. I guess we'll start there. Here it is.
If he hits me, dude, stop! So if you guys didn't hear, Yosef Haddad was attacked in Sean Kelly's studio, the same studio that I was in when I did my 1 versus 10 like a couple weeks ago or so. And exactly like the Palestinians, they attack first, and then when they lose, they cried victim and somehow try to change the narrative that he was the first attacker, even though we all see on video that that's not the case. Here's how it started.
So as you can tell, he grabs Yosef first, which that one, I can't say the arslurks are watching on TikTok, that dummy who was like, it's not Hebrew, it's a Vrit. He was in a comment section saying, oh, Yosef started it because he turned a handshake. He turned a handshake into a fight. Yeah, that's not a handshake. That's him assaulting him. Anyways. And then Yosef actually outmuscles him, which is super embarrassing because he literally had the higher ground. He literally was the one that initiated. And Yosef just goes, get your fucking ass down here, bitch. And then right there, Yosef, as you saw, definitely showed some reserve.
So I'm not sure how Def Noodles, as this guy right here, was the one to grab Yosef's hand, but he's the one that ends up getting out-muscled and pulled down across the table. Anyways, they then follow him outside, where this guy with the weird haircut ends up harassing Emily.
I guess this is what the super chat earlier was saying. This guy's name is like Adam/Yazin. I don't know him. I definitely don't know his face, but I guess he's been on my panel a couple times. This guy's a straight up loser. Like, just...
Who's Yosef's wife.
That's your husband? That's your husband, right? That's your husband who's dumping rocks in his face? Get away from me.
And then Def Noodles, in what is, I mean, this is universal language across the world, in the ultimate bitch move, tries to attack Yosef from behind. Yeah, there he is, right there. Like, such a bitch move. And of course, Yosef responds and attacks him back, defending himself. Now, to remind everyone, Yosef stopped himself right here in the first part of the fight from knocking this guy clean out. Then somehow, after getting out-muscled, after Yosef shows plenty of reserve, after he tries to attack Yosef from behind, after he gets dragged down and then punched, he somehow says this. Oh, you want some more? More what? You're losing. Yosef didn't want to fight, as he said right here.
I'm trying to fight you, idiot.
I'm talking about losing just your composure, the narrative. You look insane right now. And this weird haircut kid says, all they do is attack? Dude, you act like you're not actively filming right now. Like you're not holding a camera in your hand.
This kid actually looks like a special case child. Like, what face is this? It's like so insane. I don't know if you guys saw when he tried to attack Yosef from behind and Yosef turns around and punches him. He was just like so scared. Like, dude, get the fuck out of here. Like, out of everyone in the lot right now, you should have just ran away.
And we haven't all seen the video from the first part when Yosef was first attacked and the second part when Yosef was attacked from behind and then he responds. You guys are like the epitome of Palestinians. And then you have this fucking ogre trying to step in after his boy gets rocked and he realizes, oh, I guess I'll step in now to a fight that wasn't even your proposed fight. Another universal language, by the way, ultimate bitch move. It's not up to you. First off, Yosef doesn't want to fight. You guys look insane. But even if the fight did happen and Yosef agreed to it, what the fuck are you snapping in for? Also, just so you guys know, this guy, you guys know.
Ivrit. It wasn't called Hebrew. It was called Ivrit. And
it's
Jews, when
Ivrit. Holy fucking shit, you're dumb, dude. It's not Ivrit. And do you know what Ivrit means? It's Hebrew for Hebrew.
You call it language that was called Ivrit Hebrew now. Do you know how dumb you sound?
That's the English translation. We're speaking
It's not the English translation.
We're speaking English.
That's the Jewish lie.
Yeah, that guy. And then the weird haircut kid goes.
Israelis attack Americans. Wow.
And that's just the final loop with the Palestinian narrative, right? You know, attack first, lose, then cry victim, and somehow appeal to Americans.
Here's Jillian Michaels, always worried about my safety. She texts me all the time, Jillian, just like, Nick, I'm so worried about your safety, which is so sweet. She's, I literally, love Jillian Michaels. Like, she is, I would defend her to the death. She's amazing. Yeah, so anyways, that's generally what happened. I haven't seen this yet. Emily, Yosef's wife, posted it, and she collaborated with me, so let's just watch this together.
Let's do it now.
I guess this is kind of what happened during, not necessarily before, but during.
There's no fighting, guys. There's no fighting. There's no fist fighting. Solve it? Sit down, please.
Let's do it. This genocidal asshole is just sitting here monologuing for 4.5 hours.
You understand? That's my problem with those.
Okay, if it's 4.5 hours, that means it was definitely at the end of the debate, because that's about how long I debated for, was 4.5, give or take. So I'm guessing this would be kind of at the end. So probably we'll still release the 1v10 then, because they still have, I guess, the whole thing. I don't know.
Those people? What do you mean by those people? I'm an American citizen. You hate Americans. You hate Americans. I'm an American citizen. Who stand for something. This guy admitted that he was bombing schools. This guy was bombing schools. You know,
nothing.
When I'm literally nothing, I'm literally nothing. You come into my fucking country, you want to lecture me about what the hell my country should be doing?
What does that even mean? You want to come into my country and talk about this? Yeah, it's a debate that you agreed to and showed up to. What do you mean? I don't. Yeah, that's the whole point.
That makes no sense. They can actually do something about it. But in fact, they can do shit about it. They shit about it.
Sit down. Sit down.
Hey, buddy, come here.
Please.
Get up.
Sit
Get up.
down. Sit down. Sit down.
Get up. I'm right next to you. I'm right next to you.
That's the thing. He
I'm
can't
right
touch
next
me.
to you.
He can't do shit.
I can do whatever the hell I want.
He can't do shit.
Here. What's going on? How you doing?
Dude, guys. Seriously, let's not be.
He's like a foot shorter than me.
Hang on.
He's like a foot shorter than me.
He's a foot shorter than you, and he outmuscled you. Just FYI.
Thank you.
But do you see how much more composure Yosef has? You know what I mean? Like, he's actually a lot of composure. He could have rocked him right there just for putting his arm around. But he doesn't. He sits back down, gets back to the debate.
Like a foot shorter than me.
I'm really happy that
This is
happening.
very
I can
entertaining, by the
bench
way,
you
but
with
I want
my
you guys
eyes
to debate.
Cool,
I want you
man.
guys to debate. Let's calm down here and.
I'm actually happy that this happened because that's the thing. Imagine with all his, confident and the fact that this is what happened. The Palestinians do the same thing.
You're Palestinian. I'm not Palestinian.
He didn't say you're Palestinian. He said the Palestinians do the same thing. Like, seriously, dude, it's not...
I'm American.
I'm saying that the Palestinians.
He's not Palestinian. I'm American.
What they're doing is like this, and he's actually.
Somebody in the background also said he's not Palestinian. When the fuck did he say he was Palestinian?
What he's doing is like
You
what?
can see actually that he soaked that from them. That you
I stole it from the Palestinians?
Now I ask you this: if I would have attacked,
You
them,
don't ask
right?
anything. You're
He
a
comes-
fucking
comes-
loser.
He comes to you, and if I attacked him, right? Do you think? What is he gonna say? Oh, it was attacked. Oh my god.
No, it's on video.
Oh
People
my
can make up their
God.
own minds.
Well,
That's true, and we are making up our own minds. You are a loser. By the way, this is the same guy who I debated in a parking lot about Catholicism during our Glenn Greenwald. We were on the same team, if you will, on the Glenn Greenwald debate. Daniela Bloom posted that full video, and he was the same way. I'm like literally just snacking, eating chips, totally relaxed, and this guy was like, "This guy's a bitch," and blah blah blah. And I'm over here like, dude, I'm just chilling. I'm snacking right now. And then he was on the other Jubilee I recently did, the 4v4. He was on the other side. Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys. At that point, he actually started to be more nice to me because I never gave into his little trolling. This is what Dennis does. And anyone, even people who are his friends, will tell you this. Okay? He tries to get under people's skin and he attacks. Now, for me, probably because I do these lives every day, I get told the worst things ever. I don't care. I don't. Right? I just go, I just laugh it off. And I think to an extent, he kind of respected that maybe because when we were on the 4v4, he started just poking at Matt Nuclear, because Matt was answering back and he was giving back into him. And he's a bully. Dennis is a bully. And just like all bullies, if you don't give them the attention, they move on from you. Okay? But I just want to let you guys know, from personal experience, I can tell you this is exactly how he is. In fact, the producers on Jubilee had to scream at him, right? They screamed at Matt too, to be fair. They were like, "Matt, stop it." And they're like, "Dennis, stop fucking showboating. And every fucking time you get something maybe right." Like, they were literally screaming at him because he just wouldn't shut up with the gloating and the cockiness and the arrogance.
Definitely coming from this point to this side.
Oh, you felt attacked? I did nothing. I just put my arm around your shoulder.
Well, basically, my friend, if you touch someone, yeah, and you put like.
Well, you don't. Now you're talking like a big man.
And at the same
now
time,
you're talking like a big man.
At the same time,
I just did all of that. You did nothing.
Why
You're a
did I
fucking
do
bitch.
anything?
You're a fucking bitch. You killed.
Yeah, because why do you have to go straight to violence? It's a debate. Of course he did nothing, dude. It's a debate. Like, same thing with that Ivrit guy. I guess somebody sent me, he was in a comment section after the debate and I destroyed him. He was in a comment section being like, "Yeah, I saw Nick, I'd beat his ass," or blah, blah, blah. Why the fuck do you guys always go to fucking violence? It's how you guys all fucking are. And you think it's like a good point when you say, "Oh, you're a bitch, you didn't do anything." Yeah, that's the fucking point, dude. That's the point. No, I can't raise the volume up a bit because it's Instagram. This is as high as it goes, sorry.
Children, you just admitted to it. You killed children. You
anytime,
ordered children to be
anytime,
killed. You know what?
anytime.
Most people would beat
The
your
fact is
fucking
that
ass
you
in
got up
America.
and you came
You
here
fucking
and I'm the one
loser.
who's sitting.
You
Sit down.
Let's do it right now. Let's solve this.
There's no
Let's
fighting,
fucking solve
guys.
this.
There's no fighting.
All right. So yeah, I didn't see that. That's the first time I saw that. But yeah. Anyways, You guys kind of get the point. Okay, let's move on to what happened with Dean Withers. So Maddie texts me. A lot of times people text me throughout the day, hey, can you come to this panel, come to that panel? I'm always usually busy, but she actually texted me pretty late. It was like 6:30 p.m., so I'm already at home. I'm chilling. She says, can you come to Dean Withers' panel? Here, I'll just actually read the text straight up, just so you guys get the full story here. She goes, come to Dean's Live, all caps. And then in a separate text, because maybe she thought I didn't see the WhatsApp, she says, this is a group text we're in. Nick, someone get Nick to come to Dean's Live. We are debating him on Israel. He said, bring a partner. And so I was like, oh, cool. We're going to debate Dean and maybe somebody else, because I assumed either as a 2v1 or 2v2 on Israel. And I wasn't doing anything. For those asking who's that Dean guy, Dean Withers. Anyways, he likes to never really talk about Israel, but once in a while he talks about it and has very, very strong opinions, but he keeps running away from debates with actual people that know about Israel. Okay, that's Dean Withers. I tried to debate him in real life. I saw him at TPUSA outside of it, and I tried to debate him on Israel-Palestine, and he randomly said he had to go soon, and then he stayed for an extra like 30 minutes, still debating or interviewing people on the street. Maybe he had to go. I don't know. I'm just gonna tell you guys what he said. I'm not gonna make any anything. Okay, so I get there, and Dean, I finally get up because it takes a while. He has a lot of requests. He finally gets me up, and then he doesn't want to debate. He's like, "Oh, I'm not gonna debate this. I'm gonna bring up two of my friends. They're very knowledgeable. So then it could be you and Maddie versus these two guys. I don't remember their names." I was like, okay. I mean, I kind of thought we were debating you, but all right, fine, whatever. And so he's scared to debate me. And what's funny is this was what's going to happen until Maddie says, I want to bring Nick Matau. He 100% knows me. And the second Nick Matau comes up, all of a sudden he doesn't want to debate it anymore. Really weird. Very weird. So he brings up two other guys, and we're going to do a 2v2. Nothing happened. I wish I could tell you guys it was a great debate. Nothing happened for about 30 minutes. 25 to 30 minutes. And I'll tell you what happened, but effectively nothing happened. So they said, I asked them before Maddie comes up, because Maddie was the last one to join the panel. I said, what are we debating? I know it was about Israel, but like, what are we debating? And they said, oh, we're just going to debate ethics. I was like, okay, ethics with the Israel-Palestine debate, no problem. And then when Maddie comes up, all of a sudden they go, we're actually going to debate Maddie's claim in one of her videos. They said that she said that all Palestinians deserve to suffer. And I'm like, okay, I mean, that's not my claim, that's Maddie's claim. And they're like, so you don't agree with her? Oh, so we win? Oh, we don't agree with her? And I'm like, I didn't say I didn't agree with her. I just don't know what video you guys are talking about. I don't know if that's what she actually said. It's just very, very disingenuous and weird to bring somebody up, say it's a 2v2 on Israel-Palestine, and then say, we're not actually going to talk about anything with Israel-Palestine. We're only going to kind of talk about it by saying this specific claim that somebody else made that we didn't even tell you about. That's what happened. So I'm like, okay, what's the question? And they were like, do you agree that Palestinians, they went from all to just like Palestinians, deserve to suffer? And I said, I wouldn't use the word deserve. Dean asked the question. I said, I wouldn't use the word deserve just because it's not about agreeing or disagreeing with that. It's just about, I think you're using it as an emotional appeal to be performative for your audience, right? Instead of actually getting into the meat and potatoes of the debate, like the actual debate. And they were like, Nick doesn't agree. And I'm like, okay, you guys can stop being so performative. It's okay. Let's relax. Right? I was being very mature. I was being very calm. And then all of a sudden they're like, well, I'm just going to play the video and you can hear her say it. And then they find out she doesn't even actually say the word deserve. She says needs to. And by the way, they cut her video off. The claim she makes at the beginning is it's the most moral position that the Palestinians need to suffer. And then they cut it off. The rest of the video says because it will actually end the conflict quicker, because then if they suffer more than their love for Hamas, which we do know that they have a very high majority percentage support of Hamas. So she says if they were to suffer more than their love for Hamas, then this could absolutely lead to the end of the conflict. 1 second. So So they cut that off, and I said to them, they're like, so Nick, do you agree with that claim that the most moral position is that they need to? And I'm like, well, first off, thank you for proving that you guys were wrong, and you tried to laugh at me for not accepting a position she never said. So I said, yeah, I agree without the absolutes. This is what I said to them. I said, without the absolutes, because I didn't want to get bogged down in semantics. I said, without the absolutes, yes, I agree that the general population needs to suffer, and it would lead to a closing out of the war quicker. And they even acknowledge that I said that. Dean says, okay, let's start the debate then. They acknowledge that I said without absolutes. Okay? So they go on, and they never start the debate. They say, well, technically, if we can find one better option, then we win the whole debate, because that's all they cared about. They cared about clips. They cared about winning the debate. They didn't care about actually having the debate of the actual conflict itself, the meat and potatoes of the debate. And I'm like, listen, by the way, I don't even disagree with Maddie about it being the most moral position. I just don't care to have the debate move away from Israel-Palestine, the history, contemporary times, etc., to start talking about what we mean by the word most. You know what I mean? Like, that's just a stupid fucking argument, especially in such a large live that has so many viewers. And so they literally tell me this. They go, oh, I predicted Nick was going to try to deflect and concede. I was like, I never conceded once. I literally never did. And Dean comes in. He's like, yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. You said that you agreed with Maddie like fully. You said yes. And I was like, I didn't say yes. I said without absolutes, I agree with the sentiment for sure. With the context of Maddie's entire video. The context being to end the war quicker, which would be beneficial not just for Israel, but for the Palestinians as well. And Dean embarrassingly goes, anyone can go on the VOD. They can just rewind. And I'm like, yeah, anyone could rewind. You can 100% hear me say over and over without absolutes. And so they're like, well, you're deflecting away from the topic. And I said, listen, I just don't want the topic to be about the word most, and I want the topic to be about Israel-Palestine. I think that's pretty fair, is it not? And they say, and I'm not even kidding, you guys can go to Dean's Live on his YouTube, and you can hear them say this. They go, see, Nick doesn't want to debate. He just wants to talk about the meat and potatoes of the debate. And me and Maddie just start laughing. Dean thinks that's a good point. Everyone and their little fanboys and fangirls think it's a good point. We're all laughing, and Maddie goes, well, yeah, isn't that the point of a debate, is to like actually get into the specifics? And yeah, they never understood that point. And I didn't know what to say to that. I was actually kind of flabbergasted. I was like, yeah, that's the point. You should want to get into the quote unquote meat and potatoes of the debate. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? If you just make a claim and you only stick to just one specific word, and you thinking that there might be, like, you know how stupid it'd be if they're like, well, I found one better position, but it's the second best position, so therefore I won the whole debate. Like, that's insane. Especially when I never even made that claim in the first place. But anyways, we go on and on. Then Dean fucks it all up, and I'll tell you how. Because we finally get to a point where we start to slowly but surely move forward in the conversation. The guy above me, again, I don't remember their names, finally asked me a question that's not just some stupid semantics. And I answer. And he's about to answer my point. And then Dean goes, I just want to step in here. And I know why he did this. Because Dean already saw that it wasn't going very well. Dean cared more about semantics. He doesn't want to debate Israel-Palestine. He doesn't want it on his channel because he knows, especially if it's against me, I'd fucking rock him in that debate. I could fucking blindfold myself, not be able to look up anything, and I'll give him full access to look up whatever he wants, and I would fucking rock him in that debate. And he knows that. Of course he knows that. So he stops it when we finally start to move forward. And he goes, and then he goes backwards. He goes back to the most thing once again. And I tell Dean, I was like, can I answer that real quick? And he's like, yeah, sure, go ahead. And I'm like, we finally get forward in the debate, and you just completely ruin it by going backwards yet again. And he just gets all freaked out and pissy, and he goes, you know what? There's only two options now. You guys either both drop, or you talk about abortion. Like, what? Where the fuck did that come from? He's like, yeah, I want you guys to debate abortion. I said, well, I'm not here for you to run away. I know that pissed him off. I said, I'm not here for you to run away from a debate. So if you're running away, I will be an adult. It's no problem. We can do this another time, or we can never do this again. I'm going to leave because right now you're running away from the debate. You're bringing me up just to deflect to a completely different. It's not even in the same realm of the topic. And he goes, I'm not running away. I'm not running away. It's like, you literally are. And then finally I said, I said, how about this? If I just say we can go with the word most, with the context of the whole video, and I told him I think that's fair. It'd be like if I cherry pick a verse from the Quran without reading anything else, or the Bible, or maybe one of Dean's videos. Imagine if I took one of Dean's videos and I cut it off and I said, oh, Dean thinks this. I said, I think that's fair. With the context of the video, let's go with the original claim. I'll accept the claim so we can move forward with the actual debate. The reason I did that is because I knew, even though they were trying this yes or no bullshit, I knew that they wouldn't be able to help once I unleash some knowledge. They wouldn't be able to help to actually get into the debate. So I said, for the sake of moving forward, can we please just keep that and let's move forward? And Dean finally shuts the fuck up. And right as we were about to start, his live gets banned. And that sucked. Because honestly, Dean probably still would have deflected. But I think I finally got to him to like move the conversation forward, because they were trying everything in their power to not have the actual meat and potatoes debate about Israel-Palestine. They were trying everything in their power. Ad hominems, little side comments that Dean, who said he was the moderator, was laughing at and not stopping. It was insane. Why was it banned? I don't know, but Moderate texted me after saying I guess he got banned for age restriction. And I brought this up earlier, not to defend Dean, but if it's to shit on TikTok, I'll defend Dean. TikTok is insane. Dean Withers is like one of their poster boys. The fact that they're banning him for age restriction is kind of insane. Like, don't get me wrong, he was banned for 5 years, but obviously he's going to get it back. He'll just have to upload an ID. But like, that's pretty insane. TikTok is definitely going to shoot themselves in the foot if they keep doing shit like this. If Dean Withers, who gets 15 to 20,000 views, I think, at least when I was up there, I don't know if that's his normal, if that was a good night, but if he's getting that many views, why the fuck would TikTok ban it for something as stupid as age restriction? Obviously, he's over 18. Yeah, it's pretty, it was pretty insane. I was thinking about making a video on it and challenging him to just a 1v1 debate. He can't say I'm disrespectful to him. I've talked to him twice now. Technically 3 times if you count the in-person, and I was respectful every time. So there's no way he could actually run from the debate. He will run from the debate. I promise you, he's never going to debate me on Israel-Palestine. But I want to hear what his excuse will be. I don't want this whole 2v2. I don't want him to bring his little friends, who, by the way, his friends were dumb. He said that they were smart, and I was actually kind of excited because I was like, oh, cool, I'm going to have like a smart debate. Someone who's smart with Israel-Palestine that's pro-Palestinian. The guy didn't even know how many wars there were. I'm not even kidding. He actually didn't know. And I'm like, wait, this is the guy that you said was smart? Dean Withers, supposedly, I don't know the full story, but Maddie told me he didn't know who Yasser Arafat was. So, I'm going to challenge Dean to a 1v1 debate. I know for a fact he will never accept it because he's not dumb. He's an idiot. He's not dumb. He knows that he would get slaughtered. And he knows that would not be good for his little image. So if he's smart enough, he will 100% say no. But that doesn't mean I can't put in the request anyways. Okay, so we got Yosef Haddad out of the way. We got Dean Withers. There was one more thing. Oh, yes. If you are in my Discord, I'm thinking about, I need a little bit of help. Okay? And I need it relatively quickly, like these next couple days. Candace Owens, thinking about doing a little bit of some research on some stuff. I need some specifics on, now I know most of the specifics on the cartridge that was used by Tyler Robinson on Charlie Kirk, right? I know it was a 30-06. I think it's been all but confirmed it was a soft point. I don't know if they, maybe someone can correct me. I don't know if they literally said it was a soft point or if we're just getting that from the picture. The picture shows it's clearly a soft point. I'm just saying I don't know if they've actually said like this is a soft point. And what I need is, I read, this is the actual thing. I will talk to Paramount Tactical. He's a genius in this. I read once, and I cannot fucking find it to save my life, which I hate. You guys ever find something in research and then you cannot find it ever again? It's so annoying. I remember reading, so the number one cartridge that was used, okay, in World War II by American soldiers was the 30-06, okay, and FMJ for that matter, not even soft point, Full Metal Jacket. And I remember there was a report that showed that there was Japanese soldiers who were shot with said 30-06 and did not have exit wounds, multiple, and I cannot find that fucking report. So if somebody can find something that clearly says, or at least generally says, that there is evidence that this was used multiple times during World War II. I mean, I guess you could find evidence otherwise. I know there's MLK Jr., but they like to deflect with that one by saying, oh, it hit him in the jaw technically, which is such a stupid point because their whole point is that a 30-06 will blow your whole head off. And so I'm trying to figure out why they think a jaw would somehow be better. Just so you know, a direct hit against the spine actually would deflect a bullet more than a jaw, just FYI. But that's neither here nor there. If you can find, somebody can find specifically the World War II report that talked about that says something along the lines of like multiple Japanese soldiers. Paramount said 4 people he knew. Okay, I'll talk to Paramount. I'll text him. But yeah, that's about it. Really, that's all I kind of need help on. If you guys just tag me. Oh, wait, you can't tag me in the Discord. Shit. Whatever, just tag me. I think you can tag, but it like automatically removes it, but I'll see it in the notes. The sec because I'm the owner of the channel, I'll see it. So just tag me and send that. I'm gonna look myself too. I'm just saying more eyes on it's better than one pair. Anyways. Also, I will most likely be streaming. Supposedly it's going to be on Friday. We don't know for sure yet, but supposedly it's going to be on Friday, the debate between Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens. Be more than glad to stream that or at least react to it after, whatever. Tag the moderators in the chat and they can get it to Nick. That's true too. Kenyan Zionist, aka Crazy Manual, Nat, Quixie. These are all some of the moderators, stuff like that. All right, guys, let's get over to Umingle. Actually, hold on, one more thing. What's this?
That's exactly really retarded. Yeah. That was awesome.
Well, that's disrespectful, dude. He reached out. Just shake his fucking hand. It's hardly the first time I've been in territory with a hostile audience and high-profile debate. Opponent and the cards. Oh, Def Noodles responded. Whatever. Debate opponent and the cards against me, and it won't be the last time for you. It's the Friday of all Fridays. For me, it's just another day taking on a terrible review. Okay, Def Noodles responded. He says, Nick is working overtime for that Israel check. Dude literally had to butcher the footage with a hatchet job edit just to preserve his narrative. Post the full uncut video, Nick. Well, I don't know why anyone would have that because it hasn't fully been posted, but whatever, who cares? It's publicly available on X. Okay, well, we'll look into it. Why are you only posting selectively edited, curated clips? I don't see why that matters. Unless he punched you earlier and then you decided to respond with that. That's completely irrelevant. What a stupid fucking point. Irrelevant. You grabbed him, he pulled you down, had every opportunity to punch you and probably knock you out, didn't, and then you followed him outside. What the fuck does that even mean? Oh, these are selectively edited. First off, every video ever posted on social media is going to be edited, right? Somebody can post a literal full video that's 30 minutes long, 20 minutes long, however long it is. Who fucking cares? People can look that up. That's just a stupid fucking point. He posted videos that didn't show the full thing. Should I call him out for that? That's dumb. Anyways, if the full footage supports your narrative, you should have absolutely no problem posting it. So what are you afraid people will see when they watch the whole thing? You notice how I know he's fucking lying? Because if he wasn't, he would have just posted the whole video. Or at least selectively edited what provides context on why he grabbed him by the arm, why he tried to attack him from behind like a bitch, why he followed him outside in the first place when the security was literally saying stop escalating after Yosef's like, I'm not trying to fight you, right? What could you fucking possibly be talking about? If you were correct, you would have just fucking posted it right now. You would have posted it right here. You would have said, oh, look, Yosef right here sticks his finger in my ass. I don't know. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just fucking post it. Did he post it in the comments? Nope. Nope. He's talking about what he said. I can do whatever the hell I want. When you get physical with someone, your movement shows if you can fight. You can't fight. Like most men who can't fight, you think you do well against someone who can if they're smaller than you. You won't. You'll be destroyed. Interesting that you wouldn't just post the video. Thank you, whoever Zev is. Zev, if you're in the comments, thank you. If you're not, thank you, Zev. Interesting that you wouldn't post the video you think vindicates you instead of whining about it. Oh, right, all the videos show you taking multiple L's in a row. You know what? I think this will be the funniest thing ever. I know what to do right here. Wait, hold on. I need that little down emoji. Is it in here? Down arrow, little down. Where's the down at? There's down. Noodle, you pussy coward, attacked Joseph Adat from behind, then you got your ass beat. Nazi piece of shit, come to Israel, will send you to hell. Jeez. I love how the pro-Islamists literally only lose. No amount of posts will hide the fact that you started a fight with someone half your size and got your ass kicked twice. You can't fight for shit. You got your ass handed to you. Post it yourself. You had enough people filming. Oh, here's a Palestinian. It was your mistake from the start. Oh, jeez. Why did you receive him in that interview? The truth is they have nothing left to say. Okay, this is like someone on your side and still really wasn't backing you up. Junior, did Junior block me again? No, he didn't. Why is it not letting me comment under Junior? What the fuck? Oh, no, he did block me. Fuck! God dang it, Junior! Why do you keep on blocking me just to block me again? You fucking suck, dude. The video where you can't control your emotions and put your hands on your opponent. Even your height can't. Jesus, you're getting fucking bodied in the comments. What does that one mean? You know that one meme? Where it's like, hey, Chief, I'm gonna... Yeah, this one right here. I'm just gonna fucking troll him. I'm gonna keep it real with you, Chief. They're bothering you in the comments and you fucking deserve it. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. Shut the fuck up. What a bitch, dude. Oh, I took this picture. Or I screenshotted this, not took it. My bad. We don't come to engage in violence, but if you attack us, be prepared to face the consequences. Now bow, bitch. Oh, dude, I fucking love this. Oh, moderate responded. Let's see what moderate said.
Dude, stop it.
He said, do you want to play? Well, it appeared he did want to play.
Hey.
And then you walk around the table after instigating it, grabbing a man's hand who you are debating over Israel-Palestine. Grabs your hand, literally yanks you down by your arm. Your entire body comes down to the table. He rears back to punch you, could have probably knocked you out. He stops, you then come around the table and decide you want more, but it didn't stop in the studio. You had to take it outside. Let's take a look.
I can't do shit. You need somebody to hold me back, you fucking loser. You genocidal fucking freak. You bombed kids.
Yeah, so he said you bomb kids. So apparently this disagreement happened because this guy says that Yosef Haddad, the other guy who was debating them, was bragging about killing kids. And
I guarantee you that Yosef Haddad never once said, oh yeah, I killed so many kids. Haha, I love it. I guarantee it.
Gaza, which I highly doubt we'll be able to tell when the full podcast episode comes out. But I don't know what's up with all of these debate platforms reaching out to this guy. The Sean Kelly podcast, I know they reach out to a lot of people. And look, it's business. People want clicks and they want entertainment. This guy has consistently just embarrassed himself on Jubilee and like everywhere that I've seen him. But he doesn't want to fight you, bro. He doesn't want to fight you. He literally goes on to say, I don't want to fight you, and you continue to attack him. And you also tried to take a cheap shot on him from the back.
You bumped kids, and you need 2 people to hold me back. Be a man.
I ain't trying to fight you, idiot.
It's also funny that he's saying, you need 2 people to hold me back. First off, he doesn't need anything. That's just the security. I was there a couple weeks ago. They had security. But nonetheless, I also think you're talking as much shit as you fucking are because 2 people are holding you back. If you really wanted to, you could absolutely push that guy to the side because you're big, tough Dennis, right? You're so big. You're like 6 foot. Yeah, great. You could push him to the side and rush, rush Yosef. Why didn't you? Because you're equally taking advantage of those 2 guys holding you back. Let's not pretend. You're equally taking advantage of that.
So he literally said, I don't want to fight you, idiot, and you continue.
And then here is the biggest bitch move I see. Notice how he doesn't try to attack Yosef at all. He just says, you need 2 guys to hold me back. And the second Yosef turns his back, look at what this little bitch does.
Guy, stuffing rocks in his fist.
If he hits me. Dude! Stop!
Okay, this isn't the good angle from it, but you guys saw it when I played my video. He grabs his neck from behind and tries to pull Yosef down. Yosef immediately escapes, which, dude, Dennis, that's his name. Dennis, how fucking embarrassing. You said earlier, I'm a foot taller than this guy. Then why the fuck are you losing so badly? You know how much of an advantage you have when you attack someone from behind? You have all the advantage in the world when you attack someone from behind. And you still immediately, you can see it right here, immediately lose the grip.
And then you get punched.
Listen, you saw the
And look how scared he looks. He's like that fucking punch hurt. You know it did. Wasn't even on his face and everything. It was just a style. You know that fucking hurt.
Look at you on the ground. You absolute fool. Now, you guys couldn't really see it because of the angle of this video, but it was very clearly an attempted cheap shot. It was from the back. Again, this is after he says, I don't want to fight you, dude. Yeah, so here's the other angle. As you see, Yosef, right there in the blue jeans and the blue coat, is standing there with his phone. He's recording, I assume, with his back to Def Noodles, the guy in the white shirt and red tie, which he wears everywhere. Same outfit.
He literally does wear the same outfit. That's true.
You attacked him from the back. And then you got punched. Why? All this over a debate between Israel-Palestine and because you got mad or something? Again, he said that Yosef was gloating or something about killing kids in Gaza, which I just highly doubt. Having watched a lot of Yosef's content, I just don't think that happened. But I mean, the full episode will come out. We'll be able to see it. But really resorting to this, again, you started it. You grabbed his hand. You said, oh, you think you're you want to play? And he did want to play, and he kicked your butt. So
look at Thomas Massey's talking about Eyal. Eyal is an app. Notice how Thomas Massey doesn't like debunk anything. He's just an op. Eyal posted about Hamas 7,000 times. So what? So what? Why the fuck does that even matter? Yeah, that's it. Big shock. That's his fucking topic, dude. He talks about Israel, which is actually going to include Iran and Hamas. That's his fucking topic. Let me see. Let me go to Eyal's page. I don't even know if that's accurate, but let's just assume it is. Look, 83.5 thousand posts. 83.5 thousand. So even if we assume this is 100% correct, which that does not look like 21,000, whatever. Even if we assume that's a quarter of his posts, yes, that makes sense. That 25% of his posts are going to be about the topic he talks about. Guess what? If you go to my Instagram page or any of my pages, guess what? Most of it's going to be about Israel. You know why? Hold on to your horses, because that's the topic I talk about. It's like going to somebody's niche is dancing and being like, 20% of their videos is dancing. Yeah, that's the topic. that's the niche. All right, guys, now we can get over to you, Mingle. Let's catch up with super chats and we'll get to you, Mingle. Okay, what's the last one I read here? There we go. Hey, Nick, someday do a Umingle dress as a Hasidic or have an eye patch and IDF uniform like Moshe Dayan? I wouldn't ever dress like a Hasidic Jew just because I would find that to be disrespectful. You know what I mean? Like, it would be like sometimes I put on like a keffiyeh and everything, but it'd be like if I put on like, I guess an entire thing, like a thobe, and which I feel like I might actually do that. A thobe and like a whole thing and then tell people I'm Muslim. I never tell people I'm Muslim. The closest I'll get is I'll say I'm interested in Islam. Manny says, hi Nick, curious part of the Israel-Palestine conflict that bugs you the most? For me, pro-Palestine acting like Palestine is innocent, sweet puppies. Probably the gaslighting of Jews not being Jews. That's probably the part that bugs me the most. Wolf, Nick, check Bamidbar 147 through 50 and Devarim 3310, Rambam Shemitah ve Yovel. Torah sets a group for spiritual service over army duty. Rambam extends it beyond Levim. Okay. Islamophobia is accepting reality. Kenneth says bears are cold stone killers and larger than gorillas with more weaponry. Gorillas aren't killers. 100 men would be 100 dead men versus a bear. Shalom. Yeah, I mean, I could be wrong, but I just feel like I just don't agree. I don't know. I just feel like maybe it's because of the mobility of a gorilla versus a bear. I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe bears definitely are, but I just feel like a gorilla could take somebody and just rip them in half. Not that a bear couldn't claw them to death, but I don't know. Yeah, maybe you're right. Corny, thanks for the super chat. Corny again says, thanks for posting the video of Yosef's fight. Please send to Jubilee. We could do that. I don't think Jubilee's too happy with me. I hope they're not. Michael says, why do so many... I don't know, actually. Don't read into that. It's not like they said anything. I assume if they did see my video. Michael says, why do so many leftists defend Islam? They don't align with any of their views at all. They just use them as pawns. Exactly. That's the answer. Timothy says, call him an asshole. LOL, he's an idiot for real. Abstract says, it displaced 40,000 to 100,000 Jews, 2,000 to 3,000 dead from executions. Unknown how many died due to displacement. IGK says, fundamentalism, colonization, and Christianity. Corny says, I don't know if it matters, but Yosef posted a more video that you don't have. Yeah, I'll look into it. Made me smile. Of course, Dean won't do a 1v1. That little homosexual can only perform with the mute button. Maybe so. I debated Dean once about Israel on his TikTok live. He didn't know basic info such as the names of famous Israeli prime ministers and kicked me after being humiliated. He's light work on the subject. Yeah, but he has a huge audience. So I just want to embarrass him. Eval, weak ass cooked noodle. Oh, cooked noodle. I'm not Jewish, or sorry, Pesar says, I'm not Jewish, but I can feel it. That's why people hate Jews. They are too smart to handle. Most people don't like to see smarter people than themselves. That's probably true. Does says, can Yosef press charges against a Groiper? Yeah, he absolutely can press charges against him. That is 100% true. Deja Boy says, hey Nick, what's your thoughts on Asman banned? I didn't know he was banned. I don't agree with anyone getting banned unless they're like really showing some evil shit. Your employer says Dennis literally has a mental illness. I know him in real life. Yeah? Is that why he only got like 5% of the vote? All right. To the Yumingle. To the Yumingle. Flags up or flags down? What do you guys think? I'm going to play the song while you guys decide. Flags up or flags down? Put it in the comments.
It's Omegle time, everyone! You know what that means?
Arabs hanging out in a car.
Arabs hanging out in a car.
Screaming and yelling while hanging out in a car.
Absolutely no women, just three bros hanging out in a car. 1, 2, 3 Arabs hanging out in a car. Come on, everyone, sing along. From the west to the east to the north to the south. From the river to the sea.
All we see is Arabs hanging out in a car.
Nothing but Arabs hanging out in a car. We click next.
And what do you see?
No women, absolutely no women, just bros in a car, screaming and yelling while hanging out in a car. 1, 2, 3 Arabs hanging out in a car. Omegle time.
All right, most of you guys said flags down. Let's go with it. Most of you guys do like the flags down. All right, let's do this.
Hey, what's up, Nick?
Hello.
You're the best, man. I was gonna ask you. I was going to ask you. I know this is a very loaded question, but like, do you see anytime soon the public opinion of Israel changing at all?
To what?
More positive?
Oh, sorry. I totally you asked the question right, but I read it as like, is Israeli's opinion going to change?
No,
Yes, of
no.
course, of course. I think it goes up and down throughout it. It's not even at the lowest it's ever been in all of history. It's definitely the lowest it's been in relatively recent times, but it's not the lowest it's ever been. And so yeah, I think
When was it lower?
I want to say it was either before or right after the 73 war, Yom Kippur. I remember looking into this, and it was not even a little lower. It was actually a good amount. I'm not really sure why, but listen, I hope so. I'm confident it will, because I think a lot of people start to just kind of like. I don't think people are going to get more extreme unless maybe another war were to start and people pick it back up in the news again. But there are people who can say, you know what, maybe I was wrong about Israel, or maybe not like I'm pro-Israel now, but like maybe I focused way too hard on this tiny little country. But I guess we'll see. Sorry, you guys. I know. Sorry, temporary block. My bad.
It's a very like it's frustrating to see, especially when the facts are so obvious.
Yeah, but unfortunately, a lot of people aren't willing to look into the facts. It does take a little bit of effort.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for posting Def Noodles, by the way.
Yeah, what a fucking bitch, dude.
That guy, I mean, no wonder he only got what 3% of the vote on his
Something like that. And I've actually somewhat not really defended that guy. That guy's always bothered me, but I kind of defended him by calling him mostly just someone who trolls, and we need to like not give him that much attention. So I guess that's relatively a defense. No, fuck him. What a bitch. Anyone who attacks someone from behind, they're just a bitch to me, straight up.
Yeah. One more joke before I go. One
Okay,
joke.
go ahead.
How many Palestinians does it take to screw in a light bulb?
What?
None. They wait for the Israelis to make a skylight.
Like it. Thanks, man.
Yep.
Bye.
Good night, man.
What's up, dude?
Where you from?
I'm from California. What about you?
Kentucky. From again.
Kentucky. I've never been
Yes,
to Kentucky. And ethnicity, if that's what you meant. I'm Italian and Spanish mostly.
Yeah, I was gonna say you kind of look like something different from California. Shit.
Wait, you don't think there's Italians in California?
No. No racist shit, bro. No, no, no. Don't get me wrong, bro. Please don't.
I
You
assume
you online?
you're Arab? Yeah, I'm live.
Yeah, I'm Arab, yeah.
What kind of Arab?
Syrian. Feel me?
Syrian? Dude, you know how many Arabs think that I'm Syrian?
I swear you kind of look Syrian. Wallahi,
A lot of
I
people say
swear.
that. I don't know.
You do.
I think it's because Syrians are really just Levantine people in general, are a little bit more light skinned,
Yeah.
Mediterranean. So, yeah. Have you ever been to Syria?
Yeah, of course. But long time since the war.
How long ago has it been?
Like shit, 2011.
Oh shit, that is a while ago.
Since the war. Yeah.
Wait, how old are you? You look young.
How old do you think?
I mean, you look 18, 19.
18, you got it. Yeah. Wallahi. Most people be like 23, 24.
Nah, you got a young face.
But
would you ever go back to Syria now that the war? I mean,
yeah, of
I get it's
course.
still
My
a little
family-
volatile, but
I mean, yeah, of course. There's still war, but my family's there actually now.
shit. What is it like under Jolani versus Assad?
I mean, I don't know a lot about that, but they say he's nice. He's being nice to people. Of course, better than Assad.
Yeah, probably not. I heard he's not being super nice to the Druze, but
Who?
The Druze.
Who's the Jews?
The Druze. They're like they're a group of
Palestinian?
people.
Oh.
No, they're not Palestinian. They're Druze. They're an ethno-religious group that that descend from
I see, I see,
Jethro.
sir. Yeah, I know you talk. Yeah, because they don't want him, basically. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
why
well,
he's
I
being
don't
like,
blame them. It seems like they were attacking and slaughtering them.
oh, so you're like, oh, trying to have a conversation with me? Don't, bro. I swear, don't. I'm not good at this.
I don't know.
Because I feel like you're against the Julani, for some reason.
I mean, I'm not for Assad by any means. I don't think
Yeah.
I'm for Jelani either. I don't know what I can think of him. He was part of Al Qaeda, and now he's like kind of this guy in a suit. It's like, what do you think about a guy like that? He could be maybe a changed
Yeah,
man, but I don't think you can
maybe.
change.
Well, no one on earth can't change, actually.
Right. So if he's still just an Al Qaeda guy, then of course I'm not gonna like him. I'm an American.
Of course, But I mean, he changed. He's a better person. That's what we see. We can't tell if he's. I mean, he's treating his people good. That's what.
What do you think about the rumors that he wants to join the Abraham Accords and have like relations with Israel?
Just like I told you, man, I don't have. Not good at this. I can't have a conversation, and if I'm not good at this, I'm not gonna join.
No, that's fair.
Because I never want to lose.
Yeah, that's fair.
Mhm.
All right, fair enough, man.
Yeah, man, and I know you want to make your life.
No, you're good. I actually appreciate
know.
when people say, "Look, I don't really know much about that."
No, if I did know a lot, I would join, and I swear I will. I will
Do a good
talk
job.
back. Yeah, I will.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate that. That's actually
No.
intellectually honest.
No problem, man.
All right, God bless.
It was fun talking to you.
Yep.
You too.
Peace.
Nick
Can't be a
Mattel.
Christian if you believe in the Trinity. Jesus
Yeah,
said
dude.
he isn't God in your Bible. It's kind of blurry. Oh, prove me wrong. Okay, I mean, I'm not a
Are you
Christian.
going to argue on behalf of Christianity right now?
Yeah,
Or
dude, you know me. I love arguing. That's just me.
I argue it. Here,
I guess it's gonna be like 80% conversation, 20% arguing. So when God says "I am" to Moses, and Jesus said "I am," do you not consider that to be a indication that he at least
Absolutely
implied?
not. That's John chapter 8, verse 63, if I'm not mistaken. If you read verse 50, he says, I do not look to glorify myself. And then the next thing the Pharisees, or the Jews, according to the King James Version, the next thing they say is, who are you to claim that you're greater than our father Abraham? Because what does Jesus say? Jesus says, well, if you follow my word, you shall have eternal life. Nobody should perish.
Right.
No matter how clear Jesus makes it, the Pharisees hear one thing and speak the other. He goes on to say, well, Abraham, your father, Abraham, rejoiced at the thought of seeing my day. Right? He saw it and he was glad. Right here. What verse is that specifically? I know it's John chapter 8.
While you look that up, I just want to really quick ask, just out of like a context issue, if he says, if you follow my word, you'll see eternal glory, wouldn't that kind of imply he's God? Because you should only see
Absolutely
eternal.
not. That would imply that he's a messenger.
Well,
I do
did
nothing on
other
my own will,
messengers
but
say
I'm not-
that? Did Moses say, if you follow me, then you'll see eternal glory? Or
Well, Moses said to follow the commandments. The commandments,
right,
were-
of God, exactly. He didn't say my
Right.
commandments, he said God's commandments. So if Jesus comes and says, follow my words, not God's, wouldn't that imply?
Jesus is speaking the word of God. Jesus is the messenger giving you the revelation of God.
No, what I'm saying is Moses doesn't say, hey, I'm a messenger, so follow my words, you'll see eternal glory. He says, follow
Right,
God's
it-
words.
it's-
And
it's
Jesus
a
says to
given.
follow my words.
It's a given. So like when we're following like Muhammad according to the Quran, are we following the words of Muhammad or are we following the words of God?
But Muhammad doesn't ever say that. He says it's from the words of Allah.
Right. And when Jesus is speaking, it's the words of the Father.
Right, but why did he say follow my words, not God's words? And also, why do you say
Because he-
Father if you
because
don't even
he-
believe in the Trinity?
The Father,
Yeah.
the everlasting Father, the Old Testament doesn't believe in the Trinity.
No,
They
I
call him the
guess
Father.
that's
Isaiah
okay.
chapter
That's
9,
fair.
verse
You know
6.
what? That's actually fair. I just wanted to, you know what?
The
That's fair.
everlasting Father shall call his name.
When you expanded
Okay.
on it, I see what you're saying. I just the way you said it, I thought you were talking
Well,
about
let me
like, the
expand
Trinity.
on what we're talking about, Nick.
ahead.
Because you're actually letting me have a conversation with you for the first time instead of going, stop. No, you're not. Okay.
It's because we're engaging with the conversation. I never say that
All
unless
right,
people
so-
deflect.
Verse 56, right? He says, your father Abraham rejoiced to see my day. He saw it and he was glad, right? Who is seeing who in this verse?
So wait, who said that? Sorry, I heard the verse, but who said it?
So Jesus is saying to the Pharisees, right?
Gotcha.
He's saying, your father Abraham rejoiced at the thought of seeing my day. So he was really excited to see the coming of the Messiah, right?
Okay.
Jesus goes on to say that he in fact saw it and he was glad. He says, your father Abraham saw my day. He rejoiced at the thought of seeing my day. He saw it and he was glad.
Okay.
Right. So I'm asking you as a reader, who saw who?
Sounds like Abraham saw
Jesus, right? But then the Pharisees go on to say, but you are not yet merely 40 years old and you have claimed to see Abraham, right? And Jesus once again, right, corrects them. He says, verily, verily, I say unto you, truly, truly, I tell you in the NIV. He keeps on repeating this every time the Pharisees hear one thing and say the other, because he says, before Abraham was I am, was Iyam, was Yahweh, was the same I am that was speaking to Moses in that bush. Jesus never claimed to have seen Abraham. Jesus is claiming to have seen the Father. Jesus is claiming to have seen God. He's not saying, before your father Abraham was I am, or like he's not saying I am. Like he says I am in another place where he's not using it as the name of God. You could go to Mark chapter 13.
Can you read it one more time? The last verse?
Yeah. He says, truly, truly, I say unto you, before Abraham was I am.
It says truly unto you, before Abraham was I am. Yeah, it sounds like he's saying that to him. I am. It sounds like Jesus is saying that.
No, he's saying before Abraham was God. Before Abraham was the same Hashem, the same Yahweh, the same 72.
Before Abraham was God? Is that what you just said?
Yes, before God predates Abraham, correct?
Yes, correct. But what do you mean before Abraham was God?
So like, look, let me reshape the picture for you. So let's start from verse. I don't know if you're following along in your Bible.
Sure, I can grab it. What are you on?
John chapter 9, right?
John, one sec. Mark, Luke, going. There it is. John 9.
What? Start from verse 49. You can start from verse 48.
Okay, 9:48. 48. Where is it? Wait, what?
Then answered the Jews and said,
"One second. You said 9:48?
No. John chapter 8. Sorry, verse 48.
Yeah, let's say there's no 48. Okay, go ahead. Yep, his neighbors and those. Go ahead.
Right, verse 48 of John chapter 8. He says, "Then answered the Jews."
Is it verse 48? Oh, got it. John chapter 8, not chapter 9, verse 48. Right. Got it. Okay, go ahead.
The Jews and said unto him, say we are not, thou art a Samaritan and has a devil, right? They're saying, are you not demon possessed? Jesus answered, I have not a devil, but I honor my Father, and ye do dishonor me. This is King James, Old in English, but bear with it.
Yep.
And I seek not mine own glory, Jesus says in verse 50. I do not seek glory for myself, if you're reading the NIV, right? There is one that seeketh and judgeth. Verily, verily, I say unto you, if a man keep my saying, he shall never see death. Then the Jews unto him said, now we know that thou hast a devil. Abraham is dead, and so are the prophets. And thou sayest, if a man keep my saying, he shall never taste death. Art thou greater than our father Abraham, which is dead? Let's pause, Nick.
Yep.
Let's look back to verse 50. Verse 50 says, I seek not mine own glory. I do not seek glory for myself.
Yep.
And after Jesus explains that he's looking to glorify the Father glorifies him, and he shall look to glorify the Father. Whoever follows his word shall never taste death. His word comes from the Father, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Immediately the Pharisees go back and say, who are you to say that you're greater than our father Abraham? Well, my guy, I literally just said I'm not looking to glorify myself. Well, if we continue, the same thing happens, right? Jesus answered, now he's reiterating it a second time. He says, if I honor myself, my honor is nothing. It is my Father that honors me, and whom ye say is your Lord. Ye have not known him, but I know him, right? You don't know him, but I know him. If I were to say that I do not know him, I would be a liar like you. But I know him, and I keep his saying. He's looking to honor his father, right? Verse 56, your father Abraham rejoiced at the thought of seeing my day. He says their father Abraham rejoiced at the thought of seeing the day of the Messiah. Jesus says he saw it and he was glad, right? And then Jesus goes on to say, they go on to say, wait, you're not 40 years old and you're claiming to see Abraham. So once again, just like the whole glory thing, he looks at them and says, well, Abraham saw me, right? Your father saw me. He was rejoicing at the thought of seeing my day. And they hear, I saw Abraham, right? Well, no, I never saw Abraham.
Yep, I get all this.
I did see, I saw the Father. I saw the I am that was proclaimed to you from the words of Moses that was spoken through the same bush with those same words.
Well, this is what I see when they said you are not yet 50 years old and you have seen Abraham. He says, "Very truly, I tell you, before Abraham was born, I am."
Right. That's NIV.
Right,
The
but
King James-
what does he mean by "very truly, I tell you"? It sounds like he's agreeing with them that he saw Abraham.
No, very truly, I tell you is a correction.
Okay. So
Very-
he's
very-
saying,
very
wait, let
truly
me
he
read the
says
whole
that.
thing. So Jesus replied, I'm reading NIV, but Jesus replied, "If I glorify myself, my glory means nothing. My Father, whom you claim is your God, is the one who glorifies me.
Right.
Though you do not know him, I know him. If I said I
Right.
did not, I would be a liar like you, but I do know him and obey his word. Your father Abraham rejoiced at the thought of seeing my day. He saw it and was glad. You are
He
not yet
keeps
50
trying to
years
tell them the
old,
word
and
of
you
the
have seen
Father and about his
Abraham. Very
Father.
truly, I tell you, before Abraham was born, I am."
Now, I can give you a seed here if you'd like. Over here, he uses the words "I am" to describe the name of God. And in Mark chapter 13, when he's speaking to the Sanhedrin, or chapter 14, sorry, in the 60s, once again, as far as the verse goes, he uses the same words. He says "I am." But when he's asked, the question is, "Are you claiming to be the Messiah and the Son of God?" He says, let me go to it real quick.
I just don't understand why you don't think he's talking about himself when he says "I am." Seems like he's talking about himself. Now, again,
It
this
wouldn't make
isn't.
sense. Read it.
Sounds like that's exactly what he's saying. But hold on one second.
Jesus said unto, "Verily I say unto you, before Abraham was, I am."
What was it? 8 again?
John chapter 8, verse 58.
Yeah, it sounds like he's saying to them, "Very truly, I tell you, before Abraham was born, I am." Sounds like he's saying that about himself. Jesus is saying that about himself.
No, he's saying before Abraham was, I am. I am is the name of God. You do know that, right? We
Yeah,
don't
but
need to get
that
into
doesn't
the
make
whole, like-
sense. That doesn't make sense because then it would be like saying before Abraham was born, God. That doesn't make sense.
Before Abraham was God.
That's not what it says. It says before Abraham
That's
was
not what
born.
it says in the NIV version, right?
What do you have?
What I have is, I could write it down for you if you like, or you could.
No. Just tell me. What is it?
It's the King James version.
Okay, I'll go grab my King James Version Bible. 1 second.
Christians, I used to use the NIV. I practically have the NIV memorized.
Well, the King James Version,
Christians,
I think,
Christians will yell at me for not using the King James.
The King James Version is insane, to be honest with you.
Art thou the? I guess.
Well, no, it's not that. It's just mistranslations all over. The King James Version.
Really?
Yeah, like for example, what does it say about the 10 Commandments? Does it say "Thou shalt not murder" or "Thou shalt not kill"?
I don't know. In the King
it
James?
says "Thou shalt not kill," which is obviously a huge mistranslation, and it's insane. But let me go grab my King James Version. Oh, you know what? I'll just pull it up. I have the internet. I do have a King James Version out there, but I'll just pull it up.
In Mark chapter 14,
Wait, hold on 1 second.
you do know who the Sanhedrin are, right?
Of course I know who the Sanhedrin are.
Awesome. It's cool.
John 8,
People on here
what
don't.
was it? John 8, 40. You know what?
John
I'll just pull up the whole chapter.
58, I'm pretty sure. John 8,
I don't even think 8 goes to 58, does it?
John 9, 858. Yeah, 858. It's John 858.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay. So this one, King James Version says, Jesus said unto them, "Verily, verily, I say unto you, before Abraham was, I am."
Right.
Same thing.
Before Abraham was, I am.
No, there's a comma. Before Abraham was, comma, I am. Not
Is there comma
before
in Greek?
Is there's I'm sure there's ways in Koine Greek to have pauses. I don't know if they would call it a comma.
Well, no, you'd infer off the you'd infer off the text. You'd infer off the what was the word?
Okay, let me ask.
Am I drunk? And anyways, like I was saying before, Mark chapter 14 uses.
You're saying the comma is incorrect?
I would say the comma is incorrect. The comma is not only incorrect, but I would believe that the person that's writing this wants to infer that yes, he is claiming to be God, when in reality he's not claiming to be God. He's using the name of God to infer that he's seen God.
Well, let me just ask you just real quick. How do you know it's? And I'm asking in good faith. Maybe you're right. How do you know it's incorrect? Like, how do you know that comma shouldn't be there?
The context clues.
The context clues says what I think it says, but you're saying that's not true. The context clues can go either way for sure. I'm asking you, how do you know?
Pay attention to where verily, verily.
Right. Verily, comma, I say unto you, comma, before Abraham was, I am.
So before Abraham, I saw myself?
What? It doesn't say anything about that. It says,
Nick,
no,
Nick,
I'll explain.
You are not yet merely 40 years old, and you have claimed to seen Abraham.
50 years old. But yes, it says, thou art not yet 50 years old, and hast thou seen Abraham? And so he's saying very clearly, right? He's saying,
Abraham was
one
God.
second. No. Well, yes, but no, that's not what I'm getting at. Then said the Jews unto him, you are not yet 50 years old, and you've seen Abraham? Question mark. And he says, of course, I am God. That's the so with that context, he
You're
says,
saying no, I saw God.
it does not say that.
I guess we're reading it differently.
Well, it just doesn't make sense. If he wanted to say that, he would have just said that. He would have said, no, I saw God. Or he could have said, verily, I say unto you, I saw God. He doesn't say that at all. He's saying, yes, of course I've seen Abraham to them because I'm God. Before Abraham was, I am.
Isn't I am present tense?
Yes, that's the point.
Like wouldn't
He's saying it in the present tense.
Well, right, but wouldn't it make sense? Like if he was implying, the context would imply, number one, he's correcting them. They're hearing one thing and saying the other. Right?
He is correcting them. He's correcting them that they're implying that he couldn't have seen them because he's 50 years old. But also, it doesn't make sense.
Don't interrupt me. I was saying.
Well, I just want to say real quick, it doesn't even make sense to say before Abraham was God. Who in the world thinks Abraham was God, anyways?
Before Abraham was God, you're not understanding the point.
You're saying making
up. I'm saying that Jesus, as a reply to them saying, you're not merely yet 40 years old, but you claim to have seen Abraham, especially when he hasn't claimed to see Abraham, but he claims to know the Father. He corrects them and says, truly, I tell you, before Abraham was God.
You. So you're saying like before Abraham, was God, is what you're saying.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Gotcha. So the reason that still doesn't really make sense is it's not an answer to their question. It's just not. The answer to their question, if it was answering the way you were saying, would be, no, I'm not saying Abraham, I'm saying I saw God or the Father or whatever. But he doesn't answer that way in any way. He's saying...
So you're saying over here he says that he's God.
Well, first off, I'm not Christian. But I would...
That's the arguments you're making. So
right.
if I pull up John chapter 17, verses 1 through 3, you're going to be stumped.
Okay, let's go ahead and go with that. John 17, and then I'll go ahead and move on because I'm sure you want to talk to people that actually believe this anyways.
Verses 1 through 3.
Yeah, so
Shout
after
out Libiano.
Jesus... who?
Shout out Libiano.
Libiano? Are you Muslim?
Yeah, man. Alhamdulillah.
No, why the fuck do you care? I thought you were just trying to debunk all of Christianity. You're just trying to debunk the
No,
Trinity
man.
right now.
I want you to go to heaven, bro. My book says if you believe in the last day of judgment and God being one, you got nothing to grieve about.
Okay, I guess. Why aren't you trying to debunk Christianity then? Why are you only trying to debunk Trinitarians?
I mean, bro, if John chapter 1 verse 1 disagrees with John chapter 17 verse 1.
All right, let's see. 17:1 says, after Jesus said this, he looked toward heaven and prayed, Father, the hour has come. Glorify your Son, that your Son may glorify you.
Right.
So can anyone glorify anyone other than God?
Okay, you're missing the point. So
wait, I'm just asking you just asking a question. Can somebody glorify somebody other than God? I would say no, but maybe you have a different answer.
Can somebody glorify somebody other than God?
Yes, like can a human glorify somebody else? I would say very clearly no, of course not.
Can they or should they be allowed to is two different things.
I'm not asking should they be allowed to.
Sure, I can glorify Cardi B, but some Muslims will look at me and say that's worship and you're committing shirk.
Worshiping and worshiping shirk, that's not the same thing as glorifying.
Worship is a very loose term.
Agreed, but I'm saying the only person that can glorify would be God. Of course.
Right, but Jesus here is looking up at the sky. He's speaking to the Father.
So how
saying,
could
Father, the hour has come. So glorify your Son, that your Son may also glorify you.
Right. So how could he glorify God unless he was God?
By spreading the message of God.
That's not glorifying.
That's not glorifying God?
No, that's honoring him.
Is honoring somebody not glorifying him?
No. Of course not.
What's the difference in definition? Maybe you could educate.
Just look it up. That's not this. You're saying that's the same thing. You're saying
do I have to look it up? You can't. Isn't it honoring and glorifying somebody? If I honor somebody, do I not glorify them?
You can honor somebody without glorifying them. Of course you can.
Is bowing down to a king glorifying the king?
Glorifying? I wouldn't call that glorifying. It could be if you
Everybody
are
bows down to him,
glorifying.
bro. He got all the glory. Come on, Nick.
That's not the same thing as
Back to
glorifying.
the passage. Like we're segueing. So John chapter 17, right, verses 1 through 3. These words spoke Jesus and lifted up his eyes to heaven and said, Father, the hour has come, so glorify your Son, that your Son may also glorify you. As you have given him power over all flesh, that he ought to give to as many eternal life as you have given him. Right? Now, he defines what eternal life is in verse 3. Right? He says, now this is eternal life, that they might know you, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom you have sent. So according to Jesus Christ, as John quotes it, right, in John chapter 17, verses 1 through 3, He's speaking to the Father, and he's calling the Father, who I would suppose the same everlasting Father as quoted in Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6, right, as being the only true God. That would clearly contradict verses 1 through 3 of John chapter 1, where John calls Jesus God, right? God is one, right? Jesus never taught the Trinity. He never uttered that God was three. He never uttered that he was God. As a matter of fact, in this very verse over here, he's saying that he is not God, because the only would imply singular and would imply, not him.
Well, it is again, in the context of Christianity, it's still singular, the Trinity.
The Trinity?
Correct. So it
Where
still
did
would be
Jesus teach
singular.
the Trinity?
I didn't say he did. I'm saying it's still singular. So even if
Well,
you're
if he didn't
arguing
teach
that
the
it's
Trinity, then it's non-canon. That's my whole argument. The definition of Christian, Nick, is to be a follower of Christ. If Christ is teaching you something that opposes Christianity, if Christ says that if you worship me, cast out demons in my name, prophesize in my name, right, then I never knew you, then how can I call him God and do these things? Right? If I walk into a church and ask, Father, who do I pray to? He's going to tell me one of two things: pray to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, or pray to the Trinity, as you said, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. But if I go to Matthew chapter 6, verse 5, 6, and 7, it's going to say something completely different. And that's Jesus talking, right? Christians in modern day disagree with Jesus, right? I don't need to spread dawah for them to realize their book is corrupted and come to mine.
Well, I think corruption is
I'm in no
different
position
word.
to spread dawah.
No, I hear you. Well, I don't think if being perfection as a Muslim is what's required to spread dawah, I don't think any Muslim could spread dawah.
My monotheism is perfect. I believe God is one. I believe he has no equals, partners, or rivals. I feel like I'm in a position where I should be allowed to spread that. But
it's fine. Thank you. Yeah, no, that's
and
fair.
If you found this conversation engaging and decide to post it, then
no, it's not. It's not. I just found it interesting. It's not particularly, my topic. Listen, I'm not a Christian. But like overall, you as a Muslim, I do have one question, because I've seen a lot of Muslims actually disagree with this, and so I want to get your the following, and I want to get your take on it.
I think I know what you're about to say. Can I guess?
Sure, go ahead.
I think you're about to say the fact that I called God the Father.
No, this has nothing to do with what we're talking about. This is
Okay, fair enough. Yeah,
total deflection. I would say that the distinction that I see differences in the Muslim community is the belief that pedophilia is allowed in accordance with Islam and Sunnah. Do you agree with that or not? Because I've seen some Muslims.
I believe that pedophilia is allowed in accordance with Islam and Sunnah. Islam is, well, number one, like I said before, I'm in no place to talk about hadith or the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad or this, that, and the fourth.
But you are to talk about Christianity?
Well, of course. I'm very knowledgeable on it. I know
more knowledgeable
about the Bible than I do about the Quran. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, you know what? I appreciate that honesty. I think that's a little weird, but I appreciate that honesty.
Well, I'm not here to lie to you, but like I said, I mean, you're saying that because Aisha was 6 years old when the marriage was proposed.
Well, I was going off more on 65-4, but yeah, that too, I guess.
Well, fair enough. What I was going to say is you've had this conversation a lot of times before, and you're not going to hear something from me that you haven't heard in the past either. Right, I'm going to reference number one that a Jew or a Christian saying these types of things would be throwing stones from a glass house, and I will also reference the fact that there's presentism involved.
Why would it be throwing stones from a glass house?
How old was Mary?
There's nowhere in the Christian scriptures that says how old Mary was, but it also wouldn't be pedophilia. What is pedophilia?
Pedophilia is fucking a child.
Right. Was Mary not if we're going with Christian belief, Mary was a virgin. Actually, Islamic belief too. Mary was a virgin. So how would it be pedophilia?
What does virginity have to do with being a child?
You just said fucking a child. I assume you meant sex, yes?
Well,
did you just ask what does virginity have to do with sex?
No, I asked what does virginity have to do with pedophilia?
How could it be pedophilia?
A 20-year-old could be a virgin, champ. If you fuck the 20-year-old, doesn't mean you're a pedophile.
Mary was the virgin, dude.
Right, Mary was the virgin.
So if nobody fucked her, then how could it be pedophilia?
An adult is 18. What do you mean nobody fucked her? John didn't fuck Mary?
John?
I'm sorry. Joseph didn't fuck Mary?
No, she was a virgin.
Well, duh. She was a virgin when she was pregnant with Jesus. She gave birth. What? She wasn't his wife? They never fucked for as long as they lived?
I don't think you're in a position to, unless you know so much about Christianity. Can you point to me in a scripture where it says that they did?
1 second. I got to reset my camera. One of my phones died.
Sure, no problem.
For your sake, it's going to be much more high definition.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it's
No, I'm saying,
possible.
I'm saying, I mean, they absolutely did, bro. For
What do
us
you
to
mean?
say-
Where are you getting that from? Also, it still wouldn't be pedophilia because it wouldn't be prepubescent, but sure, I guess we'll go with minor. Also,
It
we don't
wouldn't be
actually.
prepubescent. Was Aisha prepubescent?
Well, I would absolutely argue she was, but either way, I was talking about 65 full. Not according to what?
Not according to Hadith. I mean,
Actually, that's incorrect. The Hadith
she
specifically.
didn't have her period.
No, the Hadith never says she had her period when they had sex in Medina, right? Because she stayed behind in Mecca for about a year, give or take, with Abu Bakr. And that was when the Prophet Muhammad and some of the early Muslims went to Yathrib. And then she came up with him after, it was about a year after, and that's when they actually consummated the marriage. It wasn't because he was waiting for her period, it's because she wasn't physically with him until that point. And then it also says in the Hadith that she played with dolls, which wasn't allowed for, it was allowed, excuse me, for prepubescent girls. And this was at the time that she lived with the Prophet Muhammad, which we know by the time she lived with the Prophet Muhammad, they had consummation. But either way, I wasn't.
When Muhammad visited her house?
No, she lived with him.
I could have swore there was a story when she was playing with toys when Muhammad visited her house.
It doesn't say they visited her house, and it also says.
Anyways, isn't it law in the Quran that you have to wait until the woman is physically and mentally mature enough to?
In Surah 65, Ayah 4 specifically says for prepubescent girls, and Ibn Abbas, who was a companion of the Prophet, and also Ibn Kathir, who came later in his tafsir, specifically says it's young girls that are prepubescent age. It says that their iddah is 3 months, and I'm sure you know what an iddah is, yes? Do you?
No, I don't know what it does.
That's the waiting period after a divorce. And we know that they still had sex during the marriage because in Surah 33, Ayah 49, it specifically says if you have not sexually touched your wife, then there is no iddah. So the fact that the iddah is 3 months means that she was married, had sex, and is going through divorce all before puberty.
How can that be if you have to wait until she's physically mature enough?
Okay, so I'm not sure where you get that from. The best, I think, is Surah 4 when it talks about orphans. And it says for orphans, marriageable age, and it still doesn't say necessarily puberty, but even if you assumed it meant that, it doesn't particularly say that anywhere. But while you look that up, where does it say that Mary was 12 anyways? Where are you even getting that from?
The social customs at the time of Jews.
Okay, but that doesn't mean everyone was 12. She could have been younger, she could have been older.
Right, but it doesn't mean she wasn't 12 either. I mean, Rebecca was 3.
Rebecca wasn't 3.
You could do the math.
Let's do the math. Do you want to do the math?
I just need the verses because I have an underline, but I don't want to go page for page.
Sure, no problem. Rebecca, if you do the math, was actually 14 years old when they had the contract and 24 years old when they had sex for the first time and 34 when she had the twins. So specifically, while you look that up, Jacob's age was 99 when she died. That's according to the Torah, okay? Rebecca's total lifespan of 133 years would mean that she was actually 14, and I can prove that as well. So first off, when we find Jacob's age, you know who Jacob
Isaac was how old and who died once again?
So I'm talking about Jacob right now.
Okay.
Okay, so Jacob's age, we can actually prove he was 99 when Rebecca died. Okay, this is the son. Okay, so Jacob, he was working. He entered Egypt. And this is in the book of Genesis. All this in the book of Genesis. In Genesis 47:9, he tells Genesis 47:9 tells us that Jacob was 130 years old when he arrived to Egypt to meet Pharaoh. And you can look this up. Genesis 47:9. He was 130 years old. So when you go to 47:9, 47:9, chapter 47, verse 9, and then after you'll go to Genesis 45, verse 6. And that's where it tells us that there was 2 years into the famine when Jacob arrived, the famine in Egypt, okay? And there were 7 years of plenty before that 2-year famine. So that's 9. Do you agree? 7 plus 2 is 9?
Okay.
Because Joseph had already been ruling for 9 years based off of that logic, because there's 2 years famine, 7 years plenty, 7 plus 2 is 9. So we know that Joseph had been ruling Egypt for 9 years, okay? So if you then go to Genesis 41:46, it tells us that Joseph was exactly 30 years old when he became ruler. So if you subtract Joseph's 30 years from Jacob's age of 121, we get that because 130 minus 9 is 121. I'm sure you agree with that. That means Jacob was 91 years old when Joseph was born, because 121 minus 30 is 91. Okay? That comes from Genesis 41:46. Then you go to Genesis 30, verse 25. It tells us that Joseph was born right at the end of Jacob's second 7-year contract that he had with Laban. Okay, because he did 2 7-year contracts with Laban, and then he stayed for an extra 6 years to build his flock. So during the end of his second 7-year contract, right, with Laban, you go to Genesis 31:41, and it shows us Jacob stayed 6 extra years to build his flock. So that's a total. Laban is Rebecca's brother, just so you know. Okay? So that's a total of 20 years. 7 years for contract 1, 7 years for contract 2, that's 14, plus 6 years to build a flock, that's 20. Okay? So that's 20 years. And then he left Laban's house 6 years after Joseph was born. So if you add those 6 years to Jacob's age of 91, right? Because that's how where we're at, 91, right? That would make Jacob 97 when he left Laban's house, right? Because 91 plus 6 is 97. And then when you go to the Seder Olam, it tracks Jacob's stops on his return. So when you go to Genesis 33:17 and 33:18, you'll see that he stopped in Sukkoth and Shechem. Shechem. You calculate that journey home, it took exactly 2 years. Give or take, but it's about 2 years. So you add those 2 years to 97, that would make Jacob 99 years old when he arrived back in Canaan. And that would be the exact moment that Rebekah passed away. So that's how we know that Jacob was 99 when Rebekah passed away. So then with Rebekah's age of 133, we go with the symmetry of the righteous. That comes from the rabbis, right? Just so you know, the 3-year-olds come from Rashi's commentary. It doesn't actually come from scripture, but we're going to go with it, okay? The symmetry of the righteous would actually outrank that. So the tradition teaches that there were the 6 pairs of righteous biblical figures. Rebekah is actually attached to the son of Levi, which is, his name is Kohath, I believe. I think you pronounce it differently, but nonetheless. If you go to the book of Exodus, chapter 6, verse 18, he explicitly states that he lived for exactly 133 years. And Rebekah was the same, 133 years, because of that symmetry of righteousness. So then you connect the numbers to find the age at childbirth, right? Because remember, Rebekah is the mother of Jacob and Esau, the twins. Okay, so we have her lifespan, which is 133 years old. You minus 99, which we proved earlier is Jacob's age when Rebekah died, and that would give you 34, right? 133 minus 99 is 34. We agree?
I'm listening.
Okay, so since we know, this would prove that Rebekah was 34 years old when she gave birth to Jacob and Esau. Now, this is how we know she wasn't 3. Because in Jewish law and customs, after 10 years of being barren, that is when a husband can actually put in for a divorce because she's not providing a child. So if we minus 34 minus 10, right, that would get us 24. Okay? Because that's how long she was barren, and at the last second, she ends up actually having the twins, Jacob and Esau. 24 minus 10 years, because we know he married her contractually, but they didn't actually have sexual relations for 10 years. 24 minus 10 is 14. That's when he would have married her contractually, not sex, contractually when she was 14 years old. And then at 24 is when they actually start to have sex. She had 10 years of barren. That would put her at 34. Jacob and Esau are born. Jacob was 99. 99 plus the 34 gives us 133, which is the age that Rebekah was when she died. So if you do the math, it actually shows the opposite.
Okay. How many years was between Abraham receiving the news of Rebekah and the death of Sarah?
So that we don't
canonically,
know.
those happened one after the other. No?
So no, we don't actually know. So that's where Rashi, by the way, because the commentary of her being 3 is where Rashi gets it from, and he takes the assumption that, oh, because it's the next sentence, it must have happened like right after. But there's actually nothing that states that. In fact, and not to disagree with Rashi, but I'm going to, it actually doesn't make sense. There's a lot of things in the Bible that's the next
You
sentence.
disagreed with a lot of rabbis. Like,
Right, and it's okay to do that. But the problem is that a lot of, no offense, a lot of Muslims, they tried to say Rebecca was 3 because they're going on this one commentary, even though all the other commentary disagrees with it. And they say, yeah, but this one guy said it. Huh?
They're good off scripture.
Well, yeah, but that I just showed you. I gave you every single verse. You can look it all up. I just gave you scripture on how the math literally disproves it. But nonetheless, to answer your question, there's a lot of Bible verses that are the next sentence. That doesn't mean it happened literally right after it. Sometimes things can pass in between. So I don't have the answer for you because it's not actually said.
You don't have the answer for me because it's not actually said.
Correct. So I can't tell you how long had passed in between because it doesn't actually say it anywhere. It's impossible for me to answer in good faith.
I don't know. I believe they happened one after the other. I believe they happened one after the other.
Based off of what?
Because rabbis have come to this
Not
consensus.
rabbis, one rabbi, and other rabbis that even outrank him have disagreed. So why would you pick? That would be like me picking an imam from 100 years ago and ignoring everyone before him and maybe even some after him. That would be very bad faith.
I mean, shit, man. There's some imams that believe Aisha was 16.
Right, and they
No
do
idea what
that
those
because
amounts.
they the reason they do that is because they assume Aisha's sister's age and they do math from there, but there's actually nothing that says Aisha's sister's age. So they take an assumption, whereas what I gave you was actual scripture. I can prove it. I don't know
I'll
if you
give
were
you actual
following
scripture
along.
too. Genesis 23 to 20, chapter 23, verse 1. Right? It says when Sarah died, if you subtract the age of Sarah, right, subtracting from 127, right, which is when Sarah died, 90 is when she had Isaac. Isaac would be 37 years old, right? The binding of Isaac is right before what? Abraham receiving the news of Rebekah's birth.
It actually doesn't say it. That's just a sentence before. It doesn't say it literally happened right before in terms of timeline. It doesn't say that anywhere.
So if I'm reading Matthew and I read the
Matthew.
the baptism, yeah, if I read Matthew and I read the baptism, right,
Sure.
of Jesus Christ, right, in chapter 3, and then I read the forest, am I supposed to like?
So I didn't say that two sentences coinciding right next to each other automatically means it's not next to each other timeline wise. I just said it doesn't automatically mean it is. So
right,
when
it doesn't support your argument.
No, it's not that it doesn't support the argument. It doesn't support every single scripture and verse I just gave you that proves the math. I mean, do you agree with my math? I went pretty slowly. I literally went one by one.
I'm not gonna sit here and dissect your math, obviously.
I mean, it was pretty basic math. I minus 9 and 30, and like it wasn't like it was hard math.
Right, and you're referencing certain scripture and how long you took them to do this.
Let me ask you: all of his children were mentioned all in the same exact verse. Does that mean they were all born on the same day? That's not even the next sentence. That's the same sentence. Would you say that the Bible is saying that they were born the same day?
About their birth in that section?
Yes. Does that mean they were all born on the same day just because it's the same sentence?
No, it doesn't mean they were born on the same day. Does it say where they were born?
When?
Yeah,
yes.
Does it say when they were born?
No,
Okay,
just
then
like it
obviously
doesn't
that
exactly.
mean
You just proved my point. Exactly. It doesn't say
Does it say how long it has been?
Exactly, it doesn't. Same thing with Sarah's same way with Isaac's binding and Sarah's.
In your example, right? You said it did say when they were born afterwards, and
no, it doesn't say when, like the literal when. No, it doesn't say.
You're asking me if I'm to infer that all these people were born on the same day because their name is mentioned in the same line, right? It's talking
correct
about
based off of your logic that the next sentence must mean that it happened right away after.
No, I mean we're following a set of events here. Right?
Exactly. If something is said in the same sentence, it doesn't mean it all happened on the exact same day.
Especially now, if we're not distinguishing the fact that it was sometime later or this, that, and the fourth, then we're to assume that it happened in the same canon.
So you think that
I don't know where you're going with this argument.
Sure, I have no problem. So it doesn't tell. I'll be more than glad to explain. So it doesn't actually say when those kids were born, the children were born. So are we to infer that they were born the same day just because it doesn't say it? That would be insane. I hope you agree.
No, we're not to infer that they were born on the same day.
Right. Same thing with Isaac's binding and Sarah's death. We're not to infer that it happened literally the next day.
Isaac's binding in the same.
It is the same
because it doesn't say that a certain amount of time passed or yada yada.
Right. It's the same thing with the birth. It doesn't say a certain amount of time passed. It's literally the same thing. You're saying the same thing. Just like it doesn't say a certain amount of time passed between the binding and the death. It also doesn't. One second. It doesn't also say a certain amount of time passed.
I can pull it up.
There's multiple. You can go with Noah's sons, with Japheth, Shem, and Ham. You can go with Abraham's children. You can go with others.
It's listing their names, bro. It's not talking about their birth, bro. What are you talking about?
It is talking about their birth. It says it is 100%. But my point is also even in the Quran, do you think because something is in the very next sentence?
No, it's talking about their birth when they're listing how many sons they had.
Correct. It says the actual sons, and it says that they were born to them.
Right, but it's not talking about when they were born. You're asking me to infer that they were born at the same time. What type of fucking?
I don't think that at all. I'm saying I'm saying the opposite. What I'm saying to you is even in the Quran, if there's a verse right after the one before, that doesn't automatically mean it happened at the same exact time or the next day or whatever. It's the same thing in the Hebrew text. It's the same thing in the New Testament. It's the same exact thing. It could. I'm not saying it automatically means it isn't.
I want to ask you something.
But real quick, just one more sentence. My point is that the reason now you are correct. It could mean that.
Because we're not having a debate, right? I'm allowed to talk about other things and not.
No, of course. I just want to say one more sentence. So the reason I'm saying it definitely doesn't mean that is because I'm using scripture to prove that the math wouldn't make sense if it did mean what you're implying. So I'm using actual math and scripture.
Don't make sense. And you're talking to a Muslim that believes this book is corrupted, Nick. So there's a lot of things within the Bible that are obviously
I got that, but
I'm going to get pushed back on that.
I got that, but obviously we're having the debate
math contradicts my math. Well, fuck.
But you're not. You don't have any math. My verse actually says numbers. Yours
I mean,
doesn't.
Google AI it for you, so it could give
I
you the
don't use
actual verse numbers.
AI. I don't use
Does it give
AI
you the
to.
numbers?
I
I
would
mean, I have
never.
them noted down. I could go into Genesis and go verse by verse with
If
the
any,
heart.
I just got to be honest. If anyone, Muslim, Christian, or Jew, uses AI to prove scripture, that's embarrassing.
I'm not using
assuming.
AI to prove scripture. I'm using AI so it could jot it down for me, so I don't have to sit here going verse for verse and give you the verse numbers.
I got you.
Understand what I'm trying to say? I don't look to AI and ask it questions for it to answer.
I thought you were. I got to be honest. I thought you were following along, so that's my bad. But do you believe that I didn't lie about the numbers that were in each verse that I produced? Like, do you think I'm lying?
I'm not calling you a liar.
Okay,
No,
so
I mean,
so with the thought
I'm
that
not fact checking you either.
Sure. So my question
is
is if you assume that my numbers were correct, which they were, I didn't lie. All the numbers that I said are in there. Wouldn't that mean that the math would prove the part where we say it doesn't say it in scripture, so we don't know if it means this or that, but we can know if we use
Absolutely.
the
So what
further
book are we talking
verses.
about, Nick?
The book of Genesis, and there was one verse from Exodus.
Fair enough. We're talking about the Old Testament. We're talking about a book that, in my opinion, has been corrupted. So your math could be, chill. Your math could be flawless, dude. Your math could be 1-to-1 perfect, my guy, and so can mine.
But
is that what I'm trying to say?
this is why it's
So it's like,
this is why it's a disingenuous argument, because we're obviously arguing from the point as if we are arguing using scripture, because by that logic, then there's no reason to even believe Rebecca was 3, because you don't believe in Rashi, you don't right. So it's the same reason how I was able to argue from a point of standing of Christianity, just because I don't believe Mary was a virgin. But it would be ridiculous for me to say, well, I don't accept that answer because I don't even believe Mary's a virgin. We're having the debate from the point that we assume it's true.
It for you. It mentions Genesis. It mentions it kind of literally said what I said. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay. Again, I don't accept AI. I accept scripture. Yes. So I believe you
this
that
is
you're
the argument. You said Rashi came up with the argument, right? In all honesty, I didn't know what his name was.
Correct. It is Rashi, and there are people that actually outrank Rashi. There's people that outrank Rashi that have said the opposite. So again, it would be like me taking a
They said the opposite, but does that mean that now Rashi's verses that he quotes within the Bible don't exist somehow? And
no,
he's disproven?
Rashi doesn't use the verses. He uses an assumption.
Of course, he uses the verses.
He does not. He uses an assumption that
the same way Maimonides quotes Deuteronomy chapter 20 verse 10 when he's talking about the law of kings. Of course they use verses.
I didn't say Rashi. I never said Rashi never uses verses. I said with this context he's using an assumption that doesn't come from verses. That's 100% accurate. He admits that himself.
Where does it come from?
Again, he's taking an assumption. Just also, like a lot of people.
That sounds like a crazy claim to me. I mean,
have you ever heard of the Seder Olam? Because that's what he uses. The Seder Olam is not the Torah. I wanted to tell you that answer, but it's like you're not going to know what that is anyways. But I'm telling you, he doesn't use the verse.
I want to ask you a question, if that's okay.
I have one more question about Rebecca before we move on. How could she carry?
Man, come on, bro.
It's just one more question. It's just one more question.
One more and one more. I've been being nice.
Okay,
Nick.
one more question. How could Rebecca carry? Nice, Jesus Christ. Anyways, how could?
Nice.
Okay, how could Rebecca carry multiple pails of water?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I was gonna say that. Rebecca was carrying water, but somehow she was 3 according to math. And somehow according to
it's not according to math.
Well, shit, this book is corrupted. You need to start reading the Quran.
It's not corrupted because once again, I'm not using assumption. I'm using just the verses and doing math backwards from Egypt. You're using an assumption. Do I think that the Torah is corrupted?
Do you think?
Hold on one second. I'm not a Christian, so irrelevant. Hold on one sec.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I'm not a Christian, so it's just irrelevant.
Okay, right. Yeah. There's gonna be a lot of contradictions. There's a lot of contradictions in the Old Testament. There's a lot of contradictions in the New Testament. It's not a new thing. But I wanted to ask you, have you been speaking about have you been using jizya as a talking point ever since the whole
yeah, because he proved me right in the end and then claimed victory. I literally said, yeah, I'll tell you how.
Nick, you don't have the video posted, Nick.
I literally do. It's on my
live.
I literally have the video posted. What? Can you just let me finish, dude? I'm gonna tell you why.
You have Sneeko plastered. Sneeko. I love.
That's because Sneeko wasn't
retard when it comes to this.
1 second. Why do you keep? Okay, a couple things. One, because Sneeko and mine was an actual separate debate. It wasn't somebody that just came up on a TikTok live in a little box. Second, Sneeko was on Omi TV. It wasn't a TikTok live. So what you said just makes no sense. But anyways,
Omi TV.
Right,
It
exactly.
wasn't a setup debate. It wasn't like some formal
No, I
shit
didn't say
or
it
anything
was.
like
I
that.
didn't say it was formal. I said that it's different
Yeah.
because his camera was next to mine on Omi TV.
You called a retard lacking. You spewed retardation. You said, "Ooh, look, Muslim."
Okay, I'm gonna
stupid."
get
You
back to what
posted
I
it.
was trying. Well, no, it wasn't. I'm
No,
saying
but
it was
why don't-
okay. I just want to get back to what I was saying. So
I want to get back to what I was saying too.
wait, hold
agree.
on. I gotta answer
do
the
you mean,
first
hold on?
thing.
You interrupted me.
You asked me a question and you still haven't let me answer it. I talked about how he proved me right with Jizzy. You said, "How did he prove you right?" And you never let me
Oh
answer
yeah,
that.
that's fair. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. I
Right.
thought we were going back to the Rebecca thing.
No problem. And this is why Libiano lost, okay? He doesn't realize it because he lied at the end. I said, "Hey, why are we even talking about this? I never said jizya was an immoral thing." And he's like, "Yes, you did. You said at the beginning." He even had me questioning myself. I was like, "Did I say that? I don't think I would ever say that, but maybe I did." We all went back and looked. I never once said that. So his entire premise of the argument that lasted like 30 minutes was based off of, I want to say it was a lie, but maybe he misheard me just to be like as fair as I can possibly be, but I never said that. So his
Right,
whole
well, we
entire
spoke
premise
about-
was based off of a lie.
we-
So
we-
yes,
we
to answer your question, I still use it all the time because Libiano was wrong about what I said.
Libiano was wrong. There isn't jizya inside of Judaism.
Well, actually, no, it's not in the same
No?
concept at all. Well, I can answer that as
Really?
well, but that's not what I
Okay.
said he lied about. You're
Yeah,
being
man, answer
disingenuous.
that.
No problem. So you're being disingenuous again. I didn't say that's what he lied about. I said he lied about what I said. I said.
I know you lied about what you said. He didn't say what you said and how you called him and conceded. I get that. But the whole like jizya.
Well, no, he
with
never
Maimonides-
conceded. He thought I still said that to this day. That's why he lost the
Okay,
argument.
I find that irrelevant. I want to get to something that has some substance.
Great.
to it.
So
Get to
so with
Maimonides, I wanna get to
jizya,
and
sure,
it
no
being-
problem,
yes, okay,
no problem.
I
So
appreciate
with
that.
jizya and the concept that I was specifically talking about, right, the extortion that goes around to Christian communities, etc. What he said with Maimonides, which we actually looked more into it after because I don't really particularly care about Maimonides because I'm not a Jew. But I looked more into what he was saying. He definitely lied about a lot of things that I wasn't ready to call out. And this is what he lied about. So with the jizya that I was talking about, it's talking about the spread of Islam into non-Islamic countries, right? And then after they gain power, they implement said second-class citizenship. With what he's talking about Maimonides, he's talking about a very specific time where he said that in this specific area, with this specific people under specifically Jewish law, so just Canaan, right, in the context at the time, then yes, they have something, I guess, that's relatively similar. But to try to compare that to a worldwide, like for example, and I said this in the debate too, if you want to rewatch it, you can hear me say it. I said from the very beginning, my problem is how it's implemented in contemporary times and the belief of it, okay? So with contemporary times, the problem with it is that if Jews were to, are you listening? I feel like you're more focused.
No,
on
because
that.
I mean, I feel like I don't want to interrupt you, obviously, right? And I'd love the chat to see because I mean, over here, Maimonides is making it perfectly clear,
right?
That it's
what
speaking
land
about
is he talking
anyone.
about? No, what land is
Right
he
here.
talking about?
Neither and I'm going to pronounce this shit very horribly. But a milchemet hazarut, an optional war, or an obligatory war, should not be waged against anyone until they are offered the opportunity of peace.
Right, and what land?
Anyone.
Yeah, where?
Where? Will you tell me where? Is it stated?
Right,
in here?
it's yeah,
You
it
wanna read
does. It
together?
says in Deuteronomy
Okay.
chapter 20. What's it talking about?
Deuteronomy chapter 20. The lands outside of Israel?
Nope. And
What
that's
is it
the
talking about?
that's the difference I'm talking about. So
Okay.
so now I'm going to finish what I was going to say before you pull that up. So what I said from the very beginning is if Jews were to start acting that way and start spreading into outside lands and start implementing that, I'd be more than glad to call it out. In fact, towards the end of the debate, Libiano said, "Really, you would?" And I said, "Yes, of course I would." And he's like, "Good job." And I'm like, "What do you mean good job?" I said that from the very beginning. It was actually a very embarrassing moment for him. I would have no problem calling Judaism out if they were acting that way worldwide. No problem. Or if Christians started doing it, no problem. But the problem is that they don't do that, whereas Muslims do advocate for that. Not all, but a lot of them, a significant portion. That's the problem, and that's why he lost the argument, because he wasn't actually answering the substance of my claims. He was answering actually kind of bullshit, to be honest. So if, and I'll say it again, if Jews start doing that, like worldwide, or even in a significant enough portion, or if Christians start doing it, yeah, I'd have no problem actually calling that out. But until they do, there's no reason to talk about it. And I also predicted that Libiano, just like all Muslims when they debate, I predicted that he would deflect to Christianity or Judaism because they never defend their faith. They simply deflect to other people's.
Foreign city or nation. I'm looking this shit up, Nick, and it's not aligning with what you're saying.
I promise you that it definitely does.
Shabbat.org disagrees, champ.
Shabbat
Listen,
what?
at
Oh,
the end of the day,
Chabad.
fair
I
enough.
promise you, Chabad does not disagree with it. I promise you.
We can have this conversation until the morning, but ultimately, I mean, I have a couple buddies on here, right? And I see you often. We often talk. We've talked in the past. You never posted me, which I'm pretty disappointed about.
If you want, I can post this conversation if you really care about it. Like, it's not
if
that
there's
big a
any
deal.
substance, have fun, bro. We live in America, freedom of speech. But what I was gonna say is, get that debate, bro. Crop it up and post Libiano on the channel. If you truly
Already
feel like
posted.
you've won, right? But you already posted, but you didn't, Nick.
It literally did. It's literally already posted. It's insane to. First off, it'd be
It's
really
on your
insane to do
videos
it a
with the
month
title and
later.
with a title and a thumbnail. I know, bro. So I'm saying, like, to say that you won the debate, right? I mean,
I
that
just
is
explained
one of the most-
how I did. I just explained that he didn't actually. First off, he lied about what I said with the original claim. And to be fair, the entire argument was on that one claim. The fact that, again, I'll be fair to him.
Bro,
Either
half
lie.
the fucking video was you guys interrupting each other and like not even.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Interrupting each other. I'm sure it wasn't. If we were to look line by line, I'm sure he
You did
wouldn't
not
be
let him
seven.
speak, Nick.
So real quick, because I actually already, well, not me personally, somebody who's a software engineer. Real quick, hold on. Let me just ask you a question. Let me just ask you this question real quick. If you were to
Okay. Ask me the
guess-
question.
If you were to guess what percentage, how much he spoke versus me, what would you think it was?
I don't know.
Yeah, it was like 75 to 78% him. So when you say I didn't let him speak, that was literally mostly him. I'm not going to say I literally never interrupted him, but that's such a bad faith thing to say.
Maybe you can see. Maybe you can see it from my point. Maybe you can see it from my point of view, right?
Well, I still
you
haven't
had-
finished my original claim, right?
Oh, okay.
So the point that I don't see, and I think, and to be fair, I get it. You're Muslim. You probably like Libiano. You don't like me, so you're
I
trying to
love
defend.
Libiano, and
Right. So you're trying.
I never said I don't like you, Nick. I respect what you do. I don't stand
Okay,
with what you stand
I was
with.
being a little facetious, but anyways, back
You
to what I
served
was
my
trying
country.
to.
I mean, it was like-
Thank you. So back to what I was saying, right? So when the entire argument was still based off of that original claim was exactly what I said it was, and he lied or misheard. I think it was a lie, though, when he lied and said, no, you definitely said this. Go back and look. I went back and looked. Wasn't even close to that. So when the entire argument and a lot of interruptions on his part, more than mine, was based off of an incorrect substance, of course that means he lost. Now, as for posting him, I got to be honest with you, I don't even know who the guy is. I find him to be honestly irrelevant. So why would I post him versus any
That's
other
not
TikTok
true. And
debate?
He's definitely not irrelevant. Nick.
I didn't say he was or wasn't. I'm telling you, I don't know who he is. In fact, I know Korra more than him just because of the Malik guy and all the
Debate Korra.
infighting. I did. I did the same exact. It's on the same video. That's why I don't want to clip them, because it's next to each other. It's on the same exact video. And she also proved me right. I told her that she also did the same thing Libiano did. She interrupted a lot and then claimed victory at the end when she ended up proving me right. I'll explain. So I talked about.
Post her either.
It's literally on the same video. That's why I'm not posting
It's on the
separately,
live,
because it's.
yeah, bro. It's like,
Why do you act like people can't click on the live video? You're acting like it's such a weird thing. I don't understand.
Because the average person that has their feed filled with Hezbollah propaganda is not going to have.
Just so you know, the lives actually do go to the feeds. That's actually incorrect once again. They go to the feeds just the same. Wait, hold on. Let me finish about Korra. I never got to finish. So with Korra,
ask me a question, bro.
I didn't ask any question.
Yeah, you did.
What was my question?
You said it is. Why do people think it is not in there if it's literally?
I didn't ask that. I made a statement. I said it is there. I didn't ask why. I promise you. I never asked a question. So back to what I was saying.
I feel like the fact that you posted Sneeko and
That's because that was a separate face-to-face debate. His face was next to mine. Korra was on this tiny little box, and so was Libiano.
As somebody on the other side of this shit, that you stand up, I would have loved to hear and see the comments.
Dude, I debated Malik too, but his is also a tiny little box on TikTok. I didn't post him. Like I only post face-to-face debates. If you go through all of my videos, you'll see them.
Have you been speaking to Sneeko recently? Have you guys been keeping?
He blocked me.
Why did he block you?
Because I destroyed him.
He blocked you?
Yes.
Damn, bro. I gotta tell.
But back to what I was trying to say before
you. Get you want to debate with somebody with Sneeko moderating. He's been moderating everybody.
Okay. I don't know why I don't think he would allow me on his channel. I got to be real with you. I offered to even do a round 2. He blocked me. He's never talked to me again. He deleted his video.
I mean, it's Sneeko, bro. I mean, go.
I'm gonna go back to what I was.
Argue Muhammad Hijab. Argue Ali Dawar. Fucking.
Sure. Do you have Muhammad? I don't know the other two are, but do you have Muhammad Hijab's number? I'd be more than glad to debate him.
Names? Ali Dawa.
No, just Muhammad Hijab. Do you have
the guy on top of
Jesus Christ? Holy shit! I can't get a fucking word out here. Do you have Muhammad Hijab's?
What's the guy's name on top?
Why is that relevant? Do you have Muhammad Hijab? Okay. Do you have Mohammed Hijab's number? Because you act like I can just ask them to debate and they'll just say yes. It's not like
DM them. I don't know. Call them out. Is that what? That's not what you guys do.
Sure, no problem. Like
bro.
Do you think
Like,
Mohammed
heavyweights.
is Mohammed Hijab the guy that like
very prominent? Very prominent.
One second. It's not what I was gonna ask. Jeez, just take a breath, bro.
Yeah, enough with this, bro. I hate this. Like, stop interrupting shit. Just have the conversation, Nick.
I'm trying to. I really am.
Okay.
Anyways,
is this how you act with people outside too?
Jesus Christ. Well, people outside don't normally act like you're doing right now.
What? They don't start speaking in the middle of like speaking to each other?
No, generally no. That's usually
No?
seen as rude when people do that.
Oh,
But anyways, my question for you is with Mohammed Hijab or any of these other people, is Mohammed Hijab, is that the guy that debated God Logic and then he reported to YouTube to get the video taken down because he got like dog walked?
He didn't get dog walked.
Why did he ask to get the video removed even though it was a
Let me
sanctioned
make sure
debate?
you understand. Let me make sure you understand something, right?
Sure, go ahead.
You know what Leibniz's law of identity is, correct?
No.
Okay, so Leibniz's law of identity is literally a branch of logic. Now, logic, the thing that our brain uses to compute information, right?
Okay.
Like logically speaking, if 1 and you add another 1 to it, it's 2, right? Logically speaking, if I have a bottle of Pepsi and I have a bottle of Coke, I'd use Leibniz's law of identity to distinguish the two and say they're not the same bottle.
Does this have to do with asking YouTube to take the video down?
What this has to do with your statement is that he dogged walked him. Right?
Well, why else would he ask you to
He got what he has to do with your statement that he dogged walked him, right? Is the fact that he got Mr. God Logic, Dog Logic, whatever logic you want.
I mean, there's even Muslims saying that he lost.
Listen, it wasn't logicking that day because he literally denounced and gave up a branch of logic. Like he said, his correlation, his idea, right? His argument, right? Did not correlate. Did not bound itself.
What does this have to do with him after agreeing to a debate? It's not like he just like bum rushed him or it was a sneak debate. It was an agreed upon debate. They had it as per agreement, and then later he tries to get it taken down. I can understand if you got to take it down because he's like, you sneaked your way in. I don't like this type of style, whatever. But it was an agreed upon debate, and then he later gets to take it down. That would be like if Sneeko, and I'll give him some credit, he blocked me, but it'd be like if he tried to get my video taken down, even though he agreed to debate. And that wasn't even like a before debate. That was just in the moment. Imagine if me and Sneeko agreed on a platform.
I'll concede and say this, Nick, and I'm interrupting, but I'll concede and say this. This is literally a parallel with the you and Libiano situation. Bear with me, right? Let me see if your chat agrees. I don't know if you're streaming right now, but you say you won the debate against Libiano. Every time I ask you why he's not plastered on your YouTube channel like Sneeko is, oh, well, because you won the debate and because it's already in the live.
That's not what I said.
Right? So now, ultimately speaking, in my opinion, at least, you dodged the question. Right?
That wasn't what I said at all. I answered the question perfectly.
Now, Muhammad, right? Well, you're asking him the same question. You're asking, why is he asking to take the video down? Why is it not up there? Granted, it is up on his YouTube channel. The whole thing is there from front to back. That's where I watched it. There was nothing that was skipped. But now, I'm telling you that he didn't dog walk anybody. He won the debate.
Do you think he won against God Logic?
Absolutely.
So then how come even a lot of Muslims were saying that he did a bad job?
I don't know. There's some Muslims that strap suicide vests on their chest.
These obviously aren't. That's a bad faith answer. These are obviously not
a bad faith answer.
I'm not talking about Muslims that strap suicide. I'm talking about Muslims who generally agree with Muhammad Hijab. No, they don't. These are people that.
With you on some shit.
Dude, this is not. Dude, I'm not. Bro, this is not. This is such bad faith. I'm talking about Muslims who generally agree with Muhammad Hijab, who've even debated and don't like God Logic. I'm telling you, those Muslims even came. Not every single one, but it's obviously you're Muslim and you think he won.
Well, that's unfortunate. I mean, you know who did beat who did beat God Logic? Libiano.
I didn't see that. I'd be more than glad. Listen, I'm being honest with you. I
want to see a debate. I'm a fan of your work. I fucking disagree with you to the hill, but I want to see you go pound for pound against Libiano in a moderated debate, bro.
I would love a moderated debate.
I think your fans want to see it. I think his fans want to see it as well. But it's just like,
yeah, a moderated debate would be nice because then you wouldn't be able to interrupt nearly as much. That sounds
great. Do you guys have each other blocked?
No, I haven't. I don't know who he is. I think you don't believe me when I say I don't know who he is. I get you're a fan of him. I've never heard of him before. The only reason I even kind of know him now is because people like you keep like mentioning him. I don't know who he is. From what I heard, he was a doxer and he got banned by a lot of platforms.
He's one of the big dogs. He's one of the big
No, not dog, doxer. He doxed people, and so a lot of
saying he's one of the big dogs.
Okay, but see, here's the issue. From what I was told by even other
Libiano,
Muslims,
calm down.
1 second. By even other Muslims, he has been banned from platforms because he doxed people. And I didn't know this at the time, obviously, when he came up on my TikTok live. But between him and Cora and Malik, I think, yeah, Malik, the Cora's manager or whatever, they were doxing people. And a lot of people, to be fair to your side, even said that's not correct.
Cora's manager, but you don't know who Cora is.
Okay, so once again, you've taken what I said and you've flipped it completely opposite.
Okay, Nick, listen.
Wait, hold on 1 sec. I'm trying to answer you. I don't know why Muslims always do this. They always say the opposite of what you said. I said earlier.
Always do this.
It's only Muslims that do this. If you rewinded my live, you can hear me say, "I know who Korah is."
We've done this before, and you were
1 second. I literally said, "I know who Korah is" a lot more than Libiano. I literally said that 10 minutes ago, dude. And then you took that and you said the opposite. You're like, "You don't know who Korah is?" I just fucking said I did know.
You want me to give you another cool, interesting dude that I probably told you about before, and you just never
keep like you're like all over the place, dude.
Because I don't care about it as much as you.
It's not about caring. It's just about lying.
Lying? Jeez, it's not that deep. Vrillium. You ever heard of him?
Verillium? Is he a Muslim?
Really? No. He's a Christian, but he's one of those guys that as you of all people should know, it's very taboo to speak about Israel and Jewish people and Judaism in general.
It's taboo to speak about Israel?
To critique it? Absolutely. What, we're just gonna pretend
this is like 95% of the internet right now. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, it's sure, right? It's getting people are starting to.
It's not even close to getting. It's been that way for years now. At this point, what are you talking about? You actually think that, or
that it's taboo to critique Israel?
Taboo, dude. 95%. Dude, do you have an X account? Do you go on X?
I haven't been on Twitter in a while.
Okay, go on X and tell me again. I want you to actually tell me with a straight face.
My shit isn't filled with politics. Like you have to understand
but
that
still,
your algorithm is not the only algorithm that exists.
Agreed, but it's the one. If you go to the top, if you go on X, you can go to like the top talked about or most liked or whatever. Israel will always be in that top 10. For the past like 3 years, Israel's in the top 10. So this isn't just my algorithm. This is the top of all of X. I can't tell if you're trolling me right now. You actually think it's taboo to talk?
I honestly can't. Yes, absolutely. To critique the Jewish people or to critique the state of Israel. And I mean,
this is so fucking insane, dude. I got to be honest.
There's been laws passed in certain states in America.
There's no laws. There's zero laws that say that.
But
you just lied again.
Jesus fucking Christ, Nick. Calm down. Calm your titties.
What do you mean calm? You're literally lying.
Well, no, I'm not lying. Maybe you live in a bubble that's filled with the Hezbollah.
If you want to boycott, first off, critiquing and boycotting is not the same thing. But if you want to, 1 second, if you want to boycott Israel, you have every right to do that in all 50 states. You can absolutely boycott whatever the fuck you want. I promise you, every single state.
Okay. Like I was saying, Vrillium, right? Amazing YouTuber. He goes really in depth with like the whole Kabbalah and the whole background of the Israel and the shit like that, right? Very prominent, hundreds of thousands of views. I guarantee you guys will disagree on a majority of things.
I don't care about Kabbalah.
That's not all he speaks about. Obviously, he said he has a lot of things on his YouTube channel. If you sort it by views and you read the thumbnails or titles, well, obviously you might disagree with a couple of them, especially if you go through them and watch them on your free time. I was just as somebody who watches your work, recommending somebody that you could explore and smash. Hopefully, it's not that deep, champ. You don't got to argue every single little thing. But anyways,
I'm not arguing every single thing. It's just when someone straight out lies. Of course, I'm going to argue against that.
You're arguing this.
Yes, but anyways, if you lie, I will argue it. That is true.
I'm a bid you a farewell, bud. It's been fun. I don't know if I was able to give you anything of substance, but take care.
You did at the start. You became like most Muslim debaters towards the end.
I wasn't trying to debate you. I was trying to have a conversation.
Doesn't matter if you're trying to or not. You did.
Okay. Fair enough. Stay safe, Nick. Have a good one.
Bye bye.
Peace and blessings be upon
you. Bro, it's 1 a.m., bro. Why are you still
It's not 1 a.m.
No, what a.m. is it for you?
It's 12 p.m. right now. I'm in a different country.
What country are you in?
I'm just playing, dude. Just fucking with you. Dude, I stay up late. I'm a night owl, bro.
How many Jews are on your stream tonight?
How many Jews? I don't know. You want me to ask them?
Yeah.
Hey, how many of you guys are Jews? Like, how do I ask that? There's 3,082 people in here. Like,
Yeah.
anyways, do you actually want to have a conversation or no? You good?
Yeah, what do you want to talk about?
Israel-Palestine.
No, bro.
Yeah, of course not.
Talk about someone else. I'm not neither. I don't care about
Yeah,
that.
you are. You're just scared to have the debate. I get it. I'd be
You
scared to
know,
debate me on it too. Not gonna lie.
Afghans are part not Israeli, Jewish. Not Jewish either. They have the ancestry of the Jews and shit. You know
What are
that?
you
So
What are you saying here right now?
I'm a little bit of Jew like you.
I'm not a Jew at all.
You're not a Jew? That
No,
sucks.
and you're not either.
Yes, I am.
You're literally not.
I'm
How are
I'm
you a
little
Jew?
bit- I'm a little bit of Israeli, I think.
Well, that's a nationality, so that doesn't even make any sense what you just said. It's like
Well,
saying I'm a little bit
bit-
American. How can you be a little bit of, you're either American or you're not?
No, because you could be a little bit black.
Yeah, black, not American.
No.
Yes, American's a nationality.
No, so what about people born in America?
Yes, if they're born in America, they're a natural born citizen. So they would be an American.
Which is still a country, right?
Yes, it's a nationality, so they'd be 100%
Wait,
American.
technically, aren't they Native American if they're born here?
Well, technically, yes, that is what native means. That's irrelevant to the conversation, though.
So technically, anyone born in America is Native American.
I guess technically, by the strict definition of the word native, yeah, technically that is true.
Like Native Indian is what I mean.
Well, no, that's not the same thing at all. Anyways, do you want to debate Israel-Palestine or no? I'm gonna move on.
Yeah, let's see what you have to say tonight.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I'm pro-Israel.
Nice. Why?
I agree with their morality and values over the Palestinianism.
Can you briefly
I
explain?
think Palestinianism is an Islamist ideology that harbors and pushes for terrorism.
Okay.
And they're anti-West.
Wizard ass words. All right. So can we like bear down the English words a little bit too?
You don't know which word did you not know what I meant or what I said?
Like, you need to explain to me in like third grade, like third grade form. Oh my god.
What? You're gonna do? Oh, my goat right here. Freaking not my goat, bro. My sheep.
Your sheep?
Yeah. Yeah, bro. What's up? What happened? What happened yesterday? Nothing, bro. I want to talk to him.
All right, there's a poll. You guys can answer it. Poll is: are you a Jew?
Yeah, I am.
You're a Jew?
Yeah.
You're a Yehudi?
Mm.
Kaibar, ya Yahud.
What are you, racist? You anti-Semitic?
I am anti-semantic.
Don't be anti-Semitic, bro.
I said semantic.
I'm saying don't be anti-Semitic.
What's anti-Semitic?
Against the Semitics.
That's not what anti-Semitic means.
It literally means.
It literally doesn't. It was made by William Marr, and it actually...
Anti-Semitic. Against Semitic.
Nope, that's not what it means. It's not like... Yeah.
Semitic. Opposed to...
It's not a compound word in that sense. Like, butterflies are not pieces of butter that fly, right? So
no,
anti-Semitic...
But butterfly is describing a creature. Anti-Semitic is describing a behavior. So
right, so anti-Semitic... Do you know who created the etymology of the word? Do you know who created the word anti-Semitic? It was created by William Marr, right? And he literally meant it as specifically against the Jews. That's
where did he write that?
He's the one that founded the word.
So where'd you get that from? Like, where'd you get that knowledge? Like that?
Where did I get history from? History books.
Yeah, give me one. Like,
I just told you his name. Look, you could just Google it with me right now.
Like, when did he say that? You said he said that. When did he say that?
You didn't ask when he said it. You said where.
Where did he write it?
Right, that's what you asked. You didn't say when did he say it. That's a totally different question.
Okay, same.
It's not the same thing. That's not even close to the same thing.
Oh, okay. My bad.
So Wilhelm Marr coined it in 1879. He popularized the term antisemitismus in 1879.
Popularized it, didn't create it.
No, he coined and popularized. Are you not listening?
You know
coined. Yes, I do. Do you?
What does coin mean?
He's the founder of it. He founded
That's
that.
not what coined means. Look up the definition of coined.
Is this guy trolling me right now?
Look up the definition of coined, man. I feel like you might be an anti-Semitic for real, bro, because you're anti just language in general.
Anyways, so coined means to invent or create a new word or phrase that people start using regularly.
Nice. So
I was
why
right.
did-
So I was right.
No, you were wrong.
I wasn't. I said he invented the word.
You said he popularized it.
I said he coined and popularized it. And then
No,
you
you
said you don't know what coined means.
I told you he coined it and he popularized it. You said he just popularized it.
This guy is actually retarded. Anyways, so yeah, he coined and popularized the word in 1879.
Were you there to see that?
Were you there to see World War II?
No.
So do you know World War II happened?
Not really.
Okay. Were you there to see Israel independence in May 14th, 1948?
Mhm.
Do you think it was Palestine before Israel?
I wasn't there. I don't know.
Good. We're getting to them. Good job. Yes, good. I agree with you. It was always Israel.
Really?
Yeah, because it's Israel now, and we weren't there to see it not be Israel, so logic states.
Yeah, Loki, that's pretty logical. I'm not gonna lie. But I haven't
Facts!
زين ليش هيك شيء
54% say no. What? Ah! What up,
Hey,
dude?
how are you? I currently have 1,367 people watching. What do you want to say?
I have
Anything you wanna
3,000.
say?
I have 3,109. Man, I wish I had a
Damn.
6-7. I'll just
Oh,
say I
no.
have 3,167 people watching.
Oh, that's cool.
So what do you want to
what-
say? I have more. What do you want to say?
Low key, yeah, you're the first one to beat me. I'm scared.
I usually debate Israel-Palestine.
Actually, what do you think?
I'm pro-Israel.
Okay, I'm not really the one to debate because I don't know.
Come
I don't know.
on.
No, I don't know a lot. I just don't know a lot.
Well, we can
Obviously-
have a nice
obviously,
conversation.
since I'm from like Middle East, I'm gonna say like, why kill kids? You know, obviously.
Wait,
but obviously you probably have like a different.
What does
you
being
have
from the
more-
Middle East have to do with why killing kids?
No, look, your point of view, like you think, hey, it's okay to kill children. Yes.
Well, no, it's not okay to kill children just for the fun of it.
No,
Of course, I'm
not,
against
but-
that. But I think it's okay to be in a justified war. And I believe that if you're fighting against a guerrilla warfare unit that utilizes human shields, that
would-
children.
look,
Well, hold on,
it would be-
almost done.
Okay,
That
you got it,
children will die. That doesn't mean I'm okay with children dying. That's a little disingenuous
But
of
is
you.
it really a war if we're not fighting back?
They are fighting back.
No, didn't we fight back like only twice? This is why I'm telling you, you shouldn't debate with me. I don't know, man. I'm just
Sure, no,
Didn't we,
it's no
like-
problem. Listen,
Didn't we,
if
only
you-
hit like I think it was October 7th, right? And then was there any more after that?
Well, first off, they held hostages for almost 2 straight years, dude. So it's not like they were hitting back every single day. And on top of that, they were sending rockets into Israel every single day. So, and also not to mention Hezbollah, Houthis, IRGC proxies.
Yeah, but Israel has insane finances. They were
That
going
doesn't
crazy.
mean that a war is not justified just because
They
you're
were like- they
better
were like
and
going
strong.
like-
1 second, almost done.
Yeah,
Just
go ahead.
because you're stronger, better, and have more finances, that doesn't make your war somehow unjustified. War is not based off of capability versus the
Yeah,
other
but
side.
like when is like enough? Like, come on, guys, let's just stop.
Has Hamas decided to disarm yet?
Have they? I don't know,
No,
you know what
they're
I mean.
still trying to fight being disarmed. So how about
What?
until that happens?
What is it called? What was I gonna say?
Sure, go ahead.
Nah, look, you forgot. I lost my train of thought. You got it, man.
Yeah,
Actually,
so
I wish I knew more to argue. Like,
Well, then why are you pro-Palestinian if you don't even know? Like, at least be neutral. If you don't know, then how can you even pick a
No,
side?
because I'm not gonna lie to you. Like when I'm on like, I think it's just my feed on my media and stuff. Like I just see like a lot of like.
You see
kids
war.
crying.
Yeah, war. Yeah,
I just
war's
see- I just
awful.
see- I see like Arab Palestinian kids, like kids, I like in general just crying and stuff.
Yeah,
so I'm just
war.
like, oh my
War is
God.
awful. You know who also cried for years straight? The people, the families of the
Holocaust?
hostages. Well,
Oh.
sure, that too. But I was talking about still with Israel, Gaza, right?
Are you from,
held-
are you from Israel? Who's that guy in the back?
That's my friend. No, I'm American, bro.
Straight up, fully American. Are you Democratic
Yes.
or Republic? Or
I'm a Republican. Well, I'm a conservative. I don't
Pro-
really consider
pro-Trump?
myself Republican. I voted for Trump. That doesn't mean I don't think
Yeah.
he's without critique. But yes, I am pro-Trump.
How do you feel about Wait, you're not from New York at all, right?
I'm from Los Angeles.
Okay. Do you know about Mamdani? I feel like you know a lot.
I do know a lot about Mamdani, that piece of shit.
You like Mamdani?
Why would I like Mamdani?
I thought isn't he
He's
like
a fucking communist piece of shit that wants to create government-controlled grocery stores. He lied about the bus fares. In fact, they went up. He said they were going to be free. He also
the bus fares. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah,
not just that. He said that he one second. He also said he balanced the budget, and all he did was move funding from the pension fund and steal from other places, and then said he balanced the budget. And also on top of that, a video just got leaked of him just yesterday of him. Back in the day, he was having a Zoom call with these third worlders, faking a third world accent and telling them that we need to trick the white people into voting people like me into power.
Oh, damn. I didn't see that one.
Also, he's a communist and he's an Islamist.
How do you feel about Cuomo? You like
Cuomo? Not really.
Didn't he like assault like a bunch of ladies?
Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of him, but I would take him over Mamdani, but I'm not a big fan of him either, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
also, why the fuck would an Islamist be voted into New York City, the place where Muslims rammed a plane into the World Trade Center, killing almost 3,000 Americans?
That wasn't that alleged? Was that like?
Are you asking if 9/11 was alleged?
No, of course not. The actual thing that happened. I'm not. I'm speaking about like where did they go to? They went to that one country and then they didn't find any weapons. And
wow, that is a completely different. You're talking about the second Iraq War, which is a completely different thing. That did happen after, but them not finding.
I'm not a history major.
They didn't find weapons. You're talking about weapons of mass destruction. It has nothing to do with the fact that Muslims rammed planes into our towers.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a nuclear engineer.
Oh, that's fire. How many years of school?
I did it in the Navy, so we have an accelerated program created by MIT, but it was 2 years of schooling, but I also did further schooling to finish a degree.
How long? Like 6 years total?
Well, there's 2 years of the accelerated program, which would naturally take about 4 years if you went to university. Then I did an extra 2 years of college. So in turn, 4 years.
Worth it, right? How much would you say yearly? You don't have ballpark. You don't, obviously you don't gotta say anything. Like,
well, now I'm out of the Navy. I got out in 2023. So now I'm an engineering inspector. So now I inspect the engineers. Guess I'm one step higher.
A lot more.
Yeah, I'm 6 figures for sure.
Okay. I'm going into. Well, I just finished. I'm going into like my last year of dental school. So I think I'm gonna make.
Nice. Yeah, dental school's nice.
6, 7 figures. Your chat probably all hates me, but it's okay. I hope you guys all have a nice day.
Yeah.
And it's 4 a.m. right now. Yalla. Good night, guys.
Yalla bye. Yalla bye. What's up, man?
What's up, cousin?
Not much. Is that Jordan or Palestine? I can't see if there's a star or not.
Palestine.
Are you Palestinian or you just like support him?
I'm Palestinian, bro.
Are you from Palestine?
Yes.
Where were you born?
America, Arizona.
Thought you just said you were from Palestine.
No, Arizona. I moved out of Arizona now.
Wait, hold on. Are you from Palestine or not? I'm confused.
Yes. My blood's from Palestine. I live in Cali.
No, I meant like from like where you born in Palestine, bro.
Oh, no, I was born in Palestine.
Wait. Palestinians have blood? What do you mean by that?
It's an ethnic. It's ethnicities, bro. What are you talking about?
I was told by Palestinians it's not really. It's more of a nationality because there's multiple ethnicities that make up Palestinian. So how can you have multiple ethnicities within one ethnicity?
You're gonna do this thing where you like play dumb and then like switch up on it?
It's not about switching up. It doesn't make sense. Do you agree there were Palestinian Jews prior to 1948? And then Palestinian Arabs?
There's Palestinian and then all kinds of religions. Palestinian atheists, Palestinian
Jew
agnostic,
is an ethnicity, though. Jews is not a religion; it's an ethnicity.
Jew is a religion.
No, Judaism. No, Judaism is a religion. Jew is an ethnicity.
Okay.
Right. So how can you be? How can Palestine be an ethnicity but be made up of multiple ethnicities? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, for example, you wouldn't say American is an ethnicity. It's made up of multiple ethnicities, but it's a nationality. Same thing with Palestinian. Yes. And also, if you were to give a scientist your blood, they couldn't determine if you were Palestinian. They might determine you're Levantine at best, or at least the region, but they would never be able to determine that's a Palestinian gene. There's no such thing.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, it'll just say like Arab region. I don't know though. I haven't
Right? They could.
taken a
Oh,
DNA
they could
test.
definitely determine if you're Arab, but there's no such thing as
Yeah.
Palestinian blood.
Maybe, maybe not. I don't know.
Definitely not.
Mm.
Palestinian was an identity
So
that was
where's-
politicized in
where's Je-
1964.
Where's Jesus from?
Jesus is from Bethlehem. That's where he was
Okay.
born.
Yeah.
Which
and
was
what
in the
his
province of
ethnicity?
Judea during the Roman occupation.
What was his ethnicity?
He was a Jew.
Okay.
Is this nobody argues this? What do you?
No, I'm not arguing.
Oh,
That's why I said okay.
It's just weird that you asked such a basic question. Everyone knows that Jesus was a Jew.
I was asking a question, bro. You got an issue with it?
No, it was just I assumed it was
Okay, cool.
related to what we were talking about.
No.
It's just a random question.
Yes.
Okay. Anyways, I think Palestinianism was an identity created in 1964, or at least politicized in 1964 by Yasser Arafat with the creation of the PLO.
All right. I don't really care about what you think, though.
You don't care about your own people?
No, I care about my people. I just don't care about what you think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
AKA
you're against my
doesn't
people,
have an
bro.
answer.
So what?
It said AKA you don't have an answer for it.
No, it's just that I don't trust your studies, Nick.
You
I
don't
really
believe that Yasser Arafat created the PLO in 1964? Do you really need to study that?
Yeah, low key, yeah. A lot of people don't know that name off the top of their head. I don't know that
But
name
I
off
assume
the top
you
of my head.
do.
No, I don't know the name off
You
the top
don't
of
know
my
who
head.
Yasser Arafat was? Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, I'm fucking serious.
You're the worst Palestinian I've ever met. How do you not know who
You
Yasser
think?
Arafat was? He was one of your
I don't know.
leaders. He was Egyptian,
Oh.
but he was like your main leader, bro.
Okay.
Jesus Christ. Do you know where Ramallah is?
Yes, I know where Ramallah is.
What
I'm
about
from
Rafah?
Ramallah. Yes, I know where Rafah is.
Where's Rafah?
Lower?
Lower what?
Where Gaza is.
Lower
It's near where
Gaza?
Gaza is. And it's near where Gaza is.
It's near where Gaza is?
Yes.
That's not correct.
Okay.
It's
You're not
in Gaza, bro. It's in it. It's not near it. It's in Gaza.
Okay.
How do you not know this? You're a Palestinian, dude. Have you ever
Rafah
been
is
in the
like next
land?
to Gaza. In Gaza, same shit, bro. Yes,
That's
I went
not
when
the
I was
same
like
shit.
6.
Did you go inside Gaza?
No, I went to Tulkarem.
Never been to Ramallah?
Probably. I'm not sure.
What do you mean? Okay.
I was
Okay.
young. I just told you I was young.
So what makes you a Palestinian exactly?
My blood.
There's no such thing as Palestinian blood.
Why not? Same way people claim to be Syrian or Polish.
Would
or
someone's is there
fucking
such thing
anything.
as American blood?
Now all these people will be coming out from like European countries.
Right. American's not a blood, it's a nationality. It's the same thing with Palestinian. It's a
Yeah.
nationality.
So
Kind
because
of.
I don't have the Palestinian citizenship, I am not Palestinian.
That would be correct, yes.
So what am I?
You're an Arab
From where?
from Arizona. You said that already.
Yeah, California. But yeah.
I assume your parents might have been born in Ramallah.
No, my dad was born in Syria. My mom was born in Jordan.
Okay, so your dad's Syrian, your mom's Jordanian. Okay, were your grandparents born in Ramallah?
They're not. My dad doesn't
In
have
what
the-
fucking way are you Palestinian, bro? How are you from Ramallah?
That's where my roots go back to. My grandparents are
Which?
from there,
Okay, got it. So your grandparents were born in Ramallah.
in Palestine.
Ramallah, correct?
No, in Palestine.
Okay, that's like saying I was born in America, and I said Los
Yeah.
Angeles, and I said no, not Los Angeles, America. Like, yeah, specifically
but
Ramallah.
Yeah, no, not specifically Ramallah.
Okay,
Different
Taqaram.
city.
Okay, whatever. It doesn't really
Different
matter.
city.
So this would have
Yeah, it
been
doesn't
during the
matter at all.
Ottoman Empire, I guess, right? Unless your parents were relatively young when they had you, then maybe it could have been during the British Mandate.
Yeah, either or.
Okay, well, if it was during the British Mandate, they would have a British passport. If it was during the Ottomans, then it was most likely that they didn't even register with the government to avoid taxes. But even then, it wouldn't have been called Palestine. It would have been Balad al-Sham. Or they could have been born in a vilayet, which none of them were named Palestine. So, in what world are they Palestinian?
By blood type shit.
Well, the ethnic group at the time would have been Turks, could have been Arab. I assume your grandparents are Arabs, which means they would have been the descendants or ancestors would have been people that came from the Arabian Peninsula. So
My grandparents were born and raised in Palestine. They stayed in Palestine. That's their home. When we go back, we have houses in Palestine, in Ramallah, Tul Kerem, wherever you look, right?
So your grandparents were rich. They had multiple houses.
No, it's not that. We have our foot planted in Palestine. We
Your
are
grandparents
Palestinians.
did. Your grandparents did.
My grandparents do.
That's like me saying I'm from Italy just because I'm Italian. I'm not from Italy, bro.
Bro, this point is like just goes in circles.
Right, because it's insane. It's insane that
So
you
where
guys
are you
can make
from?
up an ideology and then
are you
somehow
from?
trick the world. I'm from Los Angeles. You can somehow trick the world into accepting. It's like transgender ideology. You can call yourself a man, but you don't have to force me to call you a man. That's what
Okay.
Palestinianism is. It's trans ethnicity. It's an ideology. Your grandparents would have never called themselves Palestinian during that time in the Ottoman Empire.
Why not?
Because that's not what they referred to themselves at the time. Even in 1948, they didn't refer to themselves as Palestinian. They referred to themselves
I
as
didn't know that.
Arabs.
I didn't know that.
Sure, look at Partition Plan 181. The Arab Legion specifically says it in the founding documents. It was voted. It was a vote on November 29th, 1947. This was right before 1948. They never called themselves Palestinian. Haj Amin al-Husseini, I assume you know who he is. Maybe. Haj Amin al-Husseini never calls him Palestinian. Constantine Zarek, the guy that coined the term Nakba, never calls him Palestinian. Why would none of these people call them Palestinians? These are all Arabs that were pro-Palestinian or quote-unquote Palestinian themselves. Why wouldn't they call them Palestinians?
Pro-Palestinian doesn't mean Palestinian.
I'm sorry, what?
Pro-Palestinian doesn't mean Palestinian.
I know, that's why I said or. That's why the word or was there.
Uh-huh.
Right. So why wouldn't they say Palestinian?
I don't know. I don't know them.
Okay. So was Yasser Arafat a Palestinian?
I don't know where his ethnic background is from.
Well, I'm sure he would say it was Palestinian, but he was born in Egypt. And then he tried to get his birth records changed with the help of the Russians.
He was Egyptian, then he was Egyptian.
Why isn't he Palestinian? I thought he had Palestinian
Because
blood.
if his ancestry came back from Egypt, then
All Palestinians' ancestry comes from either Egypt, Syria, Jordan, or more likely Arabian Peninsula if you go back far enough.
So you believe Jordan's a country? You believe Jordan's
Jordan's literally a country.
Not a country. It's an ethnic background. If I told you I'm Jordanian, you'd be like,
No, of
okay,
course not.
cool.
I said they come from Jordan. I didn't say they were Jordanian. Did you not hear me say from?
Holy shit, bro. You're all over the place, bro.
I literally said from Jordan. That's not the same
Okay.
thing as ethnically. You agree,
Okay, so
right?
why would they come from Jordan if they're not Jordanian? What are you talking about?
Because the Emirate of
if my ancestry came from Jordan,
Sure.
what does that make me?
Yeah, so the Emirate of Transjordan was created in 1921 by the British. That would be before 1948. So you can come from Jordan.
Okay, wait, I'm bored. Hold on. Shut up.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam, Habibi.
Where are you from?
Palestine.
Palestine? No, that's not true.
Why not? Are you genociding my ethnic group right now?
No, no.
Are you genociding me right now? I will report you to the ICJ.
Anti-Zionist. I'm anti-Zionist.
Anti-Zionist? You're anti-Zionist?
Yeah,
What does that mean?
I'm against Zionist.
What's a Zionist? You talking about the Jews, the Yehudi?
Yeah.
Why didn't you just say Yehudi? Stop being a bitch, dude.
Ugh. Where do you think I'm from?
Italy.
Yeah. Of
I
course, but
can see.
Arab.
Oh, I don't know. Arabia?
No,
All Arabs are from Arabia.
that's not a country. That's Saudi Arabia, but not
Arabian
Arabia.
Peninsula, Habibi. Arabia.
Ah, no, I'm not from there.
Yes, you are. If you're an Arab, you are from there. You might not literally have been born there, but you are from
No.
there.
Yeah, but I'm from Africa. You know,
Okay.
Arab from Africa.
That's great, but that's a colonization. If you are Arab, like ethnically Arab, you would have originally came from Arabia.
Yes, but like thousands of years ago. But
So what? You're still from Arabia.
my parents are not from there.
Oh, where were you born?
I was born in Italy, but my parents no.
Okay, so why does it matter where your parents were from? I didn't ask where your parents were from. I said you.
Yes, but I'm the son of my parents.
So? You're also the great great
So
great
you're-
grandson of the person that was from Arabia. Why do you deny that?
Mar.
This nigga looks like you, bro.
Like every Iraqi girl hates Yemenis. What the fuck?
Iraqis hate Yemenis?
True balls method really works. It actually doesn't touch.
Okay. I don't know if he can get you four at this stage at age 41. But
Stream it right now, brother. Awesome. Love it. I saw another video of yours actually. It came on my feed.
Nice.
It was you and this very naive hijabi girl. And you probably had about 3 different conversations with her and all.
I don't remember, but I believe you.
Yeah. But it was really cool. She was open-minded to learn from you.
Nice.
You guys had a pretty civil conversation.
Was she the one that had like the black kind of face covering like this?
I think so. Oh, no, I don't think she was a Nakabi. I think she's from Minnesota.
Sorry, I don't remember, bro.
Dang. So what, anything crazy dramatic today? With the people on here or nothing yet?
It's some decent conversations. Nothing super dramatic.
Okay.
All right.
Awesome, bro.
Well, I'm going to keep on keeping on, brother.
Take care, man.
Peace. I don't think you're talking about Sarah, you guys. What's up, man?
You look familiar. How you doing, my guy?
Good. I look familiar? Nice. Are you pro-Palestinian or pro-Israel?
If I had to choose, probably Israel.
Nice. Nice. Me too.
But you know, politics is hypocrisy. People care about themselves. So if I look at these two options, Israel is the most beneficial for me, right? Because I'm a Kurd, right? So naturally,
fuck yeah, dude, free Kurdistan.
So naturally, you would choose the people. Well, I've had better interaction with the average Joe like you and me, with Israelis than the whole Arab world. So
I'm with you, dude. You and I are on the same page. God bless. Free Kurdistan. Peace, bro.
Stay safe.
So the polls in 53%.
Oh my gosh,
Not
no
Jewish. What's up, bro?
way. Nick Matau
That's me.
in the cybernetic flesh.
That's me, bro.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is like, you've made my day. Like, this is so cool. I'm a huge fan. Like, I watch your videos every day. Every day. I'm learning so much about the Middle East and Israel and all those things. I want to do what you guys do. I want to be an advocate for Israel. I'm trying to learn as much as I possibly can about Israel, the Middle East. Like,
that's based.
I'm so passionate about. I love Israel. I love Israel so much.
Nice.
Like,
You're in Mexico?
I dream. Yeah, I'm from Mexico.
Nice, man. That's awesome. Hey, you
Wow,
know what?
this is so cool.
Start off,
Like-
if you want to take the same path I did, my first book I ever read was Arab-Israeli Wars by Chaim Herzog.
I actually have a list of like the 10 most important pro-Israel books,
Sure.
and then the 10 most important pro-Palestine books,
yeah.
and like, so like, you're the expert. Like, how do you get to that level of knowledge where you can just like easily refute like anything that they throw at you, like every little technicism? Like, for example, earlier I was speaking to an Egyptian guy and he was talking about like the Deria Sin massacre. I even wrote it down: Deria Sin massacre, the Haifa fruit market bombing, King David hotel bombing. This is supposedly Israeli terrorism towards Palestinian. Like, how do you respond to that? Like, what is the reality of, like, is there such thing as Israeli terrorism? Is there such thing as Jewish extremism? Like, how does that
I mean,
work? Like,
some Jews have been extremists, sure, but a couple things. One, Darius, King David, that wasn't even the official forces of the Jewish people at the time, which is the Haganah and Palmach.
Haganah.
Right. This was
like forces before the IDF was actually like established.
Well, the Haganah and Palmach also was, but that was the official forces, and there were some splinter cells groups like Irgun. Well, really, the Irgun is who they're talking about when they're talking about the King David and Darius. I recommend a book called Darius, The Massacre That Never Happened. That's going
Let me write that down.
Yep. It looks like it's like this little yellow book or gold book. Let me see. Darius, The Massacre That
Never Happened.
Yeah, Darius.
Okay.
Massacre That Never Happened.
Wow.
It looks like where the frick is it? It looks like this by Eliezer, Tauber. I don't know why I said Elizabeth. My bad. It looks like that.
Okay.
That's a really good book. As for the King David hotel bombing, they like to point that out because they try to pretend like it was a hotel. I get it literally was, but it wasn't being utilized as a hotel. It was a British headquarters, actually. And by the way, the Irgun told the British, we are going to attack this. You need to evacuate it. They gave them forewarning and they attacked it. But even if somehow you think that isn't justified, again, it wasn't the official forces at all. It's kind of a splinter cell, but I still wouldn't call it terrorism. They were attacking the British headquarters. It was a military / British administrative aspects. So I wouldn't call it an act of terrorism at all anyways.
Wow. Like, is that shirt like of the Nova Festival?
Yeah, it says "We Will Dance Again."
Wow. I was listening to the Boy George song. They say genocide, we say war, and it's just insane. Like, for example, here in Mexico, like, I have to be it's become a taboo talking about Israel, expressing that you have any kind of support towards Jewish people or Israelis.
Yeah.
And it's like something that, but I don't like hiding what I am or what I'm passionate about, you know, like I and people that know me and my friends that are close to me, they know that I support Israel and they're not like hating on me for stuff like that. But like, for example, if I go to, I don't know, like a bar or anything and there's just kids mouthing, oh, we need to make more fucking soap and blah, blah. And like, it's just like, it's just annoying as hell. And like,
Well, your
I
safety
made a
always
decision.
comes first, right? Make sure you always protect yourself. Your safety always comes first over any argument or debate. But yeah, listen, you just have to be convicted in what you do. Trust me, I get a lot of death threats. I try to do my best in balancing safety and, fighting the fight, if you will.
Do you ever take self-defense lessons?
I do have a black belt in Shotokan Karate, but that's for my,
Oh, wow.
as when I was young.
Actually, how I got into Israel this is a funny story. It was through Krav Maga.
Krav Maga, yeah.
So yeah, it was through Krav Maga, and I started practicing Krav Maga in 2016. So like since then, I was pro-Israel, but I didn't really like start studying like the stuff until October 7th, 2023. That was like when everything like clicked, and it was like, okay, I really need to like start learning my stuff, like. And I started taking it more seriously, like if I'm going to be a Krav Maga instructor, I have an ethical and moral, like duty towards the Jewish people, the Jewish community, because I mean, I'm not going to be a freaking, I'm not a freaking hypocrite, like or just being like, okay, I'm Krav Maga instructor by day and anti-Semite by night, right? Like, no, like, besides, it was never who I am. Like, my dad was always pro-Israel, pro-Jewish people.
Yeah.
And like, it just wasn't like how we were raised, like it just didn't, it never made sense to me, like to jump on this bandwagon of, just hitting on Israelis and Jewish people.
Same thing. My dad was also very pro Israel and the Jewish people and to fight against anti-Semitism. That's how it started with me as well. But yeah, no, I mean, do you have a Discord?
No.
Okay.
No, but I'm thinking about getting one. Yeah.
Yeah, if you do, I do have a Discord channel. If you just go to nickmatau.net, it'll send you straight to the Discord invite if it's already downloaded on your phone or whatever. And you can join the server. There's about 1,500 people in it, I think, or whatever. And, you know, there's other like-minded people in that server if you're looking for a little bit of a community that doesn't feel so hateful.
Wow. And what was Israel like? Like, I dream of going to Israel so bad, you know, like literally last night I was dreaming that I was on an airplane going to Israel. Like literally. Like,
Israel's incredible. It's I always feel at peace when I'm in specifically Jerusalem, but yeah, it's indescribable. You should I can't wait for you to go one day because it's definitely the second you get off that plane, you're walking down that ramp, it's overwhelming. The feeling.
like I replay that moment in my mind so much. Like when I'm landing in Israel and I'm looking out the window, you know, and seeing like, oh man, it makes me feel something that I can't describe. I can't describe.
I wish I could describe it to you, but I can't. It's amazing. It's incredible. It's a very, very cool place.
Wow.
Okay, well, good luck
Man,
on your
this is
journey,
so
man.
awesome. Thanks, man. You made my night. This is so awesome.
God bless
God bless you. And Am Israel Chai.
Am Israel Chai. Bye.
Who said that?
You deserve to die.
Whoa. It's a little serious.
Yeah.
Oh. That was him, Danny.
Hello.
Did I see you before?
You might have. I don't remember, but I'm sure. I mean, I've been on this app before, so it's possible.
I think it's because of your background. I remember your background.
Do you remember what we talked about?
Not really.
Sorry, I don't remember either. It's possible, though.
Mm-hmm.
How old are you?
18.
Okay. I'm streaming right now. That's why I asked you. Just don't stream people if they're minors. Hello.
Edwin.
What?
What?
What's up, man?
What's up? How are you?
Good. You're Egyptian?
Yeah, 100% Egyptian.
That's awesome. What part of Egypt are you in?
You know Egypt?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what do you know about Egypt?
I know about the Coptics, right? The Coptic Christians in Egypt. I know about some of the history with its fights against Israel, like the 1967 Six-Day War. Yep, I know about the Sinai, 1978, the Camp David, where Menachem Begin and Nasser came together, and they gave back the Sinai from 79 to 82 to Egypt.
Bro, mashallah, you know what? 40% of Egyptians don't know this.
Really? That's crazy.
So that's amazing for your knowledge.
Yeah.
By the way, from Cairo.
Cairo, nice, yeah. Yeah, I know where Cairo is. Yeah.
You know how to speak Arabic?
What's up?
You know how to speak Arabic?
Not really. Kifalek. Salam. Uskut. Sharmuta.
Oh, don't say this.
Kusemek.
The fuck, bro? Don't say this.
That's what they tell me.
Are you streaming?
Yeah.
Hello, guys, in the stream. Tap on this screen and follow.
Yeah, tap on the screen. Yeah, they tell me this when they find out I'm pro-Israel.
What? Sorry?
When I tell them I'm pro-Israel, they say Kusemek.
You pro-Israel?
I'm pro-Israel, yeah.
You! Raise your hands up. Free Palestine, free Palestine.
What?
Free Palestine.
From what?
From this fucking shit doing.
Dude, Egypt and Israel are allies, bro.
Egypt and Israel?
Yeah.
No, bro.
Yeah, for sure.
There's Egypt, Israel?
Egypt and Israel came together to lock the Gazans in. Have you seen Egypt's border with Gaza? Yeah. Habibi, yeah. Have you seen the border between Egypt and Gaza? They built like 6 layers of that shit, dude.
I ain't gonna lie. What up, boy?
What up, Habibi?
Hey, man, don't be calling me a Habibi. Call me Habibti. Nah, look, bro. Talk to me nice or don't
Habibti?
talk to. My bad. I'm just playing. Talk to me nice or don't talk to me at all.
Okay, Habibti.
Hey, talk to me nice.
Salam alaikum.
Masalam. Bro, I ain't gonna lie. You got some yarmulkes I can borrow?
Yarmulkes? No, I'm not Jewish, bro.
Oh, what are you, Christian?
No.
So what are you?
I'm Nick Matau, bro.
Nick Matau?
Yeah.
That sounds like the N word.
That's my name, bro.
Oh, that's a pretty cool ass name.
Yep, it's Samoan.
Is it? Oh, this is Simone too.
Oh, she's fine.
What do you guys think about Israel?
Man, you already had this whole conversation with me. We talked for like 45 minutes, bro. I can't do it again.
I don't think so. I think you're thinking of somebody else.
Oh, why did you think I said, do you have any yarmulkes? Think I just randomly said that?
Man, a lot of people say that shit, bro.
No one ever says, hey, do you have some yarmulkes to somebody randomly?
It's like 50% of the conversations I have is about yarmulkes.
I understand that, but nobody randomly says it without you starting the conversation with, what do you think about Israel?
Someone guy called Roman Reigns?
Yeah, he's my cousin.
Nah, he's not.
He's almost my cousin.
Wasn't it an Egyptian guy that created
I
the
don't have the energy to
Palestinians?
do it. Huh?
Wasn't it an Egyptian man that created the Palestinianism ideology named Yasser Arafat?
Bro, I don't know, but I'm Egyptian as well. I'm happy Egyptian.
You guys created a fucking shitstorm, dude.
Hey, first of all, I'm from that place in that flag behind you. However, I don't really claim my Egyptian side like that. I just kind of use it to get girls. Side, I'm just playing. But I'm also half Puerto
Do
Rican.
girls want to be with Egyptians?
Yes.
Really?
I tell them I got Pharaoh like royal blood in me. And they're like, wow, can you put me on the back of a camel?
I got you. Aren't you Arab though?
I guess.
So you wouldn't really have Egyptian blood in you. You'd be the colonizers that colonized Egypt.
I'm Puerto Rican, man. Do you know anything about Puerto Rico?
Yeah, I've been there.
Really? What city?
Can I give up pulse?
I only pulled in for like a port call when I was in the Navy. It was like something quick. I haven't really been able to travel around Puerto Rico.
That's what's up. Oh, that's cool, man. But nah, bro. All right, well, shoot. I don't got it in me right now, bro. But like, hope you have a good night. Keep doing what you're doing. I love the content, all that good stuff.
Peace. All right, y'all. Let's get to these super chats and the live. Went over a little bit because we started kind of late. Oh, I missed a big super chat. My bad. Let's see here. I think that's the last one I read. It's Rot2186 says, hey, Nick, how do I join your Discord? Yeah, go to nickmatau.net. You'll get right into the Discord. Abstract YT says, 2 scenarios, both have bloodlust. The men eventually tire it out after casualties, or 2, both are scared. The men eventually run it down. You can't assume only the men get scared. Not sure what that's in reference to. He also says, I feel dumb for having to correct my last super chat, especially over this old-ass scenario. The men win both in both situations. Okay. Depper says, everything is always a conundrum for these Muslims. Upsy says, how does a man exist before Earth? John 17. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Upsies says, read 17:5 says, the glory was before the world existed. Ooh, good point. Yeah. Elizabeth says, you are right, Nick. I'm always right. Elizabeth also says, you understand it correctly, Nick. She also says, he tries to save Islam. Sorry, it's too late. Internet arrived. And Nick. And she also says, totally correct, Nick. All his children was mentioned. Were they all born in the same day? And Elizabeth also says, yes. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for all of that. Conservative Kelly, this is the big super chat I missed. I apologize. Everyone W Conservative Kelly in the chat. Nick Libiano is a complete joke that crashed out on your panel, kept giggling like a little girl, and then ran. That's true, yeah. I don't really get the idea of like, oh, you should post him like he's some kind of sneako, like he's irrelevant. I mean, I guess he's relatively more relevant, to some Muslims. I acknowledge that, but he's irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, for sure. Pingu says, Jew poll on YouTube. Jew, yes, no, we love a good count. Elizabeth says they are all smoking something. Tran says Hamas uses child soldiers. That's a terrible point. Tarango says, I came up with the dark joke. Question, how do you say children in Palestinian? Answer, children. Children. Elizabeth says he's so sweet. Tarango, dang, W Elizabeth. Elizabeth's just killing it right now. Tarango says, for anyone that missed the genius dark joke I came up with, how do you say children in Palestinian? Answer, children. Spread the word. I like it. Deborah says, Muslims in a car. Abstract says, everyone watch Life's documentary on women and Islam after and hype it. Expose this religion. And Shake Your Rumpa, love the name, says, I like to ask the tough, hard-hitting questions. Do you play Rimikube? Any skills? I do not play that, sorry. I don't even know what it is. I'm looking it up right now. Fast-paced family tile game. I've never heard of it. All right, you guys. I'm Mr. Ohio. God bless America. I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace.